As we all know, this morning, for the next few hours, we're going to interview the four finalists. We have some questions that we've passed around to everyone, and I think that we have folks assigned to ask these questions. And of course, any other questions that board members would like to ask of the candidates, you're certainly welcome to do that. And let's see, our first interviewee will be John Thrasher. So they're on the way. They went to get them, retrieve them. So the schedule for today, I think we've got like an hour and 15 minutes for each person, hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15 minutes. Should finish up around 2:15, something like that. A little break for lunch, and then we'll get into the formal meeting after that. And as you can see from the agenda, I think we might as well get that issue behind us. The selection of a new president, we'll handle that first. Yeah. Then we have other issues that will that you have in your board books or on your diligent book. I guess everyone has a hard copy. No one's using the electronic copy. Okay, let's go. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. John, as we've gone through the formalities, John, we will be asking about 6 questions, and then you might have questions of us, and others might have questions of you. So, if that's okay, that's how we'll proceed. Thank you for joining us today. We're excited about your candidacy and eager to learn more about you. And by way of introduction, please take no more than 5 minutes to tell us about yourself, personally and professionally, and why at this point in your career you are interested in becoming the president of Florida State University.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the members who are here and the search committee for the opportunity to be here today. I'm very appreciative of that, and it's a joy to be here. I'm proud that my wife, Jean, is here, and I wanted to introduce her to you before I got started. Mr. Chairman and members, I began my work at Florida State University when I was 17 years old. I came from Jacksonville, where I grew up, went to public schools there, attended Florida State University, obviously, for 4 years, and that time I graduated in 4 years, a little bit beyond that maybe, but Jean and I got married my last year when we were here. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in business, and almost immediately after that went into the Army. I spent 4 years in the United States Army, and 3 in Germany and 1 in Vietnam, and I came back from Vietnam literally 4 days after I got back, started law school. As you know, we had a pretty brand new law school at that time, and it was quite an experience to have Jean here with me and two of our 3 children. I graduated from law school in 2.5 years. I went straight through, did a little bit better then, maybe had a little bit more motivation, a little more focus, and graduated with honors, and proceeded to practice law for a brief time here in Tallahassee, and met my good friend and person who nominated me, or at least sent a letter in for me, President Sandy Dallenberg, a friendship that I've had for many, many years. After that, I left and went back to Jacksonville and practiced law there in that area where Jean and I both grew up. We raised at that time then, 3 children, 2 of whom I'm proud to say graduated from Florida State University, my 2 daughters, one in education and the other in communications. So I've learned a lot from both of them through the years, I can tell you. We practiced law for quite a while there, and finally got involved in public service. I was first elected to the Clay County School Board and served on the Clay County School Board where we lived at the time for 4 years. The last 2 years I was chairman of the board. From there, I went on to, and I really had no intention of getting involved in politics back then, but That's another long story, but my wife had some issues with our school board, and she kind of got 4 or 5 people together and said, you ought to run. So it worked out all right. I went from there to the Florida legislature and was elected to the House of Representatives and spent 8 years in the House of Representatives. That was the year I started in the House of Representatives is the year our constitutional amendment was effective for term limits. So I spent 8 years in the House of Representatives. The last 2 years, as you, Mr. Chairman, I had the honor of being Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, an incredibly high honor and one I'll never forget. From there, I left and after term limits and started a government affairs firm here in Tallahassee, and did that for almost probably 9 years, and left that. Was at one point the managing president of that firm. We started out, by the way, I would say, and just parenthetically, in one city, Tallahassee, and when I left in 2009, we were in 17 cities throughout the country. It was a good business, and we had a good business model. I left there and ran for the Senate in 2009, and that's where I currently am. I was elected in 2009 in a special election. I've had, I guess I counted them the other day, I think since I was elected, I've had about 5 or 6 elections because of just different reasons, but it's been an interesting run. For the last 4 years, I've been chairman of the Rules Committee, which is a fairly significant committee in the Florida Senate and the legislature in terms of the agenda and those kind of things. So, to answer your question directly, Mr. Chairman, as to why, Florida State University, I would say this, I've served my community, I've served my state, and I've served my country. And I owe if I've had any success whatsoever, I owe it to Florida State University and the opportunities that my degrees there and the experience that I had there have given me. I feel like sometimes timing is everything. Certainly, sometimes in our arena that we live in politics, timing is probably the most important thing sometimes. And I think if I have any skill sets, and that's up for you all to determine, that are appropriate for this time in the history of Florida State University, I think the skill sets that I do bring in respect to getting us into the top 25, which we all know is a big, big task and requires a great deal of resources. I think that set of skills that I have there in terms of organization ability, in terms of managerial ability, in terms of fundraising ability, in terms of bringing people together, I think make a difference. And I think maybe at some other point in time, that might not be the skill set that's needed to be president of Florida State University. But right now, I think it is. And I think I can bring that with an incredible amount of enthusiasm and energy, and working and the ability to, I believe, work with a great team of folks that are already here at Florida State University and perhaps others that we could bring in. So I'm excited about the opportunity. I'm enthusiastic about the opportunity, and obviously it would be an honor and a privilege, a highlight of my life, obviously, to be president of Florida State University. So I don't know how long I took, Mr. Chairman, but that's probably it in a nutshell.
Close enough. Trustee Gruters, do you have a question to ask? You're on number 2.
Yes. Florida State University has a vibrant athletics program that captures the attention of alumni, current students, and the Florida community in general. At times, the athletic program can be challenging to manage. What would you do to ensure that the athletic program is successful and accountable?
That's obviously a pretty good question, particularly in light of some of the things that have gone on the last few weeks. I answered this, I know there was a similar question when the search committee asked a question in that regard, and obviously, first and foremost, the athletics department is certainly under the direct supervision of the president, and I would not take that lightly. I take it very seriously. We have I believe, a good athletic department, a good athletic director, and one that I think probably desires a great deal of communication between the administration and certainly the athletic department. But make no bones about it, the president is ultimately in charge of the athletic department, and I understand that. I think the face of athletics in Florida State University is certainly an important aspect of our university. We love to talk about, and we rightfully should, the great programs that we have in this university, whether it's in arts and humanities or whether it's in the sciences, whatever. But clearly, so many of our friends and people who are out there who care and love Florida State University look at the face, and sometimes that's athletics. But athletics should not be promoted any higher than anything else in our university. It should be comparable to everything else we do. And I think with a good athletic director that is involved in every day looking at compliance for making sure that we're absolutely in tune with the rules of the NCAA, I think we can continue to have a good athletic program, and one that is responsible and important to our friends outside. The one thing that I would always remind everybody about, and I know many of you are great sports fans, is that our kids come here as student athletes, and student is the operative word. And we have an obligation to make sure that those student athletes have the opportunity to achieve their dreams, whether it's in athletics or whether it's in whatever it is their career goals are. But first and foremost, they're student athletes, and we should never forget that.
Okay. Let's see. I think, Gary Tyson, why don't you ask question number 3, please?
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, sir.
As you know, Florida State University has been designated as a preeminent university in the state of Florida. We are highly interested in becoming a top 25 public and ultimately a member of the AAU. What do you see as our major obstacles to achieving this status, and how would you go about ensuring that we achieve this goal?
Well, first of all, I'm obviously proud that we are one of the 2 preeminent universities in the state of Florida. And we passed that in the Florida legislature 2 years ago. And I give a great deal of credit to Dr. Barron in regard to that, to the concept, to the idea, and to ensuring that pathway which he started would be a pathway that lead us to the top 25. Since we became a preeminent university, I'm sure you're all aware that over the last 2 years we have received $35 million from the state legislature because of that preeminent status. It's given us the opportunity to invest and in the areas that we need to get invested in order to get to the top 25. So you really get down to it, getting to the top 25 is largely due to resources. So we have, I've said this again, and again for those who've heard it, we have a kind of metrics heck or hell that we're in right now. We have metrics from just about every level you have. We have performance metrics from the BOG, Board of Governors. We have our own metrics from preeminence. There are other metrics to get into the top 25, the U.S. News and World Report. Some of those metrics, I would tell you, frankly, aren't aligned with each other. And to perform in one area, it may be detrimental perhaps in another area. One of the things I would like to do would be to initiate some very serious conversations with Marshall Kreiser, our chancellor, to talk about that concern, because getting to the top 25 is frankly one set of metrics. Getting for performance funding is another set of metrics, and a couple of them don't align properly. We could be good in one area and actually lose money in another area. So I think metrics are good. I'm all for metrics. I believe measuring everything, frankly. I think it's a positive thing, particularly from the standpoint of the legislature. They said, here's how you get to the top 25, here's what we think you need to do, and report back to us how you're doing. And I'm okay with that. I think everybody will be okay with that. But clearly, if they're misaligned metrics, we need to fix that. But the opportunity for us to gain the top 25, get the kind of resources that we need for world-class faculty, and I know we have had some conversations in the past about the concerns of salary alignment and I know you've done a lot of work on that. Dr. Bradley's done a lot of work. Clearly, focusing on that and making sure that we have the resources to ensure that our faculty is aligned with other faculties in this state, not only in this state but in the country. Those are obviously both important issues in getting us there, but it obviously comes back a lot to resources. whether it's the private sector that we hope we get a chance to talk about, or the public sector, or grants and other things from the federal government. All of those go to getting us to the top 25.
Mark?
Good morning,
Morning,
Senator Thrasher. I have a couple of questions that I'll go over, but with our desire to keep student tuition increases to a minimum, we need our new president to ensure a successful fundraising campaign. What do you see as the most effective aspects of a successful campaign?
Well, thank you for the question. Again, I think it falls back to what we had talked about in terms of resources. We've set a goal, obviously, for $1 billion of this new campaign. And again, I would compliment Dr. Barron for getting us halfway there before he left. And now the real work starts, the next $500 million. And it's a lot of money. That's a lot of money and a lot of resources to do. And to me, it goes back to organization. One of the things I would want to do, and when I spoke to the deans last week, each of the deans, I think, have a role in this. Each of them have development opportunities and officers that we need to rely on and work with. We certainly need to focus on where the opportunities are in the business sector for possible asks, if you will, of Florida State University. For Florida State University. The one thing that I think is so important in fundraising in the private sector is it's not a one-time thing. There has to be, in my opinion, a cultural change to some extent. That fundraising is here today, it's here tomorrow, and it'll be here in the future. Everything we do ought to be focused to ensuring that we're advocating on behalf of Florida State University to the various constituencies that we have. We have a great alumni association, a great booster organization, and a great foundation. All of them will play an important role in bringing in the necessary resources. I know that on October 17th, we'll have a big kickoff, and that's good. But underlying that is the necessary, we'll need the necessary organizational aspects. And then lastly, is the time and energy it takes to do that. And I said this to the advisory committee. I think anybody who becomes president of Florida State University has to allocate the necessary time to put into that campaign. And if it's going to wherever in this country or in this state, it ought to be a top priority, one of the top priorities, clearly, for us. I think it's a branding issue almost, as much as it's certainly important to have the resources and the money. We can't afford to lose or fail on this campaign. It would not be positive for us as a face of this university. So I'm willing to spend whatever time is necessary to bring in what other experts that we need to make sure is necessary, to devote the personal time that's necessary. I believe all of those things and ingredients will get us there over several years, and that's obviously a several-year campaign, but one that we cannot allow just to be a day-to-day thing. It has to be a long-term commitment.
And that leads to my next question is, what amount of time would you allocate to fundraising as president? And you had mentioned earlier the deans and their role in fundraising. What would your expectations be of our deans as far as that time that they would allocate to fundraising?
Well, I hope they would give a lot to it, and I hope I would. I mean, I don't know how to give you a percentage or not. I do have and I suggested this at the advisory committee. I believe like 4 or 5 things that need to be addressed immediately in the first 80, 90, 100 days, whatever. Fundraising is a big part of that. I would hope, and our deans, I think, when we met, I think agreed with me that they realize that this is an important aspect of our university. And I didn't see a single one of them basically shaking their head that they didn't want to get involved. We have some incredibly gifted deans who have access to people around this state and this country that some of us wouldn't have access to. I'm more than willing to assist them, work with them, go with them as necessary to make sure that we can advocate for what we believe is an important aspect of this university. And so to me, it's almost, there may be 2 or 3 other things that are out there that might be as important as this, but probably the time and energy that it takes to do this ought to be very close to being number one.
Okay. And I'll mention, too, that I've spoken with Tom Jennings and Andy Johnji related to this, and they've been in this fundraising business for a long, long time. Their thoughts were, and this is my thought too, having served on our foundation board for 14 years, that somewhere between 25 and 33% of the president's time would be dedicated towards fundraising and building relationships.
Let me just say this, Mr. Hillis, Trustee Hillis. I don't want to stay. I'm not an office person. I want to get out. I want to get out and meet our students. I want to get out and meet our faculty. I want to get out and meet our friends that want to help Florida State University. To me, staying in office is not where I want to be. I think it's important for the president to have the bully pulpit, to have the opportunity to be the face of the university, and to make sure that those friends of ours understand that the important aspects of fundraising. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't ever gone back and measured how much time Dr. Barron spent or how much time President Weatherall or Allenbert spent. But whatever it takes, almost, to me, is what's necessary to make sure that this is a successful campaign.
Right. My last question is, what do you believe motivates donors to make gifts of $1 billion or more to a university, and how will your skills and experience facilitate that?
Well, there are probably a lot of things. Some donors, may be motivated by our athletic program. I know a lot of them are, and but if they might be motivated by the athletic department to do something in another area, and so we shouldn't lose sight of that too. I think the whole aspect of the university and what we're trying to accomplish in getting us to the top 25, the opportunity for the students who come here to be career ready when they leave. That's an important thing, I think, to the business community, and that aspect has to be. And then the face of this university, Florida State University is a great, great university, and it has so many good things going for it. And I think to advocate and to ensure that those dollars will first of all be well invested and they will be well used is an important aspect also. So. There are people out there that I think that we can tap into, and I don't say I have a bunch of cards of commitments, but I have been contacted by some folks, and that they want to talk, and so I'm more than willing to get with Tom as soon as we get there, if we get there, and talk about where to target some of these things. There's the business community, there's the healthcare community, and there are a lot of resources out there. I think that we can make a incredibly positive argument about Florida State University, and certainly in our quest to get into the top 25, the STEM programs that we have, I think, are enormously popular. So all of those together, I think, make up the opportunity, I think, to bring resources in. But again, it goes back, I think, to the commitment and the time and the organizational structure that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Ballard, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Good morning.
Good morning.
University staff serve in many support and leadership roles at FSU. What would you do to ensure staff are valued and engaged?
Thank you. That question is a great question. Good morning. How are you? When I was, and it kind of goes back to what I just said to Trustee Hillis. When I was Speaker of the House, we had, a fair number of employees in the House. And one of the things I used to do, and staff sometimes would get irritated at me, is just walk out and leave and go talk to different folks. We have all kind of support levels in the House of Representatives as well as in the Senate. So I think having a personal interest, to me, there are obviously the tangible things that hopefully you can do for your staff. They all work hard. I mean, from the folks who take care of the grounds to our senior staff. And everybody should be valued. And I've tried to do that in my life. I didn't grow up. I grew up fairly meager life, and understand what hard work is. And I think you should value hard work, value dedication, value the kind of people who come to Florida State University who want to provide a service. So to me, obviously, where we can help in a tangible way, we should be able to do that. And I'd certainly look forward to working with our staff on that regard. Where you can't necessarily always help in a tangible way, people at least ought to know they're appreciated. And I think the president has a role in doing that.
Trustee Byrd.
I think we're through with the standard questions now, didn't we? Except you're going to close with one, I assume. Senator, thank you for being here, and thank you for the time you've given this. Yesterday, during our Search Advisory Committee meeting, the question came up regarding the lobbying rules and your restrictions on lobbying, and unfortunately, I think that that issue had not come up before, and no one had had a chance to talk to you about that. I promised today that I would bring that up as a question. I don't want to pretend to know all the rules surrounding it, but it appeared to the committee yesterday that there are some limitations on your ability to, quote, lobby on behalf of this university if you were the president of this university for a 2-year period following your term in the Senate. And how would you, if that is the case, how would you pretend to handle those restrictions?
Yes, sir. That's a great question. First and foremost, if I become president, first thing I'm going to do is go see Ms. Egan and ask her to give me the best opinion she can give me about what are the ramifications, what are the restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. There have been a lot of speculation about it. I've not researched it, to be honest with you. I've heard, like you have, about various aspects of it. What I do understand is that if I do have a 2-year limitation based upon an opinion from the Commission on Ethics, that restriction is limited in some aspects. And the aspects it's limited to would be requests from members of the legislature that I appear before committees, or any president appear before committees, that they appear before a member if you're requested to do so. So I think, and I assume that, that we're not hiring a lobbyist, we're hiring a president. Lobbying and certainly the relationships with the legislature are important. And I will not diminish that because I have a great relationship with just about most of the members of the legislature, particularly in the leadership aspects. I have every belief that when they need me, they would call me to come over and talk to them about issues. Secondly, we have a superb staff, and I have worked with them over the years for a long time, and would continue to do that. I have great confidence in Kathleen Daly and all the other folks that are involved in that aspect. And then thirdly, we have an untapped kind of thing that maybe a lot of people don't know about, and that is the fact that we have a number of alumni who are top folks in the legislative process that work on behalf of Florida State University on a pro bono basis. So that aspect is there. I do not believe, have any problem of communicating to members of the legislature what Florida State University needs to accomplish in any given legislative session. And so while I understand it's out there and some may have some reservations about it, I don't think it would limit in any way our ability to get things done in the Florida legislature.
Okay. Trustee Pantene, you're recognized.
Senator, this is my 4th search here at FSU, and I was at the 5th at Barry University where I work with Alberto. And at the beginning of this process, I wrote a paper that said that we were looking for 3 people. 3 qualities in a person, and I made it very clear that no one is going to have the 3 skills. I said academics, administration, and fundraising. And in fundraising, I included the legislature, which gives us $300 million a year, which is real money. How would you balance your team, especially in the provost academic area?
Well, not blowing smoke at you, Trustee Pantene, I read your document. I think it was about 4 months ago you put it out. It was a while back. And I highlighted it and made notes from it. I think it was an excellent understanding. I don't come here and tell you that I have all the skills and all the maybe aspects of this job that maybe some people would want. But I do agree with you. I'm not sure any of the other folks, and I don't know the other folks. I don't know them well, or I've read their resumes maybe, but I think they're probably right that there's in every organization I've been involved in. When I became Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, I tried to surround myself with the best and brightest people I could. Tried to surround myself from a staff standpoint as well as from a member standpoint. A provost, obviously, is an incredibly important job in this university, and one that I would value highly. And I don't know down the road what the circumstances of that job will be, or where, or who, but it would be one in which I would make sure that we had the best person that could identify and work with the faculty and the students as well as the administration. And hopefully, if they have a strength that I don't have, I might have some strength that perhaps they don't have that would inure to their benefit over a period of time. So I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's an incredibly important thing. I think you have to surround yourself with bright people, with good people, and you have to be willing to listen. I think that's the second thing. You have to be willing to listen. I don't come here to tell you today that I have all the answers to every single issue that we will face in this university, but I do know I have a skill set that allows me to listen, allows me to make decisions. I don't think I've ever been accused of not being a decisive person, and I think those are attributes that are very, very important as you move into that job. So, bottom line is yes, I would hope that we could obtain and keep the best and brightest person we could for that job. I think it's very critical, and one that I would work with on a day-to-day basis to make sure that we're heading in the right direction in every aspect of our university life.
Thank you.
Stefano?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Senator.
Morning, sir.
So recently, FSU has seen a decline in enrollment amongst graduate students. As you may know, the number of doctoral degrees awarded is one of the key metrics for FSU's preeminent status. How will you strengthen our graduate programs as well as improve the experience for graduate assistants at FSU?
Graduate programs, you're absolutely right. Of the 11 metrics that we have in terms of the preeminence, it's the one that we're short right now on a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. One we have to improve on. But of the others, we're in pretty good shape. But that one is one in which I've heard from graduate students, graduate assistants. There's obviously a stipend issue in regard to a payment for them. The University of Florida somehow seems to be getting ahead of us in that regard. And I don't know exactly why they have been able to do what they've done, but we certainly need to look back and find out if they've done something differently. We need to address that. The other thing, of course, is health care for our graduate assistants and making sure that they have the opportunity to have adequate health care. I think when you bring all of those in, we've got great programs. I mean, no question about it. I think those tangible things are some of the things that perhaps are holding us back.
Brent?
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, sir.
You come from a unique place. You were chairman of our board for 5 years. Would you reflect back on that time now that you're talking about changing seats?
Well, in all due respect to two other chairmen who are sitting here, I would. It was a unique time. The legislature had just made a policy decision to allow all the universities to have boards of trustees. There was we'd had a board of regents which had been pretty strong for a long time, and they were taken out of the equation in that legislation that created the boards of trustees. I was nominated and as I was our first board, along with Trustee Duda, who was in that class. Interesting that she's still here, and she's I would say a survivor, if nothing else, because I'm sure, as Trustee Haggard would tell you, there are different aspects to different relationships with different people who appoint trustees. But hopefully that's said in a delicate way. But it was a unique time. I was like I said, I was there, and I was elected chairman by the fellow trustees, and it was at the beginning of the implementation of our medical school, which I was had a little bit to do with, I think, and then we had the implementation issues.
Not only being modest, you had a lot.
Not only did the implementation, but then we had a major issue dealing with accreditation of the medical school. And I worked very closely with President D'Alembert in that regard. He was amazing in terms of what he did to bring together the necessary groups of people, the experts, to go to the National Medical Accrediting Agency of the American Medical Association and provide our evidence that we were, in fact, eligible for accreditation. And, of course, the short story is that we gained that. We had issues during that time, just as you all have experienced recently in athletic issues. And we had some, I won't go back and name the folks, but I'm sure those of you who participate and follow athletics real closely, you'll remember those days. And then President D'Alembert and I had a great relationship in respect to that. And I never will forget one day that he called me about a particular athlete who had been finally cleared to play. And it was a relief for all of our sports fans. But he was very diligent in monitoring and working with the athletic department about that, and was inclusive, I might add, in terms of the relationship that we had from the Board of Trustees standpoint. It was 4 years of incredible opportunity for me to learn about the university, to learn about the issues that are important. I think things have changed over the last 10 years a little bit in respect to where the issues may be. But that experience, both in terms of the policy orientation, the budgeting, all of those things, gave me a greater insight into what Florida State University is about. And I would say this, that the original concept, and I hope I'm not taking too long, Mr. Chairman, answering this, but I think it's important. The original concept of the trustees was, let's go out and get a bunch of folks who love Florida State University or love the University of Florida or Florida Atlantic or whatever. And they're kind of the figureheads and ambassadors maybe for the university, but they'll come and make a visit every 3 or 4 months to the university and move on. I don't look at the board that way. I didn't then, and I don't now. I think this board has a unique position and ought to be involved in probably a lot more. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know. But we ought to have a conversation about that, about how much work and effort you want to spend in terms of not only policy decisions, but the other aspects of this university, such as fundraising. I think every one of you have, an interest and an ability to do that, and I think it's incumbent upon the president to bring that group together, to work together for the common interest of the university. So, bottom line, and I'll leave it with this: I'm proud of the trustee effort that we changed back in those days, and I think every university probably has benefited from having its own unique board of trustees, and certainly given the breadth of the backgrounds that all of you have, I think you're an amazing group and one that we could, I think, make a lot of headway with in working toward a lot of issues. I hope that was a reasonable answer to your question. I apologize for being so long.
Trustee Haggard, you recognize.
John, you're taking me back to 2002 and 2003. You were an absolutely excellent chairman. And when you mentioned a minute ago that you're a listener, I remember back then you certainly were. And you got more done. And again, we were, at that time, the first time ever, a board of trustees. And you led us, and you worked incredibly with the president. You gave us principles and standards that today we're using. And I can't compliment you enough, the job you did as chairman. And if you can do that same job as president, then we're in. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Andy, and Mr. Trustee Haggard. From you and knowing that we've had some issues that we perhaps haven't agreed on through the years, I will tell you one thing. If I become president of Florida State University, it will be my number one complete 24/7 job. And whatever, and I know we've had discussions about this from other aspects, what other aspects of my life have been, I have core beliefs, you have core beliefs. But when it comes to Florida State University, I think we share the same goals and aspirations.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Trustee Kemps, you recognize.
Good morning, Senator.
Morning, sir.
As you know, I'm intricately interested in STEM, and I think that's an area where we need to make great progress, and I'd like to know what you would do specifically a couple things to ensure that not only STEM increases but advances and accelerate, because I think there's great opportunity there. And I realize the med school issue, but certainly the technology and science and math and those other departments, I think we need to move forward. And what would you do specifically?
And engineering also.
Yes.
Dr. Camps. No doubt about it. If we're going to get the top 25, if we're going to meet the metrics that the legislature has set out, if we're going to meet the metrics that the Board of Governors has set out in terms of performance, STEM is a critical part of that. And let's talk about this a minute, if it's okay, about the engineering issue. I think it's important to bring it out and understand where we are on that. I have, as I think going back, have been exposed to the last three presidents, President Dallenberg, President Weatherall, and President Barron, in my life as a legislator as well as outside the legislature and on this board. And every single one of them have brought to me and others, not just me, but others, concerns about how do we improve that opportunity for our engineering students. And so this past session of the legislature, we put something on the table, frankly, that I know some of my friends disagreed with. But at the end of the day, I think what we got was an opportunity for us to look in depth at that critical program for Florida State University, which if we're going to get in the top 25, many think that has to be, we have to have that kind of opportunity for our engineering students. Now, do I want Florida A&M to not have a successful program? Absolutely not. I've never wanted that, never would want it. I'd be happy to continue to work with the president, and will work with the president of Florida A&M University to make sure that we're both successful in that area. But now we have an opportunity through this study that the Board of Governors is doing to give us a pathway, perhaps, to making sure that we're on the right path, that we have the right tools, that we have the right facilities, that we have the right professors involved in the program so that it can grow. It can grow, and engineering certainly is one of the great opportunities for kids these days, particularly in the STEM programs. Science, technology, I know Trustee Tyson has talked about technology in the past, and I've heard that. As we get into the future of Florida State University, and we understand that 10 or 15, 20 years from now, this university is going to could be totally different, depending on a lot of factors. We get to discuss those sometime, but certainly technology is one of them. So the emphasis on STEM is appropriate. But I'll say this, Dr. Camps, and we had this discussion last week to some extent. I think the other candidates also talked about it. This university was built on a strong basis of the arts and humanities. Our theater program, our dance program, all of those things make a difference. Our music program, the opening nights program that we're so proud of at Florida State University. We should never lose sight that those are important aspects of a university today, and I hope 10 or 15 or 20 years from now, because they bring the whole thing together, and they really are what got Florida State University to where we are today. And can we build on that? Absolutely. Should we build on the STEM programs? We should, but certainly not at the expense of some of our great programs in arts and humanities. Thank you.
Stefano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. So this question has to do with something that I consider that's an important hub, important institution in our student experience here at FSU, our student union. As you may know, our student union is over 50 years old and is the oldest one in the state.
I remember it.
I think everyone does. How will you assist and prioritize the efforts to build a new student union? How do you see us accomplishing this goal?
Yeah, well, it's, like everything else, I used to tell President Weatherall when I was in the legislature and he was president, and to some extent President Dallenberg, that never let the sun set on the campus of Florida State University without a crane being there. And I believe that. And but obviously we've had some downtimes in terms of funding PICO projects, what we call PICO projects, public education outlay programs. Student unions obviously an integral part of the university. And there's, I believe, a need for a black student union also. And I think we need to be focused on that also and making sure that we have the resources to address that. But the union is old. I've been in it and understand it. I'd be happy to make sure that in our PICO projects that we are looking seriously at how to do that. And, we did change the formula last year a little bit that will allow us, I think, and other universities, obviously, to achieve a little more in PICO funding. We had a really downtime and where we had years that we absolutely got zero. We used to have a program in terms of funding of our university system, the Cortellis Fund, which was a matching fund. And I wish we could go back to that. And it's one of the things, frankly, that I want to talk to Chancellor Kreiser about, because I think now that the resources of the state are coming back, there is an opportunity for us to engage in those kinds of matching funds. They were successful back then, and I think they could be successful today, particularly providing the kinds of incentives for folks who want to provide, resources to the university, understanding that the legislature will give a certain percentage. Maybe it's not 50-50 anymore. Maybe we have to start a little lower, but clearly we ought to get back to that kind of incentivized program that gives us the opportunity for a little more of capital outlay. So bottom line is, I think it's an important project and one that I would stress.
Thank you. And actually, if I may ask just a quick second question.
Certainly.
I know this is on the minds of a lot of students, and I think it's sort of surrounds your candidacy when you move from politician John Thrasher, Senator John Thrasher, to now President John Thrasher, potentially. So some people brought up concerns of your political or personal views on hot topic issues. Will your political views and personal beliefs play any role in your allocation of resources for research in the arts and sciences, as well as in policy decisions for the university here at FSU?
No. Bottom line is no. I've probably been examined as closely as anybody in recent years in this process. I too, Trustee Pantene, I served on a search committee. In fact, I chaired a search committee for this university. People come here with certain core beliefs, and I'm not going to abandon my core beliefs, but on the other hand, I know this is a marketplace for ideas. It's a marketplace where people ought to be able to come together and share those ideas, hopefully in a civil way. And I've tried to do that, and I will try to do that. So I'm more than willing to put those things aside and understand that the one focused mission that I have as president of Florida State University is to advance this university from the standpoint of its faculty, its research, its service, and its teaching aspects, and certainly do whatever we can to make this the best place for a student to come, get the kind of education they want, and then pursue their dreams. So that's what I'm going to be about. That's what I was about when I was chairman of the Board of Trustees here. I had political beliefs back then, but to me, this is a overriding thing in respect to everything you do, and it's to be president of Florida State University is with that goal in mind is what I would be involved in every single day.
Trustee Gruters.
Thank you, Chairman. Senator, FSU has been recognized as one of the most efficient universities in the country.
Yes.
And our tuition is currently below the national average. If the legislature and the governor granted permission for the two preeminent universities here in Florida to raise tuition, would you move Florida State's tuition more towards the national average to meet our funding needs?
Yeah, that's a great question. In the last session of the legislature, we passed a law and did a bunch of things, obviously a lot of things. Bunch is not a very good academic term, a lot of things, and I apologize for that. But one of the things we did is leave the opportunity for a 6% increase in tuition to the two preeminent universities. And I would hope that we could convince our friends in the legislature and certainly perhaps the next governor that that's an important aspect of moving this university ahead. Particularly, the legislature has given us this opportunity to be a preeminent university. They're the ones who we went to. Dr. Barron laid out a plan and others. And now that we have that plan, we've got to have the resources to do that. I don't want to ever, I would hope tuition increases almost would be the last resort, because I know our students are suffering in terms of their families, in terms of the cost and expense of a college education. But a modest tuition increase, perhaps from time to time, would be helpful in getting us to that top 25 level. So I think it's something that we would have to have a dialogue with the legislature about, and certainly the governor's office and others, perhaps, to see if, in fact, that's the right time to do that. Absent that, clearly, given the fact that we are a preeminent university, the legislature needs to continue to recognize that. We went from 15 million to 20 million this year. I hope we can increase it more next year in terms of what they need to provide us to get to where we want to get to.
And as a follow-up to that, in 10 years, if you're selected as our president, 10 years from now, what would you like your legacy to be?
Oh gosh. I don't worry about those things. Me personally, I guess if I had anything, I would want that when students leave here, they have felt that they had the opportunity to get the kind of education they want, to get the kind of, being able to pursue the kind of career for their dreams that they want, and that they love Florida State University and want to come back and give back to Florida State University. I think that's what I left with when I graduated. It's not a lot different, even back then, but it's not about me. It's about what we do here, the kind of brand, the kind of product that we provide, and the opportunities that we provide for our students. That to me is the most important thing.
Thank you.
Trustee Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to talk about the BOG, which I don't think has been talked a lot about in this whole process. With performance funding being pushed over to the BOG and skin in the game as part of that, I think the relationship of the trustees and the president to the BOG becomes quite important. Mm-hmm. In particular, I'm interested in not only the relationship with the BOG, but the kind of three-way interaction between the president and trustees, the BOG, and the legislature. How do you see your role fitting into that?
Well, first of all, the BOG's gone through some transitory times itself, and they had some early issues, I think, as they got started. But now I think they're pretty active and they're pretty engaged, and I think that's a positive thing. The new chancellor, Marshall Kreiser, is somebody who came from the business community, but he has a little bit of a background in education, given the fact that his father was president of the University of Florida. He promised me that he would not take that seriously when it came to representing all of the universities in the system.
Remember, his wife's a graduate of Florida State, so it helps.
Exactly. And but I have a long term, from obviously from a legislative standpoint, relationship with Marshall. And in fact, when I was in private practice of law, we tried to recruit him when he first got out of law school to our law firm. A great visionary, I think, for our university system, and somebody that I believe has an extraordinary opportunity to help move our system along. I think he needs some partners in that, and I would look forward to being one of those partners, because I think he and I share a lot of the same concerns and a lot of the same, hopefully, values of what a university should provide. The BOG itself, I don't know every single member of the board. Full disclosure, the chairman of the board of the BOG is a constituent currently of mine. I don't know whether he likes me or not, or whether he's voted for me or not, but I like him a lot. But I think that relationship and that triangle that you pointed out, Trustee Tyson, is incredibly important right now. The BOG has gained some preeminence itself in the legislative process. I think Marshall will continue to grow that preeminence in terms of information from the BOG to the legislature then enacting appropriate policy decisions. We need to be right there involved in that, bottom line is. And I think given those relationships at this period of time, I think I have an opportunity to help in that regard. Certainly an opportunity to make sure that preeminence is understood from the standpoint of the University of Florida and Florida State, and that they work with us to try to achieve our goals. And I'm more than willing to take the time and energy to do that.
Trustee Rolando, you're recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator. Let me think of a polite way to say this. This has been a pretty divisive search, and you've been the target, kind of the lightning rod for a lot of some dissatisfaction with your candidacy. What would you do, or what steps do you plan to take if you're elected to the presidency to have a successful tenure?
Thank you for your question. It has been an interesting process, and I'm happy today has come. And, I think all I could say is that, as I have done in every aspect of my life, I don't want to address the legislative issues so much, but, and I'm sure all of you are aware, every single day almost in the Florida legislature in my career, and certainly when I served on a school board, I served on a county commission, I served in this board, there are differences of opinions, and those opinions should be valued, all of those differences. And I respect the people who have differences of opinion about myself and my qualifications. And all I can say is if I become president of Florida State University, I will reach out to anybody who wants to sit down and talk about opportunities to advance this university, be it the United Faculty, be it the Faculty Senate, be it the student government, and any of the other constituency groups that are out there. To me, one of the four things I've talked about in doing the first 100 days is there are a lot of policy issues, such as we've talked about. The opportunity to make sure that we put our fundraising campaign on steroids, the opportunity to work with the BOG and get ready for the next session of the legislature so that we can work on our preeminent status. The salary issue for our professors, I think, is a critical thing. If we don't address, it's going to get further skewed, and further skewed. And that needs to be addressed immediately. And then the fourth thing really is listening. I think I've got to go out and to the folks that are willing to sit down with me and talk and try to rebuild perhaps some relationships that have been discussed in this process. I am more than willing to do that. Because again, I go back to the fundamental thing. My job as president of Florida State University is to advance this university on behalf of everybody, our faculty, our students, our alumni, our boosters, and I'm willing to do that. So I don't hold any grudges. I don't hold any of those kind of things. Because if you ever do that, let me just tell you, in the legislative process, somebody's against you on one day is your friend the next day on another issue. And I think I'm going to have to demonstrate that I can lead, and I think I can. I think I can demonstrate that leadership. I think I've demonstrated the ability for management of big organizations such as the Board of Trustees, such as the Speaker of the House, other things that I've led. I understand the financial aspects of this job. We have revenues and we have expenses. We want to get into the top 25. We better make sure that we have enough revenue to do that, to hire the kind of folks we want. Understanding the community is a big part of that, whether it's our constituents in here at the university or outside of the university. And I think understanding the proficiencies in fundraising certainly to me are critical in what we're about right now. And then understanding Tallahassee, obviously, not the legislature, but the community itself, and working with Florida A&M, Tallahassee Community College, to make all of us better. I think all of those things are important. And then lastly, we talked about this earlier, I think having an understanding of the governance environment of this university, understanding shared governance. I've been on both sides in the legislature. I've been in the minority party. I've been in the majority party. You got to work together. You got to bring folks together. The deans and the provosts, I think, play a critical role in all of that. And then lastly, emphasizing and willing to appreciate the teaching, research, and service aspects of this great university. So that's what I'm going to be about. I'm going to be open. My door is open. My text will be open. My email will be open. I want to talk to anybody who wants to talk to me to how to make this a better university and how we can move it ahead.
Okay, any more questions?
I have just sort of a comical question, but if you think about it, I think it makes sense. When I watch President Barron, I ask him, how can you eat so much rubber chicken? And because there's a chicken dinner every night. And I said I would never take this job because I couldn't consume that much poultry. But I think you understand what I'm getting at, demanding the time demands of this job. And or would you be prepared to give us what we need?
The answer is yes. I mean, I wouldn't, and obviously I wouldn't be sitting here today if I didn't feel I had the energy, the commitment, and the ability to do the job. I think the job is a demanding job. There's no question about it. Everybody I've talked to said, "You sure you want to do that?" You know, no, everybody I've talked to has said that. I don't know whether that means they're trying to push me away from the job or scare me or whatever. But I think a big part of it too is having a spouse that is willing to devote the time and energy to help you in that pursuit. And I'm blessed in that regard. So I answered your question, Dr. Camps. I've never had this happen before until all the articles started coming out, and it would say, you know, John Thrasher, Republican, St. Augustine, 70 years old. I am 70 years old. I'm not going to deny that. But I've got as much energy, I think, as anybody in this room because I have an incredible passion for Florida State University, and I want to provide that passion to get us to the next level. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, sir.
Allocate 5 minutes to closing, you think? Why don't you give a closing statement?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Close
thank
on your
all of you
bill.
for your questions. I appreciate it. I really don't have a long closing. I think what I basically said to Trustee Rolando, to me, is what I believe. If I were looking for a president, those would be the aspects I'd look for. Do I have all the qualifications that some have set out? Probably not. But do I have I believe the key ingredients of making this a great university and working with the constituent groups to do it? I believe I do have that ability, and that opportunity would be greatly cherished by me. I appreciate the decisions that you all have to make. I respect them. I've been there and on the other side myself. And the one thing I want for Florida State University is that it has the best opportunity to move ahead. If that's me, I am more than willing to sit down and begin to work, and I'll promise you I will give you every single ounce and thread of my ability and my energy to make this a great university. And so thank you for the opportunity to be here, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, why don't we take a break, and John, I think Alberto can help you out there. And thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it.
show you your far-end video, show you your audio.
Okay, members, if you would, let's take your seat. We'll try to get ahead today, if you don't mind. Why don't be the next minute or so? Have a seat. Try to get an early start. On the diligent board books?
Wi-Fi?
I don't need it. I've got.
Yeah, but then you run out of that stuff.
Trying to get it to start.
It's working. Seems to be working. So.
Yeah, but then I have that too, but I have no other.
And it goes away.
It goes now because you have to.
Oh yeah.
Hurry up.
Yeah.
And pay.
Okay, trustees, why don't we have a seat? I think Michelle is ready. Bring one in.
Peggy.
Hi, Brett.
Did you think it was 8:30?
I didn't know the schedule had changed.
I was right there with you until last night, they told me.
addition of the fourth candidate to change the schedule.
That's a good thing.
Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to all of you and to the peanut gallery.
As you know, we have an hour and 15 minutes. If you would give an opening statement, 5 minutes or so, talk about yourself, your history, and things like that. And then there are some questions that we already have, much like the original interview, and then there'll be random questions at the end. If you have questions of us, we certainly want to hear questions from you too. So without objection, why don't you get started, and welcome again.
Okay, good morning and welcome to all of you. I wanted to start by telling you how much I've enjoyed being in the search process. To be honest with you, I think searches that run openly and honestly and transparently in the public domain are really admirable. And it's been a great joy to be under scrutiny, under the microscope, and to have everything out there. It's really been a great experience. I've been treated royally by everyone, the Presidential Search Committee, our search consultant, and all the faculty and staff who met with me. So first of all, I'm going to beg for forgiveness up front. It's very antithetical to my British tradition to be shamelessly self-promoting. So as I start to talk about things I have done, I'm really using the royal we, because anybody who succeeds in life, and certainly running major universities, it's really a team of people. So forgive me, it's necessary. What happens in the boardroom stays in the boardroom. I'll give it my best shot. So, born and raised in London, England. I went to an all-girls grammar school at the age of 11, where it was recognized that I had a skill in mathematics, and I headed into the science sixth form. My parents had an 8th grade education, and so they weren't really able to guide me in selecting the disciplines for study. And actually, I had a pretty traumatic early childhood because my mother died of breast cancer when I was 16. And so in addition to trying to get into a world-class university, I was also pretty much, being like the little mom. So I kind of was an in-charge sort of a person from a very early age because of circumstances forced upon me. I left the grammar school and I went to Birmingham University, which is a red brick science and engineering institution, I guess something equivalent to maybe an MIT. And there I studied biology because I wanted to go back to the grammar school to teach girls science. While I was there, I discovered research, I did undergraduate research, and there was no looking back. I just went from strength to strength. I stayed on to obtain a doctoral degree. In 1980, I left England and I went to Calgary, Canada to work on biomedical research that was funded from the revenue generated by the oil industry, the Alberta Heritage Foundation for Biomedical Research. I was there for about 4 years. I had every intention of returning to my homeland. That was the point at which the University of Florida, that institution that will be nameless from here on, just across the way, was looking for a person with my skill set, and I immigrated to the United States to join their faculty. I was on the faculty at the University of Florida for 10 years and did everything that regular faculty members do. I became a full professor in 10 years, which is pretty good. And, funding, teaching large classes, all those kinds of things. Also along the way, I met and married Stan Smith, my husband of almost 30 years, and we had 3 small children. First one is a son, and then 2 years later, the buy one, get one free, the twin special. And I took a mid-career move to Wright State University in Dayton, Ohio. My husband's family is in Pennsylvania, so we had sort of a feeling that it might be a good idea to raise the kids in the Midwest. That was a great opportunity for me. I was chair of biological sciences for 8 years, and then they promoted me to dean of science and math. All that time, I had my research lab running, and I also was building a lot of what you would now refer to as STEM pipeline projects, opening up pathways for people who are underrepresented. I was very successful at that, and by the time I left Wright State, I had probably garnered in the order of $25 million in federal funding, so that was, again, something to be very proud of. This was the beginning of the STEM revolution. Everybody was concerned about why don't we have more science and engineering students, that are American-born? Why are we having to import our talent? Because remember, I'd come here because North America was the mecca for science and engineering. Anybody who wanted to practice needed to do some of their experiences here. So, I was very engaged in building partnerships with engineering. I actually had medical school faculty in my college, and I also built partnerships with education. So it wasn't really a surprise when Jim Clements, on arrival at West Virginia University as the new president back in 2009, tried to recruit me away to become his provost. And so for the last 5 years, I've served as the provost at West Virginia University, which is a major land-grant institution with a comprehensive health sciences. In some states, the larger states, you might have the land grant as one institution, the health sciences is another. Examples would be Iowa, Kansas. There are other states where they're merged together. That would be Ohio, in Ohio State, Florida, University of Florida, West Virginia University. So during my time there as provost, I've had an amazing opportunity, about $2.5 billion in budget, fully comprehensive health sciences with the 5 professional schools, law school. In terms of complexity, we're right up there with the Ohio State University. So that was a great experience for me. And so you're probably thinking, why here and why now? Well, first of all, I'm ready to take on this challenge. I've had a wealth of experiences across the board. And honestly, I really feel that I'm drawn back to the state of Florida that gave me the opportunity to launch a brilliant professional career, gave me my family. I would really like to come back here in order to help move this institution to the next level. The other thing is I get the impression that Florida State might be ready for a person like me right now. I have a great experience in both the engineering fields and the health fields. I'm a biomedical researcher myself. And as we look down the road at what's coming, as we look at preeminence, as we look at top 25, the imperative for Florida State will be to move into STEM fields with a particular emphasis in engineering and the health fields, because these are many of the industries that are going to present challenges in the future. So when I looked at the equation, I'm ready for this kind of an opportunity. I really would like to come back and pay back to the state of Florida. And Florida State is ready for a person like me right now. It seemed like the equation balanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gruters has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Florida State University has a vibrant athletics program that captures the attention of alumni, current students, and the Florida community in general. At times, an athletic program can be challenging to manage. What would you do to ensure that the athletic program is both successful and accountable?
Well, first of all, I'm so glad to get the elephant in the room identified right up front, because I know you're all sitting there thinking, the Arsenal soccer team to Seminole football and men's basketball. I mean, how in the world would that kind of step be taken? So first of all, I have worked at a couple of institutions with very prominent athletics, Florida, and then, of course, most recently, West Virginia University. In fact, in West Virginia, there really are no other significant research institutions, and there are no professional sports teams. So if you want to talk about affinity building, as soon as you drive over the border into West Virginia, you'll see the Flying WV. I mean, there's amazing affinity building with our athletic program. So let me tell you a couple of things. First of all, athletics, intercollegiate athletics, is a tremendous way to build affinity and loyalty to the institution. Doesn't matter, what you're talking about. It's the number one. I mean, I made the joke last time, and I'll repeat it because people laughed. You could try and get 80,000 people together to listen to a chemistry lecture, and nobody would be interested. I mean, as human beings, we have a great fascination with people who can really excel, have athletic prowess. And so it's a way that everybody can come together together and enjoy what's the best about the institution. I think because I've been provost for the last 5 years, I have seen athletics program in all of its colors, all of the very positive things that it brings to the institution, but all of the things where we have to really preserve our integrity as an academic institution where the athletes are scholars first. Clearly, because of the attention on athletics, it means that whenever something goes wrong, it can go badly wrong for the institution. And we're at a stage in our history, this year alone, there have been a number of major episodes at leading universities that have involved their athletics program. And it really derails the institution and brings a significant amount of negative attention to an otherwise wonderful university. So you've got UNC and their phantom classes. You've got a lot of these coaches who've been let go because of verbal and physical abuse of players. You've got the marching band situation at Ohio State. You've got the Penn State situation that really robbed you of your last president. And so when you look at all these situations, you look at who they bring in to do the rescue operation. It's usually somebody who has a very sound understanding of the primacy of universities as educating students first. I like to think that we would promote all of our athletes as scholar athletes. It's extremely important that we give them careers. I've had a great teacher for the last 5 years because our athletic director is Oliver Luck. You may not know him other than being the father of Andrew Luck, who plays for the Colts. Oliver was our quarterback many moons ago. He was also a Rhodes finalist, had a history degree. He then went on and played for the Oilers for a while, and then he went to law school at the University of Texas. He's built a career in the sports management, and now is our athletic director. And what has made him so successful is the education that he obtained at West Virginia University and the University of Texas. He's so highly regarded by ADs around the nation that he's actually been involved in the discussion about the playoffs. He's also now involved in the Knight Commission with the concussion to players and whatnot. Again, looking at athletics very holistically, athletics are an opportunity for students to obtain degrees, to change their lives, and give them opportunity they would otherwise not have had. So if you look across all the sports, you see women as athletes. You see a range of different kinds of athletics. I mean, we tend to gravitate towards the money-making parts of the operation, which would be, of course, the football and the men's basketball. But when you look at them collectively, they do so much good for so many students, opening up opportunity. So I guess in answer to your question, it's an area that I've really educated myself about. Anybody who takes over as a CEO of any major corporation has areas where they are not as well informed based on their own journey. One has to compensate for that. You have to have the right people in the bus leading the institution forward, covering those areas. And I believe it's a place where we're going to have a lot of scrutiny as the years roll away. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Gary Tyson, you have a question?
Good morning.
Hey, Gary.
We seem to be making a habit of seeing you on Tuesday. I'm delighted to see you today. As you know, Florida State University has been designated as a preeminent university in the state of Florida. We are highly interested in becoming a top 25 public university and ultimately a member of the AAU. What do you see as the major obstacles in achieving this status, and how would you go about ensuring that we achieve this goal?
Okay, rankings are very important to faculty. They're also very important to parents because they look at the rankings when they decide where to send their students to study. Clearly, with the rankings that were, I think, distributed, was it last Monday? A slight drop, although to be honest with you, onesies and twosies places, there's a lot of movement around these rankings. When you look at the U.S. News and World Ranking report, about 75% of that grade comes from 3 indices. Number 1 is institutional reputation. There's a survey that's sent out, and colleagues around the nation are asked to provide input and perception about the undergraduate education at the institution. And reputation, as you've well understood and particularly seen in the last week, can be affected by academic and non-academic issues. So reputation is number one. Number two are the resources available to faculty in terms of compensation. Compensation is low here. Your full professors and associate professors are really sort of somewhat at the bottom of the leading four institutions. You're paying your entering faculty at market, which is good because those are the lifeblood of the institution looking down the road. And then the third index would be first to second year retention. Your rate is about 90%. That's pretty good, although you have great students. Maybe it could be a little bit better. And then the 6-year graduation rate, which is about 75, 76%, which again is pretty respectable, although again, maybe that could be tweaked up. So I think the first thing you do is you've got to crack the code and you've got to figure out where is it that you could make gains, and then you have to have a strategy to get there. So in the documentation that was provided to me, I've seen a lot of the sort of visioning exercises that have taken place, and I get the impression that the next important thing would be to develop a strategy. It's always important to develop a strategy based on the environmental sort of landscape in higher education. And so in a state like Florida, where you have a number of good institutions, some excellent institutions, it would be very important to target the strategy in light of what was happening at some of these other institutions so that you didn't duplicate the purpose and the function. And then, of course, it's important to figure out what's really going on around the nation. So let's start with the nation first. I mean, it goes without saying there's been a great deal of conversation around the STEM fields. And it's probably, no coincidence that you're looking at a number of candidates with STEM credentials. It's not that we favor the STEM field, but when you really think about economic development and jobs, economic development is about finding new ways to do things, ways to make things, or ways to create solutions. That's what creates the jobs of tomorrow. And so the STEM fields and basic STEM discovery really undergirds everything to do with economic development. When we look at our competitor nations that are making great gains on us with research and development, places like China and India, we find that they've made significant investments in these areas. And that's why when I look at the state university information, they're trying to assess institutional performance based on metrics like student success, and in particular, the volume of STEM grads at both the undergraduate and the doctoral level. So clearly, STEM areas are going to be a priority. But we also need to really think about what can we do here within the constraints of what's already going on at the state level. Engineering is going to be a huge area for this school moving forward, because when you look around the nation, engineering is going to provide the solution to most of the world's major problems. And when you look at the donor base, I mean, I'm at a very strong engineering school right now. When I look at the big donors that can give in the order of, $67 million at a time, these are often, they emanate out of the engineering fields, and they often have a really good layering of business skills as well. So I would say it's a combo between, you've got to have your basic sciences, you've got to have your engineering or application, and then you've got to be able to move those discoveries into the marketplace. When I look at this institution, one of the things you've got going for you is you've got more women than male students. 55%, 45%. What a great asset that is, because as schools are trying to make this movement into STEM business entrepreneurship, they're often these sort of engineering tradition schools, and those environments are not very conducive or welcoming to women, people of color, people with disabilities. So in a way, we could very easily make a place here where some of these areas that are going to define economic prosperity in the future have a specific community to be built here at FSU. So, there needs to be a strategy. We've got a lot of great minds at the university, so I think one would get together with the vice president for research, the academic deans, maybe even the business community to try and figure out what the pathway would be. And then, of course, it would be a matter of developing the tactical plan, and, of course, the money has got to follow the strategy. So all of those things. But the very number one index, remember, is institutional reputation, and so many things can impact that.
Thank you. Trustee Hillis.
Good morning, Dr. Wheatley. As you know, our desire is to keep student tuition increases to a minimum. We need our new president to ensure a successful fundraising campaign. What do you see as the most effective aspects of a successful campaign?
Okay, so you're just talking about traditional development advancement, money coming in from donors, because I think a vibrant university has to have multiple revenue streams, and this would be one source. Yes. So, clearly, what's happened over the last 10 years, maybe 20 years, we've gone from state-supported universities were paying a large percentage of the tuition and fees. We then moved some of that cost across to families, and they would pay out of pocket for their students to come to the university. And now we're headed into this territory where we now are expecting families and students to take out loans in order to pay for college. So what do they say? $1 trillion in student debt right now. I have 3 of my own children in college, and you get a real appreciation for sticker shock at the university you run. That's kind of an interesting experience. So clearly, what's happening with this kind of model is that middle class, even lower middle class families are getting squeezed out of higher education, and it's going to impact people at the lower socioeconomic scale greatly. And so what's happening is now universities have thrown themselves into raising money philanthropically, and most respectable universities now have major capital campaigns. At West Virginia University, when I joined as provost, we had a capital campaign that was in the quiet phase. We were intending to raise $750 million. It started in 2007, which is before President Clements and I arrived. It went public in 2012, and we were almost at target. It closed about, 2 weeks ago, the announcement was made that the $750 million target had been reached, and that President Gee, the new president, was going to extend it out to $1 billion. So it's quite expected these days that a respectable research university would go for $1 billion. If I were to look at the money that President Clements and I were able to raise, it translates to in excess of $100 million for each of the 5 years that we worked together. Now, when you look at development work, it's quite an interesting area of the university, and I can give you a specific example. Our administration came in at a time when West Virginia University was recovering from a really bad scandal that involved management of academic records, and the result of that scandal was the president, provost, and the dean of the business school were all either moved into other roles or left the institution. When I arrived, the first thing I had to do was to hire a dean of the business school. I knew the donors were just in a pause mode, which is how they refer to a time where they've lost confidence in the institution. They're not going to give you a dime. I went out and recruited Zito Sartorelli. He's a Brazilian-born, retired pharmaceutical executive, actually, with a business PhD of all things. He came in, he's been very successful, and within a year, we were getting major multi-million-dollar gifts to the business school. Now, it could be argued that Zito is just so charismatic that people just suddenly started giving him millions of dollars. I don't think so. It could be that the provost made a really wise choice in hiring him because all of a sudden we got our institutional accreditation for the business school approved, and the green light, it was all systems go for the business school. Confidence restored. At the end of the day, we gave homage to our president. President Clements got the gift because that's the etiquette of the development program. So in answer to your question, I'm very familiar with development. I have been an academic dean. Most of the gifts come into the colleges as well as, of course, to athletics. As a science dean, I was able to leverage about $50 million in the terms of gifts and also congressionally directed funding. And, you've got to have a very well-honed development operation. You've got to have the right deans on board. You've got to have an extremely charismatic president who will probably go and make the final ask. And you've also got to have people that are identified and being cultivated, people who are now just maybe contributing to the annual gift, but 10 years from now might make a gift in the order of thousands of dollars, and if things go well in their professional careers, they could become the donors of the future, but that could be 20 years away. So I guess in answer to your question, I think that I really understand the world of development.
Okay, following up on some of your comments, what percentage of your time, if you were president here at FSU, would you dedicate to fundraising and donor relations?
Well, I think the president has to be very external to the university and build relationships with really anybody who can impact the revenue streams to the university, okay? So that would be your donor base. It would also be your federal delegation, your state legislators, business leaders, and let's face it, parents. This is a person who needs to be the ambassador, the face of the university, the mouthpiece of the university. And I would say that probably a good 95% of the president's time would be building and cultivating relationships with anyone who can further the interests of the university.
Again, let me ask you this. Can you give us an example of a large gift you have participated in cultivating and soliciting?
Yes. When I was back at Wright State University, we had a businessman in town, Matthew Diggs, whose son had tragically died. He was very interested in environmental things, and he gave us a foundational gift. I think it was in the order of about $15 million for the construction of a new building. A second major gift that I was very instrumental in getting at West Virginia University was from Joe and Ben Statler. Ben Statler started out there in mining engineering and became a very prominent executive with Consol Energy, and that gift translated to around $67 million. We had a program in the state at the time where there was a sort of a trust fund match on some of the larger gifts. So not all of that 67 was his personal money, but it amounted to a $67 million gift.
Okay. And lastly, what percentage of time would you expect our deans and our athletic directors to devote to fundraising?
Well, again, a goodly amount of time. I would say probably at least half of their time would be in some way, shape, or form dedicated to development work. And I'm talking there about building the strategy, because remember, with a well-oiled development operation, you've got to have the ideas that are bubbling up and are getting written down and presenting to specific donors. And so really, that is a very important part of the work. No one can do that better than an academic dean, because they know what the needs of the institution will be. And then the deans need to be out there identifying donors. In all of our colleges, we've got a very robust development staff, people working on major gifts, people working, 2 or 3 people, for example, in the business school. So collectively, the dean should be investing a lot of time and effort in that part of the operation.
Thank you.
Trustee Ballard has a question for you.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
University staff serve in many support and leadership roles at Florida State University. What would you do to ensure staff are valued and engaged?
Well, universities are really like microcosms of a major city. When you look at everything we do, in addition to our primary purpose to teach the students and classroom support and all the research operation of a major research university, it's also like a small village. You've got housing, you've got facilities, you've got security, you've got people running the books in the back room. I mean, every kind of profession operates here at the university. And so we have staff at a variety of different levels, going from people who are probably doing very important work like janitorial service and food service, to people who are really, I don't know how they're referred to here, but they're almost like faculty equivalent academic personnel, but they could very well be in staff ranks. The first thing we have to do is make sure that people know that we can't run a university without the staff. They are so critical. And to give you some idea of the way that I valued my own staff, I mean, I was until very recently still communicating with the secretary who typed my PhD back in Birmingham in the late 70s. I mean, once people are in my orbit of influence, I mean, they're always valued and I always remain in touch with them. So as I think about my own professional journey as a researcher, I've had many technical support. I've had people ordering supplies for me. I've had people keeping the books straight for me. And certainly as you move into administration, you see on a daily basis what the staff members do. You know, I'm somebody who believes in sort of a non-hierarchical approach to running a university. I don't believe that I'm any better than anybody else. I just have a different skill set and I'm there for maybe a slightly different purpose. And so I get along very easily with staff. I think staff should be valued. And of course, the primary way that that is done is through compensation. When I looked at the compensation packages that have been available here at Florida State, of course, I was in the state system when some of these, very lean years where there were no raises for many years in a row. So I do understand what has happened here. I also very much appreciate the fact that when raise money has been available, we have tended to actually try to give raise money both to faculty as well as to staff. So we need to recognize them with stipendiary support and pay raises. We need to also value them. I mean, there are many ways that you can value staff through finding ways to give them a shout out for great things they've done. The other thing is we should never forget that the staff are often the first responders at a university. A student walks into a departmental office. I'm going to withdraw. You know, something's gone wrong with my class or something has happened and I just want to withdraw. The staff member will often be, well, sit down, you let me get you a cup of tea or coffee, and I can find an advisor for you right now. You know, they can help to, they're the first responders, so to think that they're unimportant would be very imprudent. I think the world of the staff, and you'll find if you poll the staff that have reported to me, that I treat them with nothing but complete and utter respect.
Okay, any further questions? Stefano.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Wheatley, nice to meet you. Pleasure. Welcome to FSU. Something that you may or may not know is that our student union is over 50 years old and is actually the oldest in the state. How will you assist and prioritize the efforts to build a new student union? And how do you see us accomplishing this goal?
Okay, I don't think I've been to the student union yet, so I haven't seen, the state of the building. But I think one thing one would need to do is to think about the ways that student life has changed since the student union was built 50 years ago. And even though I was educated back in the 70s, I'm not quite that old, but I mean, there used to be places where you went for your entertainment, food and whatnot. But I think that, the way we're educating students is very different. And so, what we're finding now is that a lot of very cutting-edge student unions have got places where student groups can gather. There are often feelings that people who are different, women, gays and lesbians, veterans, want some kind of spot, a multicultural area maybe, where they might have a pot of their own, but then there's some gathering space. I think it's got to be very high tech. I mean, one of the things about having 3 college-age kids of my own is you get to see how the working world has changed. My oldest is a boy, just graduated with his CPA and his Master's of Professional Accountancy and has gone to work at PricewaterhouseCoopers in Madison Avenue, New York. I said to him, well, did they give you a pod? He said, no, Mom, they gave me a backpack. And he said, it's got the computer in it, the assignments for the week, and the instruction, go find a place to plug in. So, the way that we're working now has changed. I would imagine that students want very high-tech infrastructure, and I would imagine that they want places to gather, to maybe do study. They'll want student organization space. And, it's got to be really a happening place. I mean, nowadays, instead of the refectory where you would line up with a tray and get really undesirable food sort of slopped on yeah, some people are laughing. They're in my vintage. Nowadays, parents and students expect like the food court with options for dining where you can eat healthy if you want to. I don't know whether your rec center is integral to your student union, is it? So that's another area where there's a lot of demand now. As we're moving from a culture of healing people when they're sick to helping people maintain wellness, I think it's terrific that students want to go and work out. So I think we need to really stop and look at the student life. I think it's also a place where we could try and figure out what we can do with extracurricular activities to amplify and augment the learning experience. When you think about 168 hours in a week, student might sleep for 50 hours. In formalized class for 18 hours, they could be spending a lot of time over there in that facility. And so we might want to find opportunities for service learning, volunteerism, those kinds of things. We should even maybe, welcome some of the faculty to do extracurricular support for academic, assistance. There could be tutoring. So I guess in answer to your question, I haven't visited the place yet, but I think we need to look at who our students are now and what they might need. We also need to remember that moving ahead, a lot of our students will be non-traditional students. When we're thinking about trying to educate people, 60% of the population should have at least 2 years beyond high school. They could do that at a community college. But let's face it, a lot of people will be returning to school. They might have been deployed and they might want to come back, or they might actually want to complete their degree remotely. So for students like that, what would our student union provide to a student who wasn't in Tallahassee? Would there be programming on weekends and evenings or in school vacations? Would there be virtual activities going on in that union? I think it's a very exciting time, and I'd be just thrilled to have that problem to solve.
I have a question.
Trustee Pantine, you're recognized.
Yes, my experience in search for presidents tells me that we need at least 3 skills to run a university: academics, administration, and fundraising. And in fundraising, being a public university, I include the legislature down the street. How would you balance your team for whatever you lack of those 3 skills?
Okay, well, let me answer the last part first, because we already had this great series of questions about capital campaign and, donations from individuals. As I mentioned earlier, when you look at the revenue streams of a university, let's use the figures from Florida State. In reality, you could take a pie and cut it in 4 pieces. About $300 million comes from the legislature. About half of it comes from tuition and fees, however that is supported. Some students will have loans. Auxiliaries, the room and board, the bookstore and whatnot. And then the local fees that are charged for various kinds of, athletics fee, technology fee and whatnot. So that's half of the pie. And then the 4th piece of that pie are contracts and grants. And what I would like to propose is that I'm presenting myself as a candidate that has a pretty good experience in all of those areas. I'm very experienced with enrollment, marketing for the university to get students, to educate students, and to have students complete. I'm also very experienced with contracts and grants because I've leveraged, $25 million of my own funding from the federal agencies. When we look at the legislature, we have to go there with a strategy that is done in different ways in different states. A couple of examples from my prior life. When I was in Ohio, in Dayton, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base undergirded the economy there. And we knew we had to preserve the Air Force Base at all costs. We went in together with the Air Force Base, all of the regional institutions, including the community colleges and the regional industry. And so when the discussions took place in Washington, D.C. about the Base Realignment and Closure Commission, they did not close Wright-Pat. In fact, they closed other bases and sent some of their researchers and industries to Wright-Pat, and then we were able to build our academic programming on that. So that would be an example of a very well orchestrated regional ask of the federal delegation. When you talk about state, we really have to come up with ideas that we can sell to our state legislators. So in West Virginia, we are an economy that's built on fossil fuel, and now, of course, on the Marcellus Shale. And as our state goes to build the shale industry, we, as West Virginia University, are coming forth and saying, we will serve you because we've got the researchers, we've got the economists, we've got people in communications, and we've got people in law, and they're all going to work together to build this industry. So I think we have to go with, again, a really good strategy in order that we can compel our legislators that the best investment of state funds is in higher education. Whenever that can be done with partners, it's a win-win situation.
Trustee Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I got what I guess we'd consider the vision question, and I'll phrase it this way. I was a computer science student in, I guess, the early 80s. And if I took my student self and put him in a class right now, I'd be amazed at the advance of the discipline, but I'd actually probably be pretty familiar with the mode of instruction. I'm not sure that's the case going forward. I suspect the next 10, 20 years is going to see changes not only in discipline-specific knowledge, but in the way that we go about providing that knowledge to students. What do you see as the challenges in getting this university to be in the forefront of those changes instead of just reacting to those changes?
Terrific question. How long have we got? You know, when you look at the way you lead your day-to-day life, technology has transformed everything. You know, buying an airline ticket. In fact, sometimes I find it hard to remember how we used to do things because we do everything online. We want to figure out how to fix something, we go Google it, and we see like a little vignette video. When you think of the power of technology, it would be completely naive to think it wouldn't impact education. And I think it's going to flatten the industry of education, and if we're not out ahead of it, we will be trailing behind. Now, let me give you a couple of examples that you'll identify with. I mean, of course, the real one is, you know, the people who made buggies and the buggy whips. They got flattened by the automobile industry. All right, one that some of you might remember, you know, years ago, after World War II, people used to sit around a vacuum tube radio and listen to broadcast, right? With like a piece of furniture. And all of a sudden, they're bringing in transistor radios. Who did they market to? They marketed to teenagers. And they were made out of plastic, they were tinny, they weren't very good quality. Well, guess what, folks? Now, transistors all the way. It's flattened the vacuum tube radio. And the very same thing will happen to education. If we think we can either buy up the competition or just sit it out, that's not going to happen. Students of today want to learn with modern technology. You know, I have twins who are juniors at WVU. If they go into a classroom and they have a professor who's just, you know, just talking at them and expecting them to receive it passively, they actually don't like that anymore. They want to engage with material. They want to be able to test themselves. The power of technology is amazing, and I've been very engaged in the discussion about the massive open online courses, including attending Coursera's partners, workshops. It's definitely the way of the future, and what it's doing more than anything is raising the question about what is good teaching. when in the olden days, when I was educated, people would just sort of speak at you. You would write down the lecture notes and go and read the textbook. And then you had to sort of regurgitate the information. I was pretty good at that. And I also had a photographic memory, could remember equations and formulae, and that's the only reason I'm sitting here today. Think about all the learners who got left behind because their brains didn't work that way. Now, we actually have an ability through technology to figure out what it is that students don't understand. So with a lot of the high-end mathematics courseware, they'll start to test themselves, and there's a concept they don't understand. The computer recognizes they don't get it, so it throws them another problem. It shows them how to solve it. The intelligence that we can deploy now, as well as the analytics. I mean, if students are, let me give you an example, if they were required to go in and do the self-study test bank 3 times a week, you could actually look at the data on the computer and see which students were succeeding in the class and which students weren't succeeding. You can send those students alerts. You know, you haven't studied this section yet. You are at risk of failing. In fact, we can use analytics to decide whether or not students can succeed in the first place. As a Dean of Science and Math, I could actually predict with about 95% accuracy, based on an entering Math ACT score, whether the student was going to succeed or fail in that first class. Well, if I have that intelligence, what I need to do is go put that student, based on their ACT score, into a class where they're going to experience success. So I think the power of the technology has raised the question about what is good learning, and it's made our students more involved as advocates in their own learning, and that has to be a plus. The downside is it's going to give residential campuses a run for their money, because our brand in Morgantown, just like here in Tallahassee, our brand is built around come to us as freshmen and have the whole experience with things like the student union, the Greek life, you know, all the experience of being in a college town. Well, now some families are looking at this and saying, is this worth it? I think we should think about creating pathways. You know, it could be argued that a lot of students, and particularly those who don't really want the whole experience, they might be able to do some of their coursework in, you know, through online or through a community college, and then come in as transfers when they're more mature. And I noticed you have a pretty robust transfer program. I mean, it's a bit like you fly on the plane, the person next door to you paid double the price for the airline ticket. I think we've got to really think about how to get people through the pipeline, and I think that technology is a great enabler.
Trustee Gruters, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. FSU has been recognized as one of the most efficient universities in the country, in part to our low tuition that we have. The legislature has an idea that's been floated around the last couple of years that the 2 preeminent universities here in Florida would be allowed to raise tuition up to market or whatever they see fit to meet their needs. If that were to occur, would you support raising tuition to market to meet our funding needs?
Well, you know, if you were to look around the country, most premier institutions have no alternative but to consider tuition increases. Now, it's a very, very interesting arithmetic equation, because clearly you only have so much money to run a major institution like this. There's 2 things you can do: get more money through all these revenue streams we've talked about, or use the money you have more wisely. And so, you know, a great deal of effort's been put into looking at these major universities and what kinds of economies of scale can be achieved through things like centralizing IT and human resources, shared services. Because what happens at a university is you've got this sort of cross-subsidy that you have in the healthcare fields. You know, everybody's paying for everything, and then you're sort of, they may not use the student union or the fitness center, but they're paying for it. You know, you've got the cross-subsidy. You've also got a lot of universities looking at differential tuition. That's something that we do at our institution. You know, you got to have leadership that's willing to be bold, but also understands the realities of the situation. With only so much money, you've got to figure out what the best uses of that money is. And in order to move the institution ahead, you have to figure out the best way to reach the solution. All universities are wrestling with exactly this problem. One of the things that I do feel very strongly about is getting students through the pipeline, because when I speak to parents, one of the biggest beefs they have is when their students switch majors and they end up with what they call superfluous credits. They thought they were going to study this, and then they switch, and now they're in a 5th year. As we process the students and bring them here, we need to realize that their families and the state is making a significant investment in their education, and we need to find ways to assist them and help them get through on time with the skills they need to move on to productive careers. So a lot of institutions, Purdue is looking at the 3-year degree. Not in all majors, but they're doing some pilot programming, asking students to stay during the summer, taking a pretty hefty course load and getting done in 3 years. What that does is not only does it strip away some of the tuition costs, but it strips away a year of room and board. And of course, they get out into the marketplace and then can start earning 1 year earlier. Other opportunities are things like the 5-year bundled, bachelor's and master's degrees. There's a lot of ways that people are trying to identify pathways where we can get people out at a goodly rate without superfluous credits and on to the next stage of their life's journey.
Great, thank you. And in looking back 10 years from today, if you're selected as our next president, what would you like to have as your biggest accomplishment?
10 years from today, looking ahead 10
Yes,
years?
but looking back, let's say if you're our next president and you look back 10 years from today, what would you hope that your biggest what do you see as your biggest accomplishment would have been accomplished? Like, what's your lasting legacy?
Well, I mentioned in some of my documentation, I always leave something wherever I go, and it's always nice. It's not like some horrible thing you have to deal with. Because some presidents do, they leave, and they leave like a big mess. Clearly, I would like to think that we would be able to take the institution into a better caliber of institution, AAU-like. Remember that all the institutions that are ahead of you are all jockeying for positions as well. So this is not something that's done lightly. But getting the institution to the next level and opening up the STEM pipeline so that we could really be graduating students from diverse backgrounds that could move on and be successful. Opening up the STEM pipeline, literally think of it as a tap, would actually also do a lot for the local economy. If some of these youngsters would go off and then start a small business here or within the state, these would all be great gains. And I'd really want to create a place where everybody could come together. I get the impression this is a pretty feisty place, and I love feisty. But I think it's important moving forward that everybody rallies around the new president, moves forward into a future that will really propel this institution to greater heights academically.
Trustee Burr, you're recognized.
Dr. Wheatley, thank you for being here and appreciate your efforts in this process. You and I have talked about this, and you talked about with the PSAC, is your transition, your career, and the reasons behind it right now. Would you share that with the Board of Trustees?
Absolutely. So it was funny because when I met with the presidential team last week, I walked in there and I said, I feel your pain because I've been in a year of transition myself. So let me explain to you what happens in higher education. The provost position is actually number 2 to the president, and the president usually likes to identify or pick their own provost, and that certainly was the case when Jim Clements became president of WVU, brought me over, and I was Jim's provost. We worked together very effectively. Last November, we were all off at the APLU meeting in D.C. Everybody was there except Jim, who was a no-show. And, of course, my first thinking was that somebody in the family was sick and whatnot. But then it transpired when we all turned our phones on Monday morning, we got a voicemail from Jim that he was going to be announced as the new president of Clemson University at 10 o'clock that morning. And we were all in a public place, all the vice presidents, and it was really took us by surprise because, as you know, some of these searches for presidents run totally on the stealth operations. And they kept that one under wraps. There was no social media. We discovered half an hour before the rest of the world. And I'll tell you, it was kind of a real startler. Saturday night we lost to Texas on our field, and we were there late into the night with the Board of Trustees all wearing gold and blue. And I'll tell you, it's a real shocker on Monday morning at 10 o'clock when you see the person who hired you away, decked out in orange with their whole family, and now there's somebody else's president. So anyway, after we had a group hug, we came back to campus, and of course my role, I'm British. Keep calm, carry on. I was the provost. I had to keep the ship running because actually we were on the same cycle as you. We were up for institutional reaccreditation this year with North Central Accreditation Agency, and we had our visit in April. So the last thing that we needed was distraction. So I do what I do very well. I'm very stoic. And really, I led the entire campus, I think, through the transition. They knew they could trust in me. And we got our accreditation approved. And we just heard about that a couple of days ago. So I'm very proud of that. So what subsequently happened was the Board of Trustees met with us the next day. And they said, we're going to get an interim president. There's going to be a non-compete clause on this interim presidency, and that's very common with universities. And so they said anyone who would even remotely be interested in the presidency should not seek the interim position. And actually, to be honest with you, I've never been an interim anything. And I've never wanted to be because I've always had really involved day jobs. And I think that interim is kind of often like treading water, and that's just not the kind of style I have. So I wasn't even remotely interested in becoming interim president. So what happened, I don't know how familiar you are with universities, but E. Gordon Gee, who had been the president of Ohio State until last July when he was moved into retirement under some very interesting circumstances, he had done his first presidency at West Virginia University 35 years ago. He was available for hire. They brought him back to the institution initially as the interim president and as consultant to the search. He was going to be our Alberto. So anyway, what happened, behind closed doors and with a lot of discussion, it was felt by the board that the best they could do would be to retain E. Gordon Gee permanently, and he became the permanent president a couple of months later. So Gordon and I worked together. We were terrific. He was gushing in his praise of me, and he was even texting me last night, go get him, Michelle. He really has been a tremendous mentor. But at the end of the day, Gordon has a style, and when he brought me into his office on June the 16th, a day that's carved in my memory, he said, Michelle, you're a terrific provost. You're going to go on to wonderful things. But he said, July 1st, I'm going to become the permanent president. I've done this on 6 prior occasions. I always pick my own provost. I've already picked my provost. I want the dean of the law school to serve as the provost. So in a way, it was kind of, when Jim left, I sort of knew that I had to think about a new future for myself. But the way it was done was kind of, I guess, the way Gordon does things, without search. And I wish them, all the best. I very much like the dean of the law school, another woman. And I think Gordon's plan is that we need to focus on the state. And I was engaged on the national stage. As you'll see, I'm very well known around the nation. Jim's goal for WVU was to be known nationally. And that was the kind of skill set that I have. Gordon wants to focus on the land grant mission, extension agents in every county, that kind of part of our operation. So there's no backstory. I'm sorry to tell you, you're probably looking for something really juicy. Call back there. There's no more to it than just We're under new management. This happens a lot with the number 2.
Any more questions?
Chairman.
Okay.
I'm almost afraid to ask you this question. Obviously, the president's job is very demanding, and having been a trustee, I witnessed that firsthand. And do you have the energy to move to that next step? And I'm almost afraid of your answer.
Okay. Well, first of all, clearly the president's job is very demanding, but you would be surprised how demanding the provost's job is. And so I have been, over the last 5 years, running pretty much flat out, very little time off. And so I guess I'm used to the pace. I get very energized around people, as you can tell. I really, even though I have these tremendously good quantitative and analytical skills from my science background, I really like learning about people. And so probably one of my biggest assets are my social fluency. I can move amongst different kinds of people with great ease. I've got the support systems in place that it takes. I mean, I've got an amazing husband of 30 years who is 8 years older than me, and his job is taking care of me and making sure that everything else runs well. I've got 3 amazing kids that are all adult-like. I mean, I still have to take care of them to some degree, but they are able to manage life on their own. And so in a way, I'm freed up now from the responsibilities, the work-life balance that presents itself to actually anyone who's the parent of small children. So yeah, I mean, I'm ready for the challenge. I'm a spry 58, which in the world of presidential hiring isn't old at all. When you look at who's leading the major universities in the U.S., the data is out there that they're mainly led by 70-year-old white men. And I'm thinking, if they have the energy for it, I have the energy for it too, maybe more. I'm up to the challenge.
Good answer. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay, Doctor, if you want to take 5 or 10 minutes and close and go ahead. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, well, so first of all, thank you so much for listening to me, and some of you for listening to me on more than one occasion. As I mentioned earlier, it's pretty hard to come out and put your whole self out in public, but it really is necessary, because when you look at what can happen if you don't hire the right kind of leadership, the faculty, the staff, the community, the general public really do deserve the right in these public institutions to really look at an individual. And I can present myself to you with complete and utter transparency. I am who I am, and that's all that I am. I don't hold myself above anybody else. I would come in here and I would be a great leader and a great partner and a great human being. One of the things that I think is interesting is that you're at a time at Florida State where, it's a pivotal time in your journey, I guess. And with this very public search, you are in the spotlight right now. And you can tell I have a little bit of a dramatic edge to me, and so I'm thoroughly enjoying having a little bit of the attention to myself. But it's really important to the reputation of the institution moving forward, how this process plays out, and the criteria that are used in the selection of your next leader. When I look at this place, I feel that I can be summed up in one word: extraordinary. Extraordinary. I present myself to you as somebody who's one of a kind. I come out of a very interesting educational background where I'm very well educated in the humanities, the performing arts, as well as in the sciences. So I think that I really understand the education of students, and I understand the higher ed landscape these days. I also present myself as somewhat of a rare commodity, a woman in a STEM field who has garnered all the kinds of accolades you would expect in any major STEM research area. I'd like to think that in the years ahead, we would have far more people like me, and certainly I've done the reflective work that it takes to understand the power and the privilege I have from being white and presenting myself here as a white woman. But when I look at the configuration you have here at the university and the need to move into STEM fields, you have so many assets. In addition to attracting great students, you have very well credentialed faculty members. You have more women than men students, and you have pretty good representation of students of color. As you try to move the dial to become a better caliber institution, because I'm a rarity, I could provide the inspiration and the leadership that you need in order to find a niche programming that would differentiate you from your competitors within the state and around the nation. When you look around the nation, most of these top 25 universities are led by accomplished academics. When you look at the ACC schools, they are led by top academics, and we now see many women moving into these leadership positions. When I walk into the room, people know I'm there. I'm just different by virtue of who I am. I'm not suggesting I'm better than anyone else, but I get a lot of attention. I have an amazing ability to lead people because I'm very kind and caring, but you probably discovered in your intelligence, I'm also tough. And it's disarming because, of course, people expect women who are in positions of responsibility to, to be easy. I've got amazing integrity. There are times that I alerted our president at West Virginia University of, watch out, this is our Penn State moment. I mean, I really have to present myself to you as an extraordinary candidate who I believe can do extraordinary things for the future of Florida State University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. We appreciate your coming, and you did a good job. Thank you. We're going to try to crank up at 10:30, Alberto. Yes. And yeah, they're going to set up the equipment right now.
It's so funny because they both I think now I gotta get that visualization. You know what I'm saying. You're trying to figure out what it is. So it's great. Everything you give.
And then someone makes a move.
Oh, sure.
For somebody. And then obviously there'll be a second promotion. And of course, then we'll get into amendments, and I'm sure, I think, I don't know.
No, I agree. It's much better to be on the other side. I think we've done a pretty good job. What's your firm name again?
Right. So if they're making motion for person A, and person A only gets 5 votes.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Can you guys hear us?
Can you hear me?
Good? No.
You can't hear us? Okay.
Oh, there we go. Now we can hear you. Yes, sir. Yes. So you won't see yourself the whole time?
That's fine. Okay. I need not see myself in my condition.
Okay. All right. You will be good to go.
Thank you.
Can I get you a cup of coffee?
That'd be great.
How do you take it?
Black.
Okay. Hold your hat.
Okay.
That's where the 80%, you know, I'm a CPA, go better, yeah, we're using CPA, go better. The problem is, I can't, my, the only thing I do is approve expenses. I have a signature, yes, approve, so that's it. I never collect money, and no check.
Thank you very much.
No
Appreciate
problem.
it.
I will be right out here by my desk if you need anything.
Thank you.
Yes, sir? Sure. Okay. Yes, sir. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, can you still hear me?
Mike, are you there? Mike?
Mr. Martin, can you hear me?
I can. I'm fine, Alberto. How are you? That's going to be very frightening to everyone in the room, and perhaps children should stay out of this conversations. No problem. Thank you, Alberto, for setting this up. I sure can. That sounds fine, yeah. I think I got it. I think you got it.
And you still hear me okay here, correct?
Okay, trustees.
I can.
Trustees, how about if we have a seat? And I think our next candidate is ready to go. There she is. Okay, all the trustees are here, and Dr. Martin, good morning.
Good morning.
Should we call you Vernon or Michael? Which one did you prefer?
Well, I don't want to be confused with the famous baseball coach,
No, I
but I
know.
never cared much for Vernon. So either way, take it. But I don't want to claim that name in Tallahassee. Believe me. But Mike would be fine for the morning.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for joining us today. We're excited about your candidacy. We're eager to learn more about you. And by way of introduction, if you would take roughly 5 or 10 minutes to tell us about yourself, personally and professionally, and why at this point in your career you are interested in becoming the next president of Florida State University.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll be brief. I think you've seen or heard about as much about me as you can in a relatively short period of time. I'm a lifelong academic. I'm a native of northern Minnesota. I'm a first generation university attender. We're getting a little feedback here. Whoa.
Why don't you hold off here for just a second, Dr. Martin?
Are you still with me? We still, now we have a strange buzz.
There
You
we
got
go.
it?
Now you're good.
Thank you. I'm a first generation member of a blue collar family who attended public institutions throughout my career and my life, and I have been transformed by them. So I've devoted 40 plus years now to higher education at about every level and every role you can play at a university, from being a drywaller during an undergraduate time for the facilities management, through all the ranks of a professor, through almost every administrative role you can play at several major universities. And it has been a wonderful ride. It's been a great 40 plus years, and while I am coming to the end of that period of time, I have been fascinated by and intrigued by and excited by the prospect of participating in taking Florida State to its ultimate destination among the elite and highly regarded research universities in America. I have said this to many during this process, and I think I've written it as well, that I regard FSU as one of the 3 or 4 most rapidly emerging institutions, public institutions in the country. And I believe that I've arrived at a place in my life where my experience and my perspective and the numerous things I've gained throughout this career sort of come together at a time in which I think it would serve FSU and the team and the aspirations of this board and all of those who care about the institution well in making those next moves to become, as I say, one of the premier institutions in the country. So at least for me, it's sort of the stars have lined up. I think it's a decision for you to decide if you agree with that. But by both my background and my philosophy, I think it fits well with where I understand you want this institution to go. And I think I understand the challenges, constraints, and opportunities that exist out there for Florida State to position itself to get to that next stellar place among public universities. So that's much of what has caused me to participate in this process. As I say, for the last 40 plus years, this has not been a job or a career so much as it's been a passion. And that's what I think gives me the energy and the enthusiasm and just the will to try to do something significant as a part of a leadership team of a great university, particularly at this time in public higher education where there's, if not chaos, certainly a lot of uncertainty and some very special challenges. And I hope I can be part of navigating either staying here at Colorado State or the prospect of joining the FSU team in navigating through those challenges and taking advantage of those opportunities. So that's who I am. I think you can see from my background, I was trained as an economist, and I can't generally step away from speaking occasionally like an economist, though I'm not sure they claim me any longer. And so I think I bring that. I think it's not a bad background to have in thinking about how to manage a university in these times. And as I suggested, I probably had some unique experiences having had the opportunity to lead two institutions that are FBS NCAA participants, one that has been sort of near the top of the heap for a number of years and learned a great deal about that unique nature of a great university, and I know it's part of the Florida State culture. I've raised a lot of money over my career, both from legislators and from federal agencies and from Congress and from donors. As a matter of fact, just parenthetically, I pitched a $3.5 million idea yesterday to a donor. So I've been through all of those things that don't typically come with a traditional academic background, but have been part of what I've been doing now for the last nearly 20 years as an administrator. So all of those things have sort of shaped where I am. And it's a delight to have at least this opportunity to discuss this prospect with you. And let me say, thank you very much for accommodating an event a week ago that I guess I could literally say I was blindsided last Monday. And but I'm bouncing back from that, and I appreciate your willingness to give me a different kind of way to interact through technology. Though I think I'll be able to start traveling here sooner rather than maybe my doc originally thought. But for the time being, thank you very much for accommodating me through this particular medium. And that's pretty much who I am.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Martin. Trustee Gruters we have a series of questions, and Trustee Gruters will lead off.
Thank you, Chairman. Florida State University has a vibrant athletics program that captures the attention of alumni, current students, and the Florida community in general. At times, an athletic program can be challenging to manage. What would you do to ensure that the athletic program is both successful and accountable?
Well, I think particularly with a place like Florida State and at the level and the expectations that are placed upon the athletic program, the president has to be directly, I think, intimately involved in guiding and encouraging and in continually positioning athletics to bring all it can to the institution. As I think I said to the search committee, I'm one of the handful of people who has read the whole NCAA manual. And there are two sections, as I also told the search committee, that I take quite seriously, and they actually say exactly the same thing. 2.1.1 and 6.1.1 both say that ultimately the president of the university, the chief academic or executive officer, is responsible for athletics. And I've taken that very seriously where I've been. I think athletics can be an enormously powerful tool to bring attention to and to create excitement about a university, and it's certainly done it for Florida State. And I've been through both ends of this. I've been through the celebration of national championships, and I've led the university to appear before the NCAA Committee on Infractions. So I've felt both ends of what athletics can do. But I think you've got a program that, from all external views, has been certainly a benefit to the institution, to the students on campus, to the student athletes on campus, to the boosters, to the larger community, and to the nation. So I would continue to be directly involved, hopefully being able to empower a very strong and progressive athletic director to do the day-to-day management, but to interact with that program on a regular basis so that I can both be a cheerleader without wearing the uniform, as well as a responsible administrator. And I've had that experience certainly at LSU, as I think you know, and then I had the experience of trying to lead and try to advance the sixth poorest FBS program in the country. And even there, I think we made some really remarkable progress in making athletics a more integral part of the entire campus experience and a significant, I think a very significant part of the community that we lived in as part of what made it a special and rich place. So I've become over the years a very, to use a bad term, a fanatic or a fan in this sense of great programs and what they can do for a great university. And I would continue to engage myself at the levels necessary to keep it on track in the ways that you want it to perform.
Okay. We have Trustee Tyson has a question for you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chancellor.
Good morning.
As you know, the Florida State University has been designated as a preeminent university in the state of Florida. We are highly interested in becoming a top 25 public university and ultimately a member of the AAU. What do you see as our major obstacles in achieving this status, and how would you go about ensuring that we achieve this goal?
Well, let me use the AAU as an example, and as I think you know from my resume, I've been a senior administrator at 2 AAUs. I think the University of Minnesota was the 3rd public university admitted in 1908, so I've got a little feel for what that tradition is and what it takes from being in those environments. Here's where I think you are. I think, as I say, you are among 4 or 5 institutions that will compete, I think, over the next several years for admission to the AAU if you play your cards and the opportunities correctly. And quite honestly, I think you can learn a good deal from what happened to the 2 universities that exited the AAU a few years back and why they had to exit, because I think you can see what the criteria must be both to get in a position to be considered, to highlight being in that position to be considered, and then hoping that working for the politics within the AAU sufficiently to get elected to the AAU and then clearly be declared among those top 25. Your current portfolio for competitive research, as I understand, it's about $220 million annually. I believe you've got to get to $450 or $500 million portfolio of research expenditures in the next several years to get there. I believe that you have, if my count is about right, 5 or 6 members of the National Academies of Science and Engineering. I believe you've got to get to 12 or 15 because they both highlight the excellence of your program at that level, and they bring with them the very kinds of competitive grants and contracts necessary to elevate the level and the output and the significance of your research agenda. I think you've got this to some extent identified in your strategic initiatives. I think you've got to identify 2 or 3 interdisciplinary, powerful, literally global initiatives around which you can bring research and scholarship to solve real problems for the greater society. And they have to be those that then become the hallmark of FSU's programs at the graduate and research levels. Now, I say all that, and I also want to say parenthetically that I don't think any great university can achieve AAU status unless it does continue to pay attention to the student experience and all that goes on at the very fundamental level of the institution. So you never trade off advancing research and graduate programs at the expense of strong undergraduate programs. But I think you've demonstrated the capacity to do that. So if I came on board, among the first things I would do is begin working with the faculty and with the other leaders across campus, including the deans, first to identify and to highlight and to continue to emphasize those, you might call them unique and powerful challenges that FSU can take on. I would then begin to look at the number of faculty that are currently on campus that could be effectively promoted in such a way that they could be elected to the National Academies. And I would begin to pursue a much more diverse portfolio of competitive grants, contracts, and other ways to support research in such a way that over the next several years you can go from 220 or 230 to 450 or $500 million a year. And I'd make some strategic investments in the areas that attract and maintain the very best faculty and the very best graduate students to drive that agenda. So those are the things I'd be up to. And I think you can look around the country at the institutions most recently elected, Georgia Tech being the most recent, SUNY at Stony Brook and Texas A&M prior to that, and look at what they have done over the 10 years prior to position themselves to get in. And then simultaneously look at the 2 that were rejected and why they got out. And then finally, I said this to the search committee, one of the things I would do just as an intelligence gathering exercise is I would invite 3 or 4 of my colleagues who have recently retired from AAU university presidencies, probably Bob Brunix, maybe Stan Eichert, maybe Marty Jiske, even Graham Spanier, to come to campus for a couple of days and tell us what would it have taken to get your vote when you were on that board. So I'd use the network to give us some intelligence on other things that you would do to position FSU to make the AAU and in turn, therefore be declared among that top 25 institutions. So those are some of the things I'd be up to if I were sitting in the chair.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hillis, for a series of questions.
Good morning, Dr. Martin. My question is, with our desire to keep student tuition increases to a minimum, we need our new president to ensure a successful fundraising campaign. What do you see as the most effective aspects of a successful campaign?
Well, first I'd say this, and I said this to the search committee, I said this to some others. Here's what I've learned about fundraising in general. First, winners bet on winners. So the very first thing one has to do is find ways always to cast FSU as a winner to those, whether they're in the legislature or they're donors or in the congressional delegation or foundations, to cast FSU among those institutions that people want to make an investment in because they know it'll pay off. So there's a great deal of that, I think, that goes with all fundraising. I also believe that before you can fundraise, you must friend raise. As I say, that's what I did yesterday afternoon with a couple of donors on behalf of CSU. And then I think you have to look at now in this new era, diversified ways to build up fundraising above and beyond what you can generate both from students through tuition and fees and from the legislature through their investments in the institution. I think you've got a great opportunity because I think you've got some uniquely strong programs in a very interesting state that can be pitched as part of that winners betting on winners kind of concept. I think at the same time, though, you've got to demonstrate to donors or supporters wherever they are that you're operating the institution efficiently, that whatever they invest in you will get to the ground and to the mission directly. And so along with working on fundraising, I think there has to be an all-out effort to constantly seek new ways to efficiently carry on the programs of the institution, both at the academic and non-academic level. So it's a combination of things one has to stay on all the time. You've got this wonderful, we talked about athletics, you have this wonderful, appealing, regular set of events that get people close to you and give you the chance to sell the university. And I think the president can be and should be the principal salesperson, but not the exclusive salesperson for the institution. The other I would argue is that over time, as we've all in public higher education been pushed closer and closer to a private university model, to focus as much of the fundraising as can legitimately be directed in this way toward building the endowment. I think the institutions that will succeed among the public's long term will ultimately have endowments of $3 billion or more. And that has to be a long-term target to get closer to the private institution model without giving up the benefits of being the citizen's institution. So all of those have to go together, and I think you can play some ways of doing that. One of the things we did at the very first campaign that I started and finished completely on my own was a small one in New Mexico State. It was their first one ever. And one of the things I did there to help stimulate some donors who might not have otherwise come forward is I had one relatively large donor that I had a very good relationship with. And so rather than simply going directly to him for a donation, I went to him with a commitment to match. So the state had a matching program, and I created a donor matching program so that if a donor made a contribution to us who was struggling to really make it feel good to them, they could actually get a 3-to-1 return on it, in effect, the state match and a donor match. And so I tried to use some leverage to get people a little closer to us so they feel like that whatever they did had greater throw weight. But I will say this, I don't think you can succeed as a public university any longer in this country and expect to be at a very high level of excellence unless you are relentless in pursuing new ways to fund the institution and to achieve efficiencies. And I think they go together in this case. And the other is, and I think you got a wonderful story to tell about your students. If you look at you know better than I, the performance of FSU with respect to students over the last 10 years has been remarkable. I think your average ACT is about 27 now, which obviously indicates you're attracting very good students. Your graduation rate, at least at the 6-year level, is very respectable. I think you have to improve at the 4-year level, but that's something we could work toward. And all of those send the message that whatever money comes in from whatever source will be well invested in students and in programs that will serve the greater public and distinguish the donors for having made an investment worth making.
Just combining one other question, making it two, what percentage of your time would you spend in donor relations and fundraising, and what would you expect your deans and your athletic department?
Well, I think the entire external part of the job is now 70% of a president's job, and that varies with the seasons. But I think it's flipped over the last 30 years. There was a time when presidents were largely on-campus administrators, but I think now, with all of the external demands and expectations, it's a 70-30 job. One of the reasons why and I've said this, I think, to add into Alberto and a few others, one of the things that has comforted me in the last week and a half about FSU is having now had a chance to interact with the internal team. You've got a very good group of people on the internal team to maintain the day-to-day operations of the institution. So I think it frees a president up to be involved in all of those external things. You know, the NCAA and the reforms going on in the NCAA and the Big Five conference rearrangement and the O'Banion decision and all those others are going to consume an enormous amount of time and energy. It's just going to be the way it is for the next couple of years. And you couple that with state relations, federal relations, donor relations, and literally global relations, and it's at least a 70% time job. And I don't have quite that same responsibility in a system role, but I surely had it both at LSU and NMSU. And it's not what we academics were originally trained to do, but some of us, I think, have been successful in retraining ourselves to be reasonably effective at it. So that's the way I see it rolling out now. And by external, I mean being even in the community, but using the platform of the university to attract people who might not otherwise get close by to tell them the story, and to interact across the state and the nation and to network on behalf of the institution constantly. I don't know if that's responsive to your question.
Yes, it is. Would you expect your deans and your athletics departments to dedicate that amount of time also, 70%?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. Listen, I said this to the deans, and I meant this, and I'll say it to you. I think the deans and the athletic director is in a very similar position, given where he or she is in the organization, are perhaps the most important set of administrators you have on a campus. Because they are in this, because I've been a dean for 6 years, they are in this unique place where they are sort of in between the aspirations and expectations of faculty and coaches and others, and the constraints and the realities of the central administration. And sometimes they are liaisons from their unit to the central administration, and sometimes they're the central administration's liaisons back to the units. And the units, in many ways, are where people identify. Students identify with the college they went to. Student athletes identify with both the college that they went to and the athletic department. And so over time, you build up your reservoir of strength and support around those individuals. So they both have to be empowered and encouraged, and in some instances directed on behalf of the larger institution. But that's a cadre of folks that I think is very good at your institution, but that any president will come in and continue to strengthen, because there's an awful lot that gets done, both internally and externally, at that level by those folks. And I was impressed with the ones I had the chance to interact with. I know a couple of them from other parts of my life. And again, one of the attractions to FSU is this isn't a rebuilding a team. This is a joining a team and hoping to bring the right kind of value added to that team that will advance the collective aspirations and missions of the institution. But I'm a big believer in putting the right kind of people in those spots and then letting them do their jobs and letting them do their jobs within the context of the larger team set of directives and aspirations.
Thank you. That's a great answer.
Okay, Trustee Ballard has a question for you.
Hi, good morning. University staff, am I on? Can you hear me?
You're on.
University staff serve in many support and leadership roles at Florida State. What would you do to ensure staff are valued and engaged?
Well, I think part of it is immersing yourself in the institution. I think you can't carry out those kinds of activities without kind of a full immersion in the institution. One of the things I was asked, what would I do in my first 100 days? And I said I would begin to understand the university from the middle out. I would I would clearly begin by understanding all of the dimensions of FSU, the way that it currently functions, the way that it currently serves all of its stakeholders, students and otherwise, and engage in that conversation so in the longer term one can engage beyond that conversation. I think public universities today, particularly of the type you have and the type you intend to become, have to see themselves well beyond the traditional model. And the leadership has to both set an example for how you reach beyond the traditional model and then stimulate others to do the same. So I think with all of these jobs now, as I say, I don't think you can treat them as a job, you treat them as a passion. You bring that passion to bear in all venues in which you are engaged. And you spend a great deal of time listening and learning and absorbing so that in the long haul you can position the institution to achieve its very broad mission at the highest possible level. And I think you stick to some very simple values always. I'm kind of getting off the question, but I do want to share this. I think everyone who takes these jobs on has to have a core set of values which are understandable to those around them, and most certainly the board, but which become part of the framework, which condition and I guess position every decision made and every initiative taken. And you know what they are: a relentless commitment to excellence, a commitment to diversity in all of its forms, a commitment to be accountable, a commitment to be global, a commitment to be connected, and a commitment to be a servant to all that it approaches. And then when you take on any other tasks within the university, you can fall back and ask yourself, am I true to those principles and values? And if you are, then at least you are consistent always in the way in which you administer and lead. So again, that's kind of a rambling answer, but I hope it's close to what you were looking for.
Okay, are there any more questions? Stefano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Nice to meet you, Dr. Martin. How will you incorporate students, whether formally or informally, into your decision-making processes?
Well, let me say this about students. Again, if you permit me a little philosophy. First of all, I don't think there's any group on campus that has a greater stake in the future of FSU than the students, because that will be your brand for the rest of your life. And throughout your life, I will tell you, your educational quality and your student experience will be judged based on what people think of FSU at the time they're judging it, not at the time you were there. So I think it's incumbent upon students, and I think it's incumbent on the institutional leadership, to engage students actively in setting the directive and setting the standards for the institution, because you have an enormous stake in it. Secondly, I have maybe a different philosophy than some about students on campus, and I've said this to many student groups. I don't view our students anywhere as customers, I view them as colleagues. I think students are active parts of the educational experience on campus. And the faculty and the administration and the staff need to regard the students in a collegial manner. because without both sides participating, the university can't achieve its objective. So wherever I've been, I've engaged the students both formally, through student government and other organizations on campus, in the life of the institution and plotting its future. And I have most assuredly engaged the students, and in some respects, this is the most fun part of the job, informally. And one of the reasons I shared with you that while I greatly enjoy and I'm greatly honored to have the job I have as a system leader here in Colorado, I have come to really miss the day-to-day interaction with faculty, but particularly students on a campus. It's addictive. You get an energy out of it that it's hard to describe to people who haven't had the experience. And in every role I've been in, I've tried to, both formally but in many ways informally, understand what the student experience is like on campus, and then see how I can, even in a small and marginal way, improve it. I was telling somebody the other day when I flew in the first time to Tallahassee a couple weeks ago for the first round of this, I checked into the hotel, and I will confess I went to the bar and had one beer before I went to bed. And the young man who was tending bar was a finance major who wants to go to law school. So we engaged, since I was the only one there, in quite a conversation about why he came to FSU, what his experience had been like, what are the best things that had happened to him while he'd been there, and what was he most critical of. And it was a wonderful chance, just one-on-one, to get a feel for what people bring as students. And I walked away thinking this was a learning experience. I managed just in a one-on-one over a single beer to learn a good deal just in that short interchange. Incidentally, the one thing that he had to complain about is the one thing that students have complained about in every campus, in every state, for at least the last 20 years, which is parking. And so I said, well, if that's your biggest challenge, by George, you're in very good shape. And so it was a fascinating, but I have, just so you know, I've taken an awful lot of interest in just trying to get the feel for student life. When I was at LSU, about once every month or so, I'd ride the intercampus bus around and chat with the students on the bus. And that became kind of a normal thing, so people knew if they saw me getting on the bus and they had a complaint, they could jump on, ride the circuit with me, and give me an earful. And we also had an ice cream store on campus, and I would walk, it was 3 blocks from my office, it was run by the dairy science students, and I'd walk down to get ice cream, and the students know that if they came along with me, I'd buy them an ice cream cone. And so I'd end up with an entourage. It just shows, even for an ice cream cone, you can buy friends. But I'd have an entourage, and it was always part of what really made my day, to be able to have that walk or that ride. So that's a very long answer, but it's something I care very much about, because I really do believe in the end, no one has a bigger stake in the future of the institution than the students who pass through its doors, and no one has a bigger obligation to continue to participate in its future than the students who are there and those who pass through its doors.
Thank you.
John. Trustee Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm tempted to talk about parking and ask a question about that. But I actually have another question, and I think you have a unique perspective on this. The Board of Governors is becoming more involved in the state university system and the running of it. The legislature has given them a performance funding model in which they route the money to the state university system. It's a skin in the game model, so you could lose recurring funds, which I guess means they're no longer recurring funds. How do you see the relationship with the Board of Governors and the President and the trustees, and to throw them in the legislature at the same time?
Well, certainly I think the primary governing board of any of these institutions is this group of people sitting around this table I'm interacting with right now. I think you're closest to the ground and closest to the mission, and I was in Florida when this new model was put in place, went from a single statewide board to individual boards with a larger coordinating board. I actually thought it was a great idea at the time, and I still think it is, because the public institutions in Florida have each have their own sort of special missions and set of challenges. I see the president, first of all, being responsible to and engaged with the Board of Trustees, and in that context also being a liaison, an informer of, and hopefully a persuader of, the Board of Governors, and in turn the legislature, and in turn the governor. So in some respects, the president of FSU is the principal liaison / activist on behalf of both the campus and this board with all other public agencies up the chain of command, so to speak, the chancellor of the statewide system, other institutions around the state. It's an interesting and complex model, and I think it requires someone who can sort of move into any venue and adapt to what the conversation and the issues are. I know that it's possible. I've read a little bit on some of the recent initiatives and the way in which the Board of Governors and the trustees have been interacting across the state. And of course, as I think you know, I still have some friends and colleagues among the leadership team of some other institutions in the state. So you get the scuttlebutt, as we always do, around events for chancellors and presidents. And I think the system is evolving quite nicely over the last 10 or 12 years into one in which the roles are being both defined by statute but defined by tradition. And I think it's the president's responsibility to sort of, to use a bad term maybe from my dad's experience, to be the grease that makes the gears mesh on behalf, on a day-to-day basis of those conversations. I get that, and I'm in that role now. I have a board for our system that I report to, but I also interact with the statewide board, here's called the CCHE, the Colorado Commission on Higher Education, on a regular basis. And I've gone out of my way to get to know each commission member so I have a better feel for what their issues, aspirations, and frustrations are, so I can both reflect what we are doing as a system to them and what they want from us back into the system. And we're right now, incidentally, in the state of a fairly significant legislative-driven reform on how formula-funded money is distributed across the state. And because I've developed that relationship, I've gotten to play probably a little closer to the action than anybody else in the state. And that's a role, it's a sort of a feel kind of a relationship. But I think if you're open to listening and being attentive to those conversations, you can find a way to be that grease in the system that makes it work. And when funding is tight, when pressures are on, when parents are concerned, when students maybe not having the success we wish they were having, there are going to be tensions. And it's always useful if you can turn those tensions, whatever they are, into some kind of constructive outcome. And I think that's where we are in Colorado right now, and I'm hoping we come out of that. By the end of this calendar year, we are to have a plan in place that responds back to the legislation that directed us to do it. And I'm trying to stay as actively involved as I can without looking like I'm trying to dominate center stage relative to my colleagues. But it's a tricky business, but I think you guys are getting it down. I mean, I know that it may not feel that way every day, but if you look around the country, there are much worse outcomes coming out of whatever model they have. And I think Florida has benefited from the chance to kind of grow this new relationship over the last decade.
Trustee Camps, you're recognized.
Thank you for your time. What steps would you take to enhance STEM programs, not only enhance them, but advance them to where we need to be?
Well, let me go back to my earlier comment about making the AAU. First of all, I think there has to be a very hard push on a more diversified grant and contract research portfolio to both fund major STEM programs both educationally and in the research sense, because they go together. But for me, it starts always with building a great faculty, particularly in the STEM disciplines. And I'll be honest with you, it's going to be a challenge. I think one of the biggest challenges FSU and other public universities are going to face over the next 10 years is replacing the baby boom faculty as they go out the door with new high energy, highly capable faculty. And I think the competition is going to be most intense in the STEM disciplines. So that means a combination of things. Having compensation packages that attract the very best and retain them. It means investing in the kind of facilities that high-end faculty need to practice both their educational mission and their research mission. It means in highlighting their accomplishments so they get national and international recognition for the strength they bring to the program. And it means augmenting what you do on campus to make it an appealing place for great students to come and pursue STEM discipline majors. This is going to be a challenge because everybody in the country is chasing exactly the same set of faculty and the same set of issues. But again, I think you've got an advantage in that you are one of the preeminent institutions that's so declared in Florida. It's a nice place to live and work. The standards that have been set for students both at the undergraduate and graduate level continue to rise. No faculty I know likes anything better than working with bright young people. And I think there are ways in which to enhance compensation packages in such a way that the faculty can indeed be recharged and you can indeed retain your very best and rebuild and continually rebuild STEM programs that will advance the institution, serve the state of Florida, raise your flag nationally and internationally, and make, I think, everybody around the campus proud of those programs. But I also want to say, because this was asked of me by some people from the arts and from the humanities, I don't think you do it by rearranging priorities internally away from some of the core programs that make a university unique. I think you make it a full court press across the institution to increase the size of the pie, not simply rearrange the pieces of the pie. But again, as I suggested earlier, I think you're well positioned to do that, more so than probably all but 4 or 5 other public institutions in the country. And again, I think that's a responsibility of the president to go out and raise money for endowed professorships and named professorships. Find ways, wherever possible, to attract funding for endowments that will support these great STEM programs. I think my experience at Florida, University of Florida, taught me that really strong fundraising, you can hyphenate every building on campus and give it 3 names if you have a donor willing to put a hyphen in the middle. And so there are all kinds of ways to leverage the cachet of the campus into ways in which you can fund all programs. But STEM is going to be a particular challenge because of the baby boom generation departures coming up. And you know, if you just look at the demographics, the inbound pipeline of STEM faculty is smaller than the outbound drain. So we're going to have to find some other ways. There's some other things that have been done that I would at least consider, and I talked to colleagues around the state about this. As you probably know, there's a couple great examples of universities going out and jointly attracting Nobel Prize winners to raise their visibility. I think George Mason and Arizona a few years back jointly hired a Nobel Prize winner in economics so they could both count in Vernon Smith. And I think there are things like that to do collaboratively that will raise everybody's level of productivity and visibility in collaborations rather than singularly and in competition. All those things need to be on the board long term if you're going to succeed.
Thank you. And one follow-up. You probably have eaten more chicken than anybody I've ever seen, chicken dinners. And do you still have the energy to continue to meet the demands of the presidency?
I didn't catch the last part of the question.
To continue to meet the demands of the presidency.
Well, I think I can. This was asked earlier, because I don't think anyone is not familiar with my age and time in life. But it's a very different thing when you deeply enjoy what you do as opposed to treat it as simply a job. And I have come to deeply enjoy chicken dinners. Well, maybe not the chicken dinner so much, but the event around it. But I've been doing this a long time, and I still relish the opportunity to get out and represent a great university in whatever venue over whatever menu. And I think I can pull it off. If I didn't believe that, if I didn't believe I had some energy left and some commitment left, I would not be having this conversation. I'm not interested in ending my career not being up to the task. And I certainly would not impose myself on FSU if I didn't think I could do it. So I think I can continue to pull it off. I was telling somebody the other day, because this question was asked earlier by a member of the search committee, who I think is there today, asked effectively the same question. And I was thinking, I hope this is where my gene pool comes from. My dad is about to be 89 years old, lives in the house he grew up in. When I talked to him last week about what he was up to, he was getting his ice fishing house ready to ice fish and his snowmobile tuned up. And I figure if he can do that at 89, I may have a few years left to keep rolling. Now, I've tried to persuade him that snowmobiling by himself at nearly 89 in the middle of nowhere, northern Minnesota, is probably not in any of our best interests. And he takes my advice patiently. But so hopefully my gene pool and my commitment give me the opportunity to put several more years in on behalf of a great university, and not only be able to pull it off, but enjoy it. And one more quick thing, and I'll quit philosophizing. I talked to a lot of people around campus, both via this network and others. And, you know, I live by some fairly simple rules, and I've always had this as a rule with respect to my career. I've had 3 criteria that have guided what I chose to do. Is it interesting, rewarding, and fun? And if it meets those 3 criteria over time, then I'm committed to it. And to me, at least from what I know, the FSU position and the opportunity to represent FSU will most certainly be interesting, rewarding, and I think can be made fun. And if all those things are met, I think any of us can keep going for quite a while.
Okay. Trustee Pantene, you're recognized.
My experience in presidential search committee tells me that a candidate should have experience in academics, in administration, and fundraising, and I include the legislature as fundraising. How would you balance your team to whatever skills you don't have?
Well, first of all, I've done all of those things, I think, as you note, and I've done them in very, very differing places and adapted to the issues of the place. When I was at UF with IFAS, I spent a good deal of time in Tallahassee because, as I think you know, that part of UF has its own line and state government budget for much of the extension and research components. I moved to New Mexico and managed to adapt to that environment and to that unique political situation. There's probably no place more unique politically than Louisiana. And for a whole variety of reasons, both good and bad, but we won't get into that conversation today. It would take too long. And more recently now I've adapted to Colorado. I think what you always do when you join a team is you figure out how your particular skill set fits into the skills of that team, and then you distribute the responsibilities in such a way that you get the maximum outcome from each team member and the team collectively. So first of all, I would spend some time determining who there has a good sense of how you deal with the legislature, how you deal with the governor, how you deal with the congressional delegation, how you deal with federal agencies and others, and donors, and then assign kind of responsibilities or leadership to those who can bring the best they can to whichever group that is. And, you know, one of the things I've learned, having played some team sports in my life, and actually having been a admirer of team sports, is the first thing you do, this was told to me by the baseball coach, not Mike Martin, but Paul Maneri at LSU. He said, the first thing you do when you take on a new team is you recruit the players you already have. And the first thing I do is recruit the players already there, determine where they fit in the mix, and then distribute lead responsibility to those who have the best capacity to play that position. And then over time, you evolve conversations that say, okay, now you help guide me where I can bring the most value to bear. And this was again a case yesterday. There's a couple that are interested in making a contribution to CSU. The lead fundraiser working with that couple knew that I had established a fairly strong personal relationship with them over the last 2 years and said, would you come now with me? I'll tee you up for the conversation to help close the deal. And that's what I did. And it was a wonderful experience because I was able to add value at exactly the right time because the team I was working with knew both how to guide me and I knew how to empower them to do the best they could to pull this particular contribution off. So it's always part of that. And, you know, in these conversations, I always end up walking away saying I shouldn't have used the term I so much because it never is I. It's never me. I've learned very early on that if you surround yourself with really good people, they will get the best of you and you can get the best of them. And again, I came away from my time in interacting with folks at FSU, both on-site and via this technology, saying there is a very good team in place. I will join it. I will adapt to put my talents where they can be best blended with the others. And over time, we will all emerge with new ways to carry on the responsibilities with the legislature, the governor, the congressional delegation, agencies, donors, and the general public. And that's the approach I've always taken, and quite candidly and honestly, I think it's always worked pretty well.
Trustee Gruters, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. FSU has been recognized as one of the most efficient universities in the country, in part to our low tuition. The legislature is contemplating different ideas, including having the two preeminent universities, giving them the option to raise tuition to market rate. Would you support those efforts?
Well, I wouldn't support the efforts to go in any exceedingly higher tuition until we've explored every other option. Now, let me say, I don't think you can ever trade off quality. So if you got to the point where not being able or resisting raising tuition was going to adversely affect the quality of not just the educational, but the comprehensive student experience on campus, then I would support and I would make the case for increased tuition. But I would like to always explore every other option. Now, I know it's an efficient university. On the other hand, I think you should always be pursuing efficiencies that maybe have not yet been fully contemplated, and we can use some other best practices. So this is a mixed answer. This is a yes and no, and I apologize for that. Always yes, if those investments are in such a way that the benefit accruing to the student exceeds the cost that the student has to pick up. But it's always, I think now, particularly in this environment, it's the second level strategy after you've exhausted all others that you can reasonably implement. I do worry about student debt. I do worry about the cost. As I say, one of the things I'd work on when I came to FSU immediately is to try to improve your four-year graduation rate from 52% to about 65%. So that and I think there are ways to do that. That's an efficiency on the behalf of the students, so that their degree in total costs them less, even if the tuition per semester costs them more. And there are some of those things you do on behalf of students that looks at the total ending costs of getting a degree from FSU, as opposed to simply the marginal cost of each additional semester. So I think there are some things that can be done in that regard. And all of those should be contemplated before significant increases. Reasonable increases make sense, but significant increases in tuition fees.
Thank you, Chancellor. And as a follow-up, if you are selected as president of Florida State, what would you hope to have as your lasting legacy when you retire?
Well, I think, boy, that's a wonderful question. He made it out the other end, and they still let him have a parking place, maybe would be or what is it that someone told me the title emeritus president, emeritus means office with no window. But what I would hope is the following. And again, I wouldn't be my legacy, it would be our legacy. One is that every citizen of Florida came to realize that FSU touches their lives in a positive way from time to time. Whether that's through the students you put out in communities, the public policy dialogue you help to generate, the medical school and the programs they put out, a visit to the museum in Sarasota, whatever it is, that every citizen came to appreciate the fact that FSU served them. That every student, or hopefully almost every student, left believing that their time and their investment at FSU was unquestionably worth it, both in the short and the long run. That the institution pushed back the boundaries of knowledge through research and scholarship in areas that fundamentally transformed the larger society, the culture, the economy, the social well-being of the society. And that in doing so, that all of those brought recognition to the institution that would sustain it long past my time of service. So those are sort of grand goals. But those are the things I think great universities aspire to do. I happen to be a disciple and a perpetual reader of a book written back in the 70s that won the Pulitzer Prize by James McGregor Burns called Leadership. That's just the name of the book, and some of you may have read it. And in that book, he distinguishes between two types of leadership, transactional and transformational. I think great universities have to efficiently be transactional, but unambiguously committed to being transformational. I say this to my colleagues here at CSU, I said it at LSU and MSU, we are a means to the end, we're not the end. And we have to perpetually return to what those end objectives are so we can be the best possible means. So if I could leave believing that noteworthy progress had been made in those kinds of areas, I'd leave saying the last phase of my career was most assuredly worth it. I can take some pride in that, and I can leave knowing that the place, thanks to the collective energies of those people I worked with, was better than we took it on. And that's all part of the journey to excellence.
Further questions? Okay, Dr. Martin, why don't you take 5-10 minutes and close?
Well, again, let me thank you for this opportunity. Whatever happens, I always learn something. I always learn a good deal from these exercises. You learn a bit about yourself. You're forced to inventory who you are and where you've been. But you also learn what's going on at other great universities across the country. So if nothing else comes of it, this whole exercise has been beneficial to me because it has been an enlightening and educational experience. And despite the fact that I had a little medical glitch in the middle of all this, which again I apologize for, it's worked out, I think, as well as it could have for me, and I appreciate your forbearance and your patience and your willingness to adapt. I just want to say, and I'm not going to give a long final comment here, whatever happens, and I mean this, and this may seem a little sort of Pollyannish, whatever happens, I wish your institution nothing but the very best. I'm a cheerleader and a champion for all of public higher education. I think we're all in this together. And wherever I land, and where I have landed, I've always been a champion for the other institutions that I interact with, for the other colleagues I get to interact with, for the students wherever they are, with the faculty wherever they are. So whatever your decision is with respect to the presidency, I will celebrate it with you, because I believe you're an institution that can make a difference, not just in Florida, but on a larger stage. And there's nothing more gratifying for those of us who embrace public higher education than knowing that great universities are making differences where it makes a difference. So I thank you for the opportunity. I'm humbled by it and appreciative for the chance to expose to you who I am. And expose may be the wrong term, but whatever the term is, to share with you my perspectives and my experience. And wish you and everybody at that institution the very best as this goes forward. I know it's been a time of some tension. I think all those tensions can be turned around into a positive outcome. Oftentimes, in the short term, you feel as though those things have adverse effects on the institution. I never think they do. I think it's opened some dialogues on your campus that probably will serve you very well in the long run. I congratulate you for the courage going forward with this process in a very expeditious and I think efficient way. I've even complimented Alberto on that, and he knows I appreciate how he's conducted his business on behalf of you. So thank you very much. Best to all of you. Hell of a football game this week. Great comeback. I watched it on TV. I will simply say that there was one blessing from having retinal surgery on Monday. The doc told me I couldn't do much but lay on the couch over the weekend, so I OD'd on college football. And I certainly watched your game. It was an exciting time, and I'm sure that that's representative and indicative of the exciting times taking place, not just on the football field, but across that campus and across the state of Florida on your behalf. So thank you very much. I appreciate it enormously, and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. We appreciate it. Have a great day, too, and I hope your eye improves.
Yeah, I'm doing much better. Here's the downside. I've been saying to people, and I may say to you, it's been a bit disorienting, and no one seems to notice I'm disoriented. So,
you got a good sense of humor. You got to get this. Thank you,
So
Doctor.
that has been a revelation to me that I hadn't expected to come out of this particular event. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, it's 11:30, straight up 11:30 or whatever you want to call it. I thought we'd take 30 minutes, 45 minutes for lunch. What's the pleasure? Let's try 30 minutes. Can he be here at noon? Yeah. Okay. So let's take 30 minutes and see you back here at 12 o'clock. We have lunch in room 214.
Chairman, I applaud you for moving us through here quickly, and I hope we can convene our meeting ahead of schedule.
Yes.
But I do want to ask, and there was a lot of conversation yesterday at our PSAC, that we not have our public comment until at least the time we posted, which would be 2:15. So I don't know if we could begin our meeting ahead of schedule, then adjust the agenda such that would allow us to do that and make efficient use of our time, but still hold public comment.
Okay.
And maybe the selection to 2:15 or later.
Yeah, we'll do the public comment at 2:15.
Okay.
Like we scheduled. So everyone's got it on their calendar and all that sort of stuff. Okay, 30 minutes. Is he at the airport?
No, no, no. I'm sitting here today going, I am so, who's the best player?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, let's continue. For me to, someone make a motion to sign a negotiation. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Alberto.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Somebody told me the other day, just not sure that they had gone.
You're doing a great job, Chairman. Early is always good. Don't ever get lost your job.
They used to call it Lottie 27 because of all the accidents from having. And they went all the way from Miami all the way to Lake Okeechobee and that area, and said it was a 4-lane highway. That was
Oh,
excellent.
yes, yeah, they've done that. See, I live in Oviedo. I don't live down
Oh, where do you live now?
near Orlando.
Oh, in Orlando. Oh, okay. I guess you know.
But they have one. Yeah.
I'm surprised to hear that.
And then we used to have the one that was by the canal. That to West Palm Beach. You always had to worry about
From
that.
Orlando to Miami, 3.5 You're coming down.
Exactly. I wanted to just put my whole hands in it.
I'd be nervous. What the hell is that key?
Okay, members.
I think I'm going to have something on behalf.
Okay.
On Friday.
Soiree?
Okay, Dr. Marquez, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to Tallahassee. I hope you had a good trip here and safe and
I have
sound.
several now.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I know. Again, welcome. We'll be asking some questions that we've asked all of the other candidates. And we're excited about your candidacy. We want you to perhaps open for 5 or 10 minutes and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you think you want to take on this task. And then we'll have a series of questions. You're recognized.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. I'm very honored to be considered a candidate for this position and very excited about the possibility. When I began doing some research to look at what this position actually meant, I read the statement that I assume was put together by President Barron and Provost Stokes and then approved by the board about, 16, 18 months ago, where you all laid out for legislative funding what it was you saw in the future for Florida State. And as I read that and looked at the really very far-sighted, very aggressive plan that you had to join the aspirational institutions that you have in AAU and the top 25, and then I looked at the meat of the plan, I couldn't have agreed more with the strategies that you all were taking. I think you will focus on building your research portfolio. That's going to be critical. If we are, and if I use we, please don't take it as a presumption, but it's hard to think of this now in a way that isn't we. But if you look at building your research portfolio, it's going to be critical for you to do that if you're going to move toward the top 25 public institutions and poising yourself for membership in the AAU. That fits very well with my background. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. The idea that career preparedness for your students would be uppermost on your mind and that part of that will involve entrepreneurial thinking is, again, something that I have experience with, something that we initiated at our institution, in some ways very similar to the kinds of things you're looking at here. I began to appreciate the pockets of strength that you have within your faculty. You have many programs that are very well regarded nationally, from physics, psychology, your English program, creative writing especially, your music programs. There are some real strengths here that will be a foundation from which to build the broader strengths that are going to be necessary if you are going to achieve your aspirations. And now as I've been here a little bit, as I've interacted with your folks, the thing that perhaps is most appealing is how passionate everyone is about Florida State. I mean, people here very much want Florida State to continue to ascend into the ranks of this elite group of public institutions. And all of that resonates very deeply with what it is that I would like to do in the next chapter of my life. I'll tell you a little bit about me. I'm a cell biologist by background. I've had my share of National Institutes of Health awards and other institutional awards. I was a department chair, an associate dean in the School of Medicine, then vice president for research, and then I became vice president for economic development as well. And I hope we'll have a chance to talk about that later, about how important universities can be to the communities and the regions in which they find themselves. I think it's a critical step forward for Florida State to be able to take here in the next 5 or 10 years. About a year and a half ago or so, or actually 2 years ago now, I guess, our president resigned, and the chancellor of our system asked if I would be willing to serve as the interim president while they did a search. One of the conditions in accepting that job is that I myself wouldn't be a candidate, but I enjoyed it greatly. I mean, it really solidified a desire on my part to be the leader of an institution that has the kind of aspirations that Florida State has. It was a great time for me. It was very successful. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that, I'm sure, as the hour progresses. I want to tell you just a little bit about the University of Alabama at Birmingham. Some of you are aware of who we are, some of you aren't. We are a remarkable success story. We were founded in 1969. We started as an extension of the Tuscaloosa campus. Tuscaloosa is where they have some guys that play football that you probably are aware of. That ain't us. But we are in Birmingham. We grew out of a medical center. And now we have almost 12,000 undergraduates and 18,000 total students. Our budget is approaching $4 billion. Now that is in large part due to a health system that by itself is $2.5 billion. So the institution itself is running about $1 billion, and then about $2.5 to $3 billion is our health system. We actually even own an insurance company. On the research side, which is where we've made our name, we currently rank 21st among public institutions. We do about $450 million worth of research a year. That's what my portfolio is. That's where my strengths are. And I have many years now of helping to oversee a very robust and growing research portfolio. I'm very pleased to tell you that if we look at our 2014 numbers, which are just finishing up as the fiscal year finishes up, compared to our 2013 numbers, and we look at the National Institutes of Health, about 3/4 of our work is in the health field. Our portfolio is actually going to be up about $26 billion. It's a huge jump in a year, and it's a remarkable achievement for our institution. We're very good at multi-investigator grants. There's a centers program that reports to me that is instrumental in providing the foundation that allows for these large grants to go in and be funded. And it is a really very first-rate operation. I know that becoming a member of AAU is very much on your minds. We have more research dollars than any non-AAU institution. And so if you think it's on your mind, you can be assured that it's been on my mind for a good number of years. We know what our deficiencies are. Our student body is not as distinguished as yours, but our graduation rate now, our 6-year graduation rate is only about 52% or so. It's going up, but we started at a lower value than certainly where you are, and we have some more remediation to do with some of our students than you do. But the idea that we could parlay this huge research operation with the fact that we are 26% African American in our undergraduate population, and we provide research experiences for many of our undergraduates, I think is very key. One of the things I'm particularly proud of, though, in terms of my year as president, or 6 months as president, was that the group of students who basically were admitted just as I was leaving the office, the ones that I had an active role in courting, we took a very aggressive stance toward making sure that that our deans, that other folks were out meeting the students. And we use ACT scores, not SAT scores. But our ACT score went up an entire half point, from 24.5 to 25. And I think a lot of that was because we began to effectively push the niche that we at UAB had relative to our friends in Tuscaloosa or at Auburn even, that if they were interested in having research-oriented, 21st century-oriented careers, that UAB was a great place for the very top students as well as for the students that were more regional in nature. So I'm very proud about that. So with that, I'll stop, and I look forward to getting back to some of these issues as we have a chance to discuss your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a few questions. I think Trustee Gruters has a question for you.
Thank you, Chairman. Florida State University has a vibrant athletics program that captures the attention of alumni, current students, and the Florida community in general. At times, an athletic program can be challenging to manage. What would you do to ensure that the athletic program is both successful and accountable?
Well, first let me say that certainly the incident of the last week didn't make Dr. Stokes' life any easier, I'm sure. It turned out, it seems, very well in terms of striking the right balance between assuring that there was accountability on behalf of the student, as well as an appropriate perception of Florida State in the national media. I think that means, though, that it's another trigger to cause great attention to come to Florida State because of issues related to how it handles its athletes. And that's going to have to be dealt with a firm hand going forward. I'm very supportive of athletics. I'm a fan myself. I love going to games. I had the pleasure of being with Stan Wilcox dinner last week, and I told Stan, he's got this Nigerian guy that he's got hidden someplace, and if they need somebody to help close the deal for the basketball team, I'd be happy to go out and try to find him and see if we can't bring him here. Athletics are going to be increasingly complicated in the very near future. When I was president, the Power Five conferences broke away or set themselves apart from the rest of the NCAA, and we are part of Conference USA. So from our perspective, here the 5 power conferences are taking 11/12 of the slots in the big bowls and most of the money from the big TV deal, and there are these crumbs that are being left around for Conference USA and the other second-rate conferences. And I should say second tier, not second-rate. But that's a position that I'm sure I could change quite rapidly if I had the opportunity. The concerns that we're going to have to face going forward are going to stem from how it is that stipends are rolled out for current students. With the O'Bannon ruling, what's going to happen to this deferred compensation pot that is going to be an important part of the financial situation of the athletic department going forward? And a really big concern, given where I am and embedded in the SEC deal with ESPN is remarkably lucrative for the schools in that conference. Texas has got a great deal. The ACC hasn't cut that deal yet. Mr. Wilcox said that they may be close to getting something that's parallel to that, but I think having an income stream from a TV deal like that will be necessary if Florida State is going to continue, and the entire ACC is going to continue to compete with the SEC and the Big Ten and the other power conferences. There certainly has to be a close watch kept on compliance. It's very important that your program stay squeaky clean. You don't want something that is an asset to become anything that even resembles a black eye. Everything I know, other than the few little bumps in the road here, suggests that Florida State, in fact, is doing that very well. And I would be pleased to develop a close relationship with the athletic director and in concert with him, be able to lead a program that was epitomizing the goals of the student athlete and what we want to be able to do for our students going forward. I suppose, I don't know for sure, but I suppose you have a very strong support program for your athletes in terms of assuring that they receive the kind of education that we would like them to have while they are here, and they do it successfully, and not only to stay eligible, but also to prepare them for life. That you have some life skills counseling and so on as part of that. All those, I think, are critical to assuring that the athletic program has the prominence that I think we would all want to have it have. I'm impressed that you have such a strong showing in the Directors' Cup and looking at all of the athletics across the spectrum of both men's and women's sports. You're not just a one-trick or a two-trick pony. That's great. And I think that's an important balance to keep. The other thing I would say is that certainly the tendency has been in the last years to try to break down whatever silos might have insulated your athletes from the rest of the student body. And I think that's something that should continue. There needs to be a real experience that certainly takes place that the athletes get to experience that's beyond the confines of the athletic program. So it's a very complex set of situations going forward. It's a set of situations that are, I think, handleable in a way that can give rise to the kind of school spirit that you all have. I mean, in terms of engendering alumni support, community support, the asset you have in an athletic program that's as prominent and as well carried out as yours is huge. And I'm sure at some time we'll be talking about philanthropy, but again, to have all of your donors be able to come together so often and feel such an emotional attachment to the university is something that we certainly want to foster. And in order to do that, we do need to keep the program squeaky clean as well.
Trustee Tyson, you're recognized for a question.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You addressed this a little bit in your opening comments, but maybe you can expand on it. As you know, Florida State University has been designated as a premier university in the state of Florida. We are highly interested in becoming a top 25 public university and ultimately a member of the AAU. What do you see as our major obstacles to achieving this status, and how would you go about ensuring that we achieve this goal?
Well, as I've learned about Florida State, one of the things that is very, very clear is that you have a whole bunch of metrics that seem to be important to you. You've got the USA Today rankings that have their set of metrics. You've got the performance-based distribution of funds at the state level that have their set of metrics. And then you've got the preeminence metrics that there are those 12 that you all meet 11 of and allow you to qualify for that extra funding. It is going to be imperative that you grow the research portfolio here, especially if we go beyond the idea that you need to qualify for the performance-based metrics in as healthy a way as you can, and you need to continue to qualify for preeminence. To move into that top 25 public ranking and to position yourself to be an AAU, there's going to need to be a very significant increase in the research portfolio. You all have about $140 million in the last NSF numbers that come from the federal government, about 15 million or so that come from other sources, foundations and industry, and then 70 million that are designated as institutional funds that are helping to support various programs and are funded internally. One of the things that's very clear is that if you're going to grow at a rate that is going to get you to a point where you might be a top 35-ish public institution in funds, it's going to require a sizable increase in that portfolio. UAB, there are two measures that the NSF uses. One is the federal funds, and that's a very tightly controlled measure, and one is total research funding, and that can have some play in it, and institutions can define their institutional contributions in various ways. We have $300 million of federal funding and about $450 in total funding, and that ranks us 21st. And that's roughly double where you all are now. I don't think you need to get all that way, and I don't think it's realistic to think that you could in a 5-year span, let's say, even if you really aggressively recruit and get lucky in terms of the kinds of investigators you're able to attract and the success that you all have. But I do think that there are several things that are going to have to happen in order to allow you to continue to expand this portfolio. A very important thing is that most of you are probably aware that the Magnet Lab is up for a competitive renewal, the first time in many years. It's up for a competitive renewal in 2015. That really has to happen if Florida State is going to be able to stay on a trajectory that's going upward. In order to have that happen, there's going to have to be a significant commitment of both institutional dollars and new state dollars, I would bet, to allow the Magnet Lab to achieve its successful continuation. I would think that the President, as well as your friends in the legislature, ought to be able to make a slam dunk case that it is in Florida's best interest to assure that that laboratory doesn't leave the state. Florida benefits from it as well as Florida State. But it is a big deal. The economic spin-offs from that, whether it's private companies, whether it's people that are coming to visit to do their work here, and just the reputational value of having that lab here, I don't think can be overestimated. And so that's one thing. I'd say that's got to be an early ask here, is to get a strategy that allows whatever funding is necessary for matching monies to assure the federal government that, in fact, Florida should be the home for that Magnet Lab. That's one issue. Even though you have preeminence dollars, and performance-based dollars, my sense is if you really are going to concentrate on growing the research portfolio at a rate that'll be necessary to get you where you want to go, there will have to be some redistribution of existing dollars. And I said that at the faculty forum, and that met with some skepticism from some quarters. But I think it's true. One of the things that we did while I was interim president is we began looking at assessment tools. And we decided on an assessment tool where the provost can sit at her desk and basically look at the portfolio of any faculty member, including courses being taught, how many students are in that course, what research funding they may have, what their publications were in the last year, what books they published, what scholarly discussions they were part of, what performances they put on. And I think a more systematic approach to assessment is something that is going to be required here if you're going to have the dollars that are going to allow you to make this move forward. Now, that doesn't mean that all of the investments that are going to be made are going to have to be made in STEM. But I think it should be clear that if you're going to make an outsized investment in any program, that that's got to be strategic, and it's got to be done such that if we're going to have an English department that is as world-class as this English department, maybe they don't generate outside dollars, but it doesn't matter. They are bringing a reputational benefit to the university that is certainly worth whatever investment they might make by spending dollars in the English department as opposed to hiring another physicist. That's the kind of decision that is going to have to be made. Now, saying that, there are likely to be places where the legacy funding that has been in place for many years isn't going to hold up, that we're not going to have enough money to do everything that everybody wants. I would hope that as we go forward, we would be able to plan strategically, we would be able to gather input from all of the stakeholders, that the decision-making group would be able to really evaluate whether or not some outsized investments in various programs made sense or not, and at the same time, we'd be able to isolate dollars that would complement the new dollars to allow this move forward in the research rankings. I don't think it's a situation where there's a winner and a loser, but I do think it's a situation where a higher level of accountability could be beneficial. I was just talking to Kyle Clark about where you are with respect to space, and in some ways the same thing might happen there. There might be space allocations that will have to be looked at. If there has been a movement of students away from one program and into another program, it may be that some of the space that used to belong to the first program will need to be reallocated. So I think there are some management issues with respect to the resources that the university already has that are going to have to be put into play if you're really going to have the resources, both physical and financial, to accommodate the numbers of researchers that are going to be added in the next few years. Now, I know you have bond money for a new Earth and Atmospheric Sciences building. I know you're planning a new building that's out near the Mag Lab. That may be enough with redistribution to be able to get you into the realm of space that you need to be able to go forward productively. But it also may be that at some point, if the state of Florida is more compromised than it had been on what it can do in order to provide the kinds of space you need, that there may have to be a consideration, and I appreciate there are lots of hoops to jump through, but a consideration of building a research building that in some manner is debted and using indirect costs. The indirect cost rate actually goes up if you have debt. But to use indirect cost dollars to be able to pay for a building that was built at least in part with some debt. I know that's not part of your traditions here, but at many research institutions that has been an important part of how it is you succeed in growing the program. You let the federal government actually help you pay for the buildings that you have debt service on. That's an important asset or important part of the game, the way it's being played at high-town research institutions, that might be necessary. I don't know yet. I don't understand the portfolio well enough. But I think there are some strong issues. The other thing, of course, is are you hiring in the right place? Can you, with the faculty, really decide, where the puck is going to be in 5 years and skate to that point? I think you've defined 4 things that you're interested in: the healthy longevity, the marine and coastal ecosystems, neurosciences, and energy and materials. They're all great. It seems to me that the way the world is going right now, there has to be some additional attention paid to data analytics and big data and analysis. That can be in the School of Business, that can be in medicine, that can be all over a host of places. But if those are the 4 things that have been defined, and maybe I'm not reading everything I should have read, but if those are the 4 things that have been defined, then I think in your thinking about research portfolio and opportunities for big grant dollars, the data analytics have to be one of the things you really look at. The other thing I'd say is that I appreciate that your medical school has some constraints. You don't have an academic health system. For us, it's a huge benefit. As I said, 3/4 of our grant portfolio comes from our health-related stuff. There can be, the psychology department is spectacular. It does very well with NIH money. The basic science department at the School of Medicine, I think, could be more productive, perhaps. Maybe there are some ways that it could tie into engineering and some of the arts and sciences schools better than it does. But that is an area where, if you're really going to go forward, I think you've got to think about the NIH portfolio. The thing that makes that so critical is that the NSF has about $7 billion that it gives away every year. NIH has $28 billion. And so for schools that don't have an active medical school, to move very, very high in the rankings is very difficult. There are some, MIT, Berkeley, Georgia Tech, but there aren't a lot. And it makes the situation even more challenging for you that you don't have that kind of capacity right now to look at. You're never going to build the kind of big basic science department that they used to build. Nobody's going to do that anymore. The 6, 7 newest medical schools have all done what you've done. They've kept basically one basic science department. There's still room to grow in that. The other thing I'd say is that there are these new federal dollars. Everybody who buys an insurance policy puts some money toward a program that's called PCORI, Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute. And that's going to have billions of dollars in it. It's part of the Affordable Care Act. That's to look at what you can do to provide better health care to real-life people. It's comparing A to B. One of the things that we're doing, we're going to ask if bisphosphonate is really helpful to women with osteoporosis. Is that urban myth, or does it really work? So we're going to do a multi-million-dollar study where we're going to follow women for many years and see if, in fact, the group that isn't going to stay on bisphosphonate is actually going to have more bone loss than the group that does. That's the kind of stuff that the community hospitals that you have ties with already, if you can get the right people and mobilize the patient base that you have across your entire spectrum of medical centers, I think you have a real advantage. The other thing that somebody mentioned to me, it's not my idea, but I think it's worth pursuing, and I don't remember who said this, because I should credit them, but the idea that you have this focus on veterans, and you now have a veterans hospital that you're going to build here in Tallahassee. Was it you? Did you mention this to me? Thank you. I think this is a great idea, but if you can tie your faculty in closely to what is going to go on in that veterans hospital and make it yours, or at least very collaboratively yours, I think that could be a big asset that would allow your medical research to get to the point where it might be bringing home a fair share of the dollars, similar to what you're doing in physics and psychology and some of your other strengths.
Okay, Trustee Hillis, you've got a couple questions.
Yes, Dr. Mercase, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I have a couple questions related to philanthropy, some of which we discussed when we were together Thursday night.
Right.
With our desire to keep student tuition increases at a minimum, we need our new president to ensure a successful fundraising campaign. What do you see as the most effective aspects of a successful campaign?
Well, we, as you know, but as the rest of you may not, UAB is about on the same pace as you all are to raise $1 billion. It was while I was president that we set the goal and that we determined what the theme was going to be and employed the marketing firm that's been helping us with our rollout. It went public about 8 months ago with a little over $500 million. And we hope to get to our billion within sort of, I think, the same 4-year time frame that you all are thinking about as time to completion for yours. We use the theme, knowledge that can change your world, and it's been very effective. We've made some great TV ads, and as I said, we're in, I think, good shape to go forward. We were even more audacious, I think, than you are in setting $1 billion goal, in that we have nothing like the capacity within our alumni base nor the size of the alumni base that you all have. So for us, we have to depend on 2 other factors in addition to alumni giving. One of them is Birmingham has adopted us. Birmingham knows how important UAB has been to it since the steel mills closed. We have remarkable support from local industries and local philanthropists who have never gone to UAB. And we've been able to build that kind of touch to our community. And I think, I don't know where you are with respect to your Tallahassee community and what kinds of headquarters you have here. Not as robust as Birmingham, I assume. But I think the idea that you need to reach out to your community as well as to your alumni base is going to be an important step forward. We also have grateful patients, and they're a huge part of how we expect to get it to $1 billion, and that's something you don't have. So the games are a little bit different. There are some things, though, that absolutely have to line up. One is to assure that as you deal with donors, you understand what it is that sets their passions afire. You may go in surprised. You may think you're going to get money for a physics program and end up with money for a dance program. But you have to find what it is that the particular donors that you're dealing with are likely to get most excited about, and then get them to take ownership. There's a cultivation phase, there's a participation phase, and then eventually, if you can get to an ownership phase, that's a great place to be with the people that you're dependent upon for these philanthropic contributions. So there's a strategy, and I think we've done it quite well in cultivating these donors in a manner that really does give them a feeling of buying into the system and taking credit for the system and helping them feel that, in fact, they've done something that really is going to change our world. It's a very satisfying feeling, and I think that's another important aspect to philanthropy. Many people are going to have the capacity to give money to someone, and if Florida State can really establish the fact that they are going to be the best stewards of those gifts, that I think goes a long way to building donor relations and then letting those donors help you raise more money. The other thing that we've had success at is putting some of our own skin in the game. If we want to have someone endow a program or support a program, like for instance, we're building what we hope is going to be an evergreen fund to support our innovations, to invest in the project development, in the prototype building, that kind of stuff. The way we're doing that, though, is we're approaching folks and we're saying, we're going to put in the first hunk of this money. We will leverage the dollars that you're going to give us so that we can go further, or we can do twice as many of these developments as we'd be otherwise able to do. So I think thinking about how it is that you can use your own resources to give a leveraging to what your donors are going to give you is going to be important. And the other leverage is at the back end. If you can bring somebody in who's a great researcher, and that researcher brings in $1 million a year for the next 10 years, all because somebody endowed a $2 million chair, I mean, what a good feeling that is for the donor to know that they've done something that's that important to the future of Florida State, and it's pushing Florida State toward its goal. I think my background in the sciences is an asset. I was an engineering physics person at Cornell, and then I've obviously done biology as my career. But one of the reasons I think we were so good at recruiting those students last year was because I can convey the excitement of what's going on in the Mag Lab in a very effective way. I can understand it, and then I think I can translate it into something that can excite donors about a variety of issues, especially in the sciences. I expect that the deans, and I don't know sort of what your culture is here, but I would expect that the deans ought to be heavily engaged in this as well. Many times the loyalties that people feel are to their school, and we have some deans that are exceptionally fine at raising money and at cultivating relationships with their graduates. So if that isn't something, it's something I would certainly emphasize, that that's got to be a substantial part of a decanal portfolio, is to assure that it's not just the people at the very top of the pyramid who are out raising money, but that it spreads down to leaders, even at the department level. And frankly, sometimes if you have the right set of investigators, to bring investigators, let investigators have face-to-face time with folks, can be terrific, whether it's them visiting laboratories here or actually taking the investigators with you. It can be great to actually have a face that's the person behind the project that you're going to fund. So I think those all are strategies that are important. Foundation giving is very important. I've had good relationships with, for instance, the McKnight Brain Foundation funds a program at Florida and at Miami and at Arizona and at UAB. It would seem like their interest in memory loss during aging is something that, given the strengths you all have in psychology and neurosciences and the focus you have there, that would be worth an approach. Just see, would they be willing to support another Florida institution as they look at this critical issue about inability to remember as you get older. We've had very good success with our diabetes folks. We have a lot of disease fundraisers. I mean, that's an important part of what we do. I think that can translate into the portfolio that you all have. My wife is a director of an art museum. She has to raise money on her own, and she always gets disease envy. It's much easier to raise money for heart disease than it is for keeping the art museum open. But she would be an asset to this. She's very, very good herself at donors, at donor relations, and would be somebody who would be actively involved if I were to be president in going out and assuring that we were building good relationships with the folks that are the potential donors.
Regarding your comments related to deans' involvement in fundraising, what is your expectation as to how much time, what percentage of their time would be spent on donor relations as well as fundraising?
Yeah. For me, as president, I would think, as I told you, that number would be 25, 30%, something like that, a significant part of what it is that you would expect me to be doing. I would say that's the right ballpark. For the deans, I don't know, maybe 20%. I mean, it ought to be a significant piece of their portfolio, and that's part of the thing they ought to be evaluated on. I'm very big on assessment and accountability, and some of those deans have very big alumni lists, and again, the deans may have better relations with some of those people than me. I'm coming in from the outside here, so I would hope that they would be devoting something like a day a week to the cultivation of potential prospects.
And lastly, you mentioned the chairs within the colleges, and for instance, in our College of Business, we have, the accounting, finance, insurance. The chairs can do a lot of that also. Would you expect the chairs to get involved in this also?
I do. I mean, again, it depends on where the best relationships are. But if you have somebody in risk management who is, and you're approaching somebody who's graduated from your risk management program, I think the chair could be a huge ally. And again, at sometimes, you have to be careful, but at times there ought to be individual faculty members who have interests that would align with what the donor might be most interested in. So I think it can come down that ladder relatively far. I think the goals have to obviously be set at the top. You all have said it. I'm supposed to execute it. But the deans have got to play a very, very active role in assuring that the alumni that they have relationships with and who want to come back to their school and who are here on football weekends are all made to feel like they're a part of the effort going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ballard for a question.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
University staff serve in many support and leadership roles at Florida State University. What would you do to ensure staff that they are valued and engaged?
One of the people that I really respect a lot is my chancellor. His name is Bob Witt. He had been president of the Tuscaloosa campus before he became chancellor of the system. And Bob did several things very, very well. I mean, for one thing, he took the enrollment from 20,000 to over 30,000. And the strategy they've used, actually half their enrollment is from out of state. And that's because he spent a lot of time out on the road. But where this gets back to your question is here. He made it a point to assure that everybody, from the groundskeepers through the secretaries to the faculty and whoever, all felt ownership of the university. And if a recruit and his parents were on campus and they needed to know if they looked lost, the groundskeeper would be able to ask them what they were looking for and say, well, you want to go right over there, that's the home economics building, and good luck, and we're glad you're here on campus. He built that kind of spirit all the way down the line, and I've tried to do it as well in my leadership roles. I have a big program. We at UAB, as I said, we do a lot of biological research. We have the biggest hotel in Birmingham. We house over 100,000 animals every night. The rents are not great, but hey. But anyway, it takes us 225 people to staff that program. Most of them are at the more modest end of our pay scales. But my associate vice president that runs the animal resources program is terrific. He very much engages these folks and engages me with these folks in ways that are exceedingly positive. The last time I was with them, we were playing some game that sort of was, I couldn't quite ever figure it out. I didn't really stay long enough to get it, but there were a bunch of pods that were in a room about this big, and you had to run from one pod to the other pod. Anyway, it was weird, but it gave those people a sense of community that was, I think, critical. I think they really appreciated hearing from me at how much we valued what they do to make sure that our researchers can do the research that's bringing us all of the glory that we get. And that kind of flow down of attention, I think, is really critical to building the morale that you need to have a campus really perform as one big organism. The other thing I'd say is that to the extent possible, there need to be paths forward. And if there are fair opportunities for advancement, that can help keep key staff people engaged with the university and going forward in ways where they feel great loyalty to you. Now, you can't obviously promote everybody. That just doesn't work. But as much as possible to have that kind of an opportunity is critical. We have a host of career development programs that actually, I think, work quite well, both at a sort of intermediate administrative level for folks that are looking at more senior positions, as well as for our faculty development, but that's a different issue. But those kinds of training programs where people feel like they have an opportunity to learn some new skills, apply those new skills, build some new relationships outside their own work group, I think are all critical to this idea that this group of folks are all absolutely critical to the university's mission, and that we need them if we are going to succeed in a manner that is going to get us where we want to go. It doesn't matter if it's keeping that flower bed as clean as it can be, or doing a world-class physics experiment. We need everybody to be on the same team and to buy into the idea that Florida State is their home and that they're part of that family.
More questions? Stefano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome to Tallahassee, Dr. Marchese.
Thank you.
You obviously have a very impressive resume and background in research and research administration, but I'm curious to see your interactions with students. And so I'm curious to know how you will incorporate students, whether formally or informally, into your decision-making processes if selected as president.
Well, students, I mean, to be absolutely honest with you, the interaction that I had with students as vice president or as a department chair or associate dean were primarily with graduate students and with research undergraduates who were pursuing research interests. And the broader student community was not really part of my portfolio. However, while I was president, I took great pleasure in the kinds of walking around leadership that allows you just to bump into students and have conversations with them. I included that little quote in my write-up, just because I was so gratified by that there were students that thought I was cool, you know. But if you spend some time on the campus, if you don't spend time on the campus, then you're wasting some of the real opportunities you have to get pleasure out of this job, because it's really fun. I was very scrupulous about assuring that I attended student government meetings. We have open fora twice a year to talk with students about whatever problems, where we bring all the vice presidents together and all the deans together and give the students a chance to really voice, you know, and a lot of it revolves around parking and the other things that are harder to deal with. But we, I think, take great pride in the way we're including students in the life of the university. There are some decisions where it certainly would be helpful to know what a student perspective would be, but in the end, the decision is going to be made by folks that have a different perspective than the student's perspective. But they take into account what it is, how it affects students, and what students think about what the outcomes would be, either A or B. But the decision, yeah, I mean, you're advisory. You appreciate that. And there are going to be very few things where that isn't the case. Now, there are some places, and I don't know if we're talking about this separately, but I think a critical role, perhaps the most critical role for Florida State students right now, is to address the sexual assault issue. The No More program is, I think, very positive. In getting ready for this set of interviews, I talked to a friend of mine who's the president at the University of Kentucky, where they have a program that has been really applauded for how well it has worked. It's called the Green Dot program. A key element to that has got to be intervention. The student body has to take responsibility for not allowing bad things to happen to other members of the student body. And that has to be a responsibility that's really shared by men and women, by fraternity leaders, by everybody on campus. There has to be a buy-in. And that's going to be easier to achieve when the students are pushing it. I happened at the same dinner where Mark was with us. Ashley Gregorio was there, who runs the Women's Student Union. And she is, I think, on top of this. And I think that could be a vehicle. You're going to have a new president coming in. The president is going to have to touch base with the student body. The highest priority I would have would be to assure that there was a shared ownership of the values that have to be a part of Florida State. And that includes the idea that people are safe here on this campus. So I see that as a very big opportunity to really engage in something that the students are going to care deeply about. As I said, I like to go to games, I like to go to concerts. It's fun to be out and with all of you. I take it you're a student. Are you a student trustee?
I am.
I'm just checking. I didn't know, maybe you were, like a young venture capitalist for all I knew. Soon.
Still have the student debts for now. So.
But I'll be out there. I won't be an invisible president, and I really look forward to the kinds of interactions that I hope I'll be able to build with a broad spectrum of the student body here. As I said, it's one of the real perks of this job, and I would be loath to not take full advantage of it.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Trustee Camp, you're recognized.
How would you envision your relationship with the Board of Trustees? Would that be a symbiotic relationship, advisory,
adversarial,
accessibility? Oh, I can say this has not been a real adversarial board. I'm actually struck by not like all of my colleagues. That doesn't always happen on boards. But,
it's all about leadership.
You're right, Mr. Chair.
I have a very good relationship with our board and the University of Alabama system. I have had for a good number of years in all of my roles. I see you as critical. For instance, the idea that, as I said, you all adopted this set of goals that we as a university or you as a university are going to take forward to try to move the needle on where you stand, that couldn't happen without complete buy-in from the board. I expect that you all have great connections across the state, connections to philanthropy. I think there are real assets within the board that I'm going to have to understand better on an individual basis if we're going to be as successful as I hope we're going to be. I absolutely understand that I work for you, and I am your executive, but you all are the folks that can fire me tomorrow. I respect that. I'll be straight with you. I'm not going to tell you stuff that isn't true. I mean, even with this situation about saying that we have to right-size some departments, I'm going to be straight with you, just like I was with the faculty who might not have wanted to hear that message. So you'll get the real deal. You're not going to get stuff that's sanitized or that we're going to hide under a barrel from you. I expect that you'll give me guidance. There are certainly some issues with respect to this community and this campus that for sure in the beginning and probably forever, you all are going to understand better than I do. And so I really will look forward to your counsel, look forward to dealing with you as a peer. I mean, I want to have a first name relationship with Ed or Mark or whoever it is where you all feel like you can have a discussion with me, that we can go through tough issues, that we can go through fun things, but that we will have a relationship that goes well beyond meeting every other month or however often and sitting around a table and I presenting to you and that's it. So that isn't the way we deal with the board in our system. That's not the way I've sort of been raised. I have great respect for our board, and I'm sure you all are in these positions because you merit that same level of respect, and I look forward to understanding better what it is you can do to help Florida State. I mean, you wouldn't be here if you weren't interested in seeing this enterprise go forward in as positive a way as possible.
And a quick follow-up.
Sure.
One of the strengths, I believe, of our last leader was that he was a great listener, and that's a convoluted term, and would you just give me some idea about your ability to listen?
What? I'm sorry, but I try to have a sense of humor about many things.
It's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
No, as I said, I'm going to be coming to this campus. I don't know this campus. I don't have Florida State in my blood yet. I am going to have to do a huge amount of listening to the board, to the faculty, to Dr. Stokes, to a whole host of folks if I'm going to be a successful president here. So I appreciate that during especially this introductory period, for me to understand as fast as I can, as much as I can, is going to be critical, and I can't do that if I have my mouth running. I'll try to make sure that I ask the right questions to get the information that I think would be most helpful when I'm next listening. But it is going to be critical for me to really understand what you're saying and what you're implying and how it is you think you can help me be a better leader for this institution. So I certainly will listen to a host of constituents, and certainly the 13 of you are not excluded from that group.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I have a question. Sir, on my experience in search committees for presidents, I find that three things that a president has to have experience. One, academics. Two, administration. Three, fundraiser. And I include fundraising and, with the capital here. How will you balance your team in the areas you're not that proficient?
I try very hard to gather the best possible folks around me. I'm sure you hear that from everyone, but it's true. From what I understand, I just had a discussion while we were waiting in the green room with Kyle Clark about what things could be done to help with the efficiency, space allocation, strategy going forward on fiscal matters. From what I can garner, and I'm an outsider, but from what I can garner, you actually have a very strong team here right now in place. There may be some things that will need to be changed, but I think Dr. Stokes is a real asset in the provost's office. She did an admirable job as interim president. I got to know your athletic director a little bit. I got to know Kyle a little bit. I've begun to establish at least an ability to communicate with the folks that are going to be most critical to our path forward here. Some of them may not like working for me, and some of them may just not be a good fit, and we'll get that figured out as we get to know each other better. If I do need to bring people in from the outside, I believe greatly in national searches. Certainly if we have any deans who are about to retire or are going to need to be replaced, we're going to want to get the best folks that we can in any of those jobs. Those are going to be critical to the whole effort. So I will attempt to assure that I've got people who do fill the holes that I don't have, whether it's in knowing who your donors are. I expect that your director of philanthropy is going to really be able to help me understand how we approach various folks that I've never met before in my life. And we're going to do that as a team, and we're going to do it well. There are some things that probably need to be improved in the operational aspects. I think having an assessment tool is one of those. But I believe from all of the various places that you can garner information that you all are very fortunate here, and this is not a situation where you need to bring someone in who's going to clean house and start over with their own people. You're very lucky, and I think I would be very lucky to walk into a situation where you have such talent. And it would be my honor to be able to lead these folks. And if things don't work out with one or two of them, then we'll decide then and make changes and hopefully do something that would be good for both parties. But right now my assumption is that the leadership team here is very strong, and that most of the people I would need to bring me up to speed on whatever issues I'm lacking in are going to be here. I've never dealt with unions. Alabama is not a union-friendly state. So I'm going to need some help there. I'm going to need to understand what it is the unions really think they need and what the appropriate way to negotiate with those unions should be. But I trust that you're going to have some folks here that are going to be able to, for instance, guide me through that. So I'm very open to taking on whatever advice your team, as it sits now, is going to be able to give me. And then we'll evaluate if, in fact, we do need to make any additions or changes as I get to know the situation better.
Thank you.
Trustee Gruters, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. FSU has been recognized as one of the country's most efficient universities, in part due to our low tuition rates. The legislature has been considering an idea to let the two preeminent universities here in Florida, giving them the ability to increase their tuition to potentially at market rate. Would you support those efforts?
You all are well below market. And obviously, if you take $40,000 or 40,000 students and multiply it by $3,000, that's $120 million. That's a lot of money. If you were going to allow Florida and Florida State to increase their tuition beyond where it is now, I think you would have to assure that sufficient dollars went into need-based scholarships to assure that access for students who haven't had the benefits of growing up with lots of money in their family are still able to come to Florida State. That's something that's been important at UAB, and I think it's important here. There needs to be a diverse student body with respect to socioeconomic status, as well as all the other potential differentiators. So I would certainly discuss this with the leadership at the University of Florida once that transition is complete. I would certainly discuss it with the board to see where you all go. Our board at the University of Alabama system is also very hesitant to raise tuition. It can make a big difference. It's a big dollar value. There are many people that are coming here that would probably not think they were getting anything but a good deal, even if they did pay $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000. I don't know, how much are you talking about? Have they put a number on it?
No.
But anyway, there are some folks that could pay extra dollars and still think they were getting a huge bargain, which they would be.
Yeah, and as a follow-up, if you are selected as president of Florida State, what would you hope to have as your lasting legacy when you retire?
Well, I would love to think that in the decade, whatever it would be that I would be here, that these things that we've talked about already are actually going to come to pass. That we take a research portfolio of 225 and we push it toward $400 million. That we assure that we've got state-of-the-art laboratory space that would attract the kind of investigators that are going to let you do that. That we have a student body that feels safe on campus and that loves Florida State even more than the current people do. And I know that that's a high bar. I know you all have great passion for your university already. The other challenge that we haven't talked about is how futile it is to invest in an assistant professor, get them to where they're successful, and then not pay them enough to keep them here as opposed to going someplace else in the market. And if you're really $20,000 below market in some of these fields, I would see an important strategic maneuver would be to figure out how it is you're going to make up that salary difference and keep the folks that you've invested in here and happy and loving Florida State and not feeling like for their family's well-being they've got to go to UAB or wherever else it's going to pay them more. So, the potential for a legacy is huge. There are issues here that are not easy to achieve, but that I think are on everyone's plate. This idea of building a research portfolio, of fostering the kind of excellence you have across the arts and humanities as well as the sciences, at getting faculty salaries to a reasonable point, at keeping your student body engaged and safe. If I could walk away with 90% of that, I would be ecstatic.
Any further questions? Trustee Rolando, you're recognized.
If you were selected as president of the university, how would you go about building bridges with the legislature, since they are a significant source of our funding?
Yeah, I'd like to talk actually about both the legislature and Tallahassee. I think that's another thing we haven't touched on that I'd like to. It is not news to anyone that if I were to be selected as president, there would be a disappointed and very important state senator. One of the first things that I would try to do would be to build his confidence in the fact that you all made a sound decision, that you had a leader for Florida State that could take Florida State to where it needs to go, and to ensure that that confidence would lead to his full participation, as he has done in the past, at helping me build bridges with the entire legislative delegation that would get Florida State the funds it's going to need for the magnet lab or for preeminence or whatever else it is that's on our plate at that time. So one of the first things I would do after the selection process is over, if it happens to go my way, is to, through the help of the board chair or Ed or whoever, try to get with the senator and begin to build that confidence. I think it's the best solution for the university, and he's been such a friend, and he is so loyal to the university that I don't anticipate that this is going to be anything other than getting down to him appreciating that you all hired someone who's very strong and who's got some of the academic credentials that, in fact, I think are going to be important to running this university, but that in no way diminishes the important role that he is going to have going forward if Florida State is going to be as successful as we want it to be. I also think that the fact that we are in Tallahassee and they are here whatever weeks they are is a huge opportunity. They need to know me very well, not just Senator Thrasher, but anyone that has ties, that has been a friend of the university. I don't know how often you get them over here to look at your labs. I don't know how it is that you interface with your group. But we have our legislative delegation visiting very often. And it's very helpful when they know what it is they're asking the rest of their peers for money for. If they can see that the magnet is critically important, I think that's a very critical part of building the relationship with the legislature through our friends that will allow Florida State to go forward. The related issue that I want to bring up is how it is you interface with Tallahassee. As I said, in Birmingham, we have the Chamber of Commerce is called the Birmingham Business Alliance. The BBA has been, they did a strategic plan. What is it that Birmingham needs to go forward? And the UAB role in economic development was absolutely central to that plan. I took an active role in helping craft some of that. I'm very proud of that. We interface. There's something called a Commercialization Advisory Committee that the BBA has that helps us. We use them to help evaluate some of our technologies to determine where it is we should invest our own dollars in, what needs to be a company, what doesn't need to be a company. We use them for help with the incubator that we're affiliated with. And we are trying very hard to assure that we have great ties to the problems that local industries have. Building this research portfolio is going to require, in addition to federal dollars, better ties to industry. And industry justifiably often thinks that universities are very hard to deal with, and we are. That's got to be streamlined. We have a disadvantage in Birmingham in that 75% of our research is in the health sciences, and there's no natural market for that. We don't have a big drug company that's sitting next to us, which is unfortunate. But we're cutting deals now with a local construction company. We're helping guys build prefab bathrooms that pop into hospital rooms that are selling like hotcakes. You can put a bathroom module together that you can drop into a hospital. It's got all the bells and whistles it needs, and it's a huge construction saving, and they're doing it with our materials guys. So there are ways to assure that whatever there is that's going on the university is doing everything that it can to help Tallahassee's economy. I'll tell you the other thing that we're doing. 3 times now in the last 2 months, I've written letters of support that are going into our site selection packages. So we have a company who wanted to know what the biggest autoclave we had on campus. We gave them the information, and we pledged that they'd be able to use that for X hours. We're giving away, as sort of teasers almost, various capacities that we have in our core facilities to businesses that we're trying to attract to Birmingham in order to assure that that company knows they'll have an ally once they get in town. Our business school is actually quite remarkable. They're offering free of charge, and this is an interesting move by the dean, but they're offering a bunch of consulting services, whether it's setting up supply chains or anything else, where they will come in, they'll bring students in, they'll help businesses that want to come to Birmingham understand better what they ought to be doing with their logistics as they set up their company here. So those are the kinds of things where I don't know what Imagine Tallahassee, I don't know about the chamber, I'm not up to speed really with all the things that are going on here, but I think building those kinds of bridges to the local community is going to be something that's equally important to whatever it is that we can do to make sure the legislature is doing everything they can for us. And both those pieces, I think, are going to be critical.
Okay, we're approaching the hour and 15-minute mark. Doctor, why don't you close? Take 5 or 10 minutes, however long you want to take.
Good, thank you. Well, again, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be with you today. I greatly appreciate it, and I'm greatly honored. As I think about the kinds of things that are going to be important going forward and what my top priorities would be, if I were to be so lucky as to get this job, there are 4 or 5 things that I think are absolutely critical. One is this whole idea of the sexual assault challenge. That has got to be met in a very aggressive manner, and that would be the top of my list for student-oriented needs. I think the point that we just talked about, establishing relationships, beginning to have Senator Thrasher feel confidence in the leadership team that's here, is going to be a second thing that's going to be critically important, and touching base with Tallahassee and getting them to know that we, in fact, are here to be an ally in every way possible. Those are going to be critical things. I want to touch base with the provost and the deans, find out what recruits, what have we already done with some of the preeminence money that's been available, who are we trying to recruit. Dr. Ostrander, I think, intimated that there are some recruits that are sort of hanging out there. I would want to know if, in fact, I could help close any of those deals. But I would like to make sure that early on we're spending these preeminence dollars in a way that is keeping with the intention, with the deal that we've sort of made with the legislature, that this is what we're going to do with this extra money. And so if we can get on that fast, I think that would be an important thing. I do need to listen. I need to understand as fast as I can, as much as I can, about Tallahassee and FSU and all the strengths that are so much a part of this university. And that would be a very high priority for me in the first, months that I was here, certainly. It's a great challenge. This is not going to be easy, and it is not going to be without disappointing some folks, I know that. But I think the capacity to really get to this top 25, this poising for AAU, this significant increase in a research portfolio, and this public redefinition almost of FSU as it continues to have this aspirational ascent is something I'm very excited about. We haven't talked yet about sort of a national presence that I have, but I'm very pleased that I'm involved in academic politics, and especially having to do with the way the university interfaces with the federal government. I think that's an asset that I would bring to the job as well, and that could be an important part of helping FSU increase its visibility in the national scene. So it is indeed an honor for me to be here. I feel like the challenge is something that I would very much look forward to trying to face up to, and I would very much welcome the opportunity to be successful in all of the things that you all are planning for this university. So thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Marquez. We appreciate your being here, and we will. It's your choice, members, if we want to continue on. Technically, the meeting does not begin until 2:15, at least the public notice we put out. We do have some other issues maybe that we could take up that are not related to the presidential search at all. Yeah. You want to take a 5-minute break?
Take 5.
Let's take 5.
Thank you. Great to meet you. Thank you very much.
Let's do that. I'm running into a little bit of FAMU did, they had to wait till the next meeting. FAU had to wait till the next meeting. November 5th. I think it's down there. So all of us depends upon whether or not we want to really put, now they do meet, the board of governors to have some committee meetings, like October the 10th. And so what I don't want to do, let's push me for that. Because to me the biggest thing is engineering.
We do you a favor.
That's what I mean. I mean, psychologically, I don't know how that plays. So I figure we can chat. Yeah, let's do that at the end of the meeting. After we start. Actually, what did you do? Yes, it will. That's correct. It's not November. Unless we have a, we may have
Correct. I just wanted to be before you.
You got to keep your clock. It's good.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Nope, I just got on my page. How are you? No, I knew that. I know it's standard. My question is go more toward.
So spring is spring 15, not fall. And that is in the summer. But here you can look at it any time. And so up to 6%. And based on and based on total research expenditure, so he couldn't do it.
But I think there's an effort to say, okay, we can look at all restrictions in Florida State, which I think almost happened about 2 years ago. Which
The first time it came
we would move it to 3,000 more a year, which that's what he said.
So what the legislation that we passed in the previous session said was that the only two institutions that can raise their tuition, University of Florida and Florida State University, we can increase it up to 6% and 2% for each one of the three measures. So either UF or Florida State increased tuition last year. So next year I'm sure it'll be the same. We get our house.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
I don't know what's
exactly.
yours,
No, no,
though.
I'll get my stuff out of respect. That's
Okay.
what I figured because
Okay.
y'all got the meeting going.
Yeah, I didn't want to move anything because I didn't want to steal somebody else's iPad.
Oh, no. I figured that was the case. So.
Okay. It's unbelievable. Is this yours?
No. I think that's mine is this. And we got the water out of here. And then
Okay, how about if we reconvene the meeting?
let me get my bag from underneath and I'm good. I'm going to sit inside of that.
So it's good for the house.
And that's good. It makes college more affordable.
Sure.
Oh.
Sure.
He's having a hard time. He's in Shepherd's there. That's good. And then he's out of the ICU, but he's having real breathing problems. It's a shame.
Sure.
Oh, really?
Put it down here.
The report from the Senate, there's no point in doing that before the president's election, which is basically so you're rearranging things.
You want to do it after?
It's pointless to do it.
Gotcha. Gotcha covered.
Otherwise, we'd like to welcome some.
Gotcha. Yep.
You know, that's what happens when you make choices.
My book disappeared. I had to get another one.
Oh, yes, it's out now. His attorney put it out. His attorney put it out just a little while ago. Tweeted it. His attorney tweeted it.
But that's fine because before they were saying that he was not.
Right. It's a change.
So maybe he can learn from this. I was making a joke on the student union. The now world famous.
Garner, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So we have everybody except Peggy.
So I guess we start with the chair's report, huh?
Well, I think what we're going to do, we're going to call to order, we'll approve the minutes, and then we'll skip over to new business, because we promised we wouldn't start the presidential search till 2:15. So I don't want to jump the gun.
Yeah, I think you know I need them if you
And they don't, their whole report was,
Well, the problem is it
Yeah.
crashed. Yeah. It crashed. So I have to keep you with that.
okay, members, I think we'll go ahead and, we have just about everyone back. The time is 1:45. We did outline that we would not begin the presidential search part of this board meeting until 2:15. That was to allow students to, have a time certain. So I thought we would go out of order. Maybe we can take care of some of the other business that needs to be taken care of today, and it probably won't take 10 or 15 minutes. And then if we can break until 2:15 and come back at 2:15, or we might run straight until 2:15. So, do what? Yeah, but we might finish. It's so little, we may finish sooner. Is what I'm saying. I do need a motion though from someone. We're going to go out of order on the agenda. Is there a motion that we go out of order on the agenda?
So moved.
Motion and the second. Any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, sure the motion passes. So we'll open up with welcome to the Board of Trustees meeting. Folks sitting out in the audience, welcome. Thank you for being here. And Linda Sands will call the roll.
Trustee Ballard.
Here.
Trustee Benz.
Here.
Trustee Burr.
Here.
Trustee Camps.
Here.
Trustee Cavallero.
Here.
Trustee Duda.
Here.
Trustee Gruters.
Here.
Trustee Haggard.
Here.
Trustee Hillis.
Here.
Trustee Pantene.
Here.
Trustee Rolando.
She's here someplace.
She's here.
Trustee Sembler.
Here.
Trustee Tyson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right. Let's move to approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized.
they put my predecessor in the attendance, and I don't think she should end up having to be responsible for what I do, so I suggest that we remove that. So.
I noticed that, Rosie.
Okay.
Hair shorter.
So we'll correct the minutes as outlined there. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Haggard moves, Sembler seconds. Any discussion on the minutes? Any objections to the motion? Seeing none, show the motion passes. Now we're going to skip over to page 2. And with respect to the faculty Senate update, I think we're going to put that off to the very end, Dr. Tyson.
That would be good.
Yeah, we'll do that at the very end. So we'll open up with Stan Wilcox to give us an update and request for approval. Welcome, Stan.
Thank you, Chairman Benz. Today, I think we're just making a request to approve the ACC Governing Board certification form for the 2014-15 academic year. This form basically certifies that the responsibility and administration of athletics has been delegated to the CEO of the university, as well as the CEO has the mandate and support of the board to operate a program of integrity in full compliance with NCAA and ACC rules and regulations, as well as the CEO in consultation with the FAR and the AD have the right to basically determine how the institution will vote on various NCAA and ACC rules and regulations that are proposed. So I move, basically submit that for approval for the board.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Sembler moves, Duda seconds. Is there any discussion? Any questions, first of all? Any discussion on this? Or are there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, sure the motion passes.
And
Anything
all
else,
I have.
Stan?
Well,
Been kind of quiet in your shop lately, hasn't it?
trying to keep things moving.
Thank you so much.
I have a question. I think, Stan, that next time we meet, maybe you can bring us a report on how all these changes with the Group of Five or the Super Five or the Power Five, how is that going to affect Florida State University, especially fiscally?
Yes, we'll do that. I think that would be a great topic for us to bring to talk with the board about. So we'll make sure we do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chairman?
Trustee Gruters.
Stan, I just want to say thank you for your leadership last week, and Interim President Stokes, I think you guys did a good job, and we're lucky to have you guys leading the effort. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Joe. Really do.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you.
Okay, Kyle Clark, you're recognized. And congratulations on a new baby.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, we have two items to come before the board today. The first item is we are respectfully requesting that you delegate authority to the interim president to approve the 2014 Florida Educational Equity Act report. This report is required annually by the Board of Governors, and the report focuses on three major areas. They are enrollment, gender equity in athletics, and employment. And again, we're requesting your approval to delegate this action to the president to complete the report and to submit it on behalf of the institution.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Burr moves. Second. Stefano seconds. Are there questions? Any questions? Any discussion? Any objections to the motion? Seeing none, show the motion passes. You're 1 for 1.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item to come before the board is requesting your approval on tuition and fees. This is just a regulatory requirement and continues the existing tuition and fees that have already been shown to the Board of Trustees. There aren't any changes from the tuition and fees from what you saw at the June meeting. This is, again, a regulatory compliance issue, and they're identical in content to the emergency tuition and fees that were approved at the last meeting.
Any questions?
Motion for approval.
Benteen moves and Sembler seconds. Any questions on the motion? Any discussion of the motion? Any objections to the motion? Seeing none, show the motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tell me how the golf course is doing.
Yes, sir. Well, as you know, we recently partnered with Arnold Palmer Golf. They took over the day-to-day operations of the facility, and it's been a smooth transition. They bring a tremendous asset to the university. They bring a wealth of expertise to that. There was a cost savings involved with the institution. Those dollars will be able to be redeployed into other academic research and student priorities, and that's something that we look forward to working with the next president on.
And Kyle, I think we lost $500,000 last year.
Over the past few years, we've lost anywhere from $500,000 to some years it was more than that.
Almost $1 million, I think.
Yes, sir.
And Arnold Palmer, while we're not going to retire on what they pay us, I think we're in the black.
Yes, sir. I mean, that will be the actual financial responsibility shifts over to Arnold Palmer Golf itself. And so that will be their exposure. It was a way for the university to mitigate its risk.
Good job.
Thanks.
Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Clark?
Civic Center?
Sure, I could give you an update on the Civic Center. It's progressing nicely. Almost all the seats, I would say over 75% of the seats are already installed in the lower bowl. The existing Jumbotron has been taken down. The new Jumbotron will be installed hopefully in the next couple of weeks. We have some of the ribbon boards already installed. We're working on some engineering on those boards right now. There's new paint already in the arena. The backdrop has been painted along the club level. All the seats are garnet seats. There's been new floor lights also installed on them. It has been a beautiful addition to the facility. It's really updated. It looks state-of-the-art. We did a lot of cleaning as well. We power washed all of the lower bowl. It's been a huge team effort between the facilities group, athletics, Global Spectrum, and a number of people on campus. So I can't thank everybody enough for all the work. I think that everyone will be really proud of the facility and look forward to going to the basketball season this year.
Kyle, will we be ready for graduation in 8 weeks?
Well, not only will we be ready for graduation, we better be ready for the start of basketball season. So, not all of the new seats will be installed by the start of basketball season, and some of them may be finishing up during the graduation, but the entire lower bowl should be done by graduation. The more difficult part comes in when you start getting into the upper bowl. It's a little bit more of a logistical challenge in terms of removing the old material and getting the new material up there. It's amazing how quickly, once they do get the material in place, though, how quickly that they can get those things installed. So we're optimistic and we're hopeful, but at graduation there'll be a huge noticeable change, I think, between where we were in the summer graduation and where we are with the fall commencement.
We should do a tour.
The sign, the big sign that's on St. Augustine Street, I think.
Yes, sir.
Because that's the face of the Civic Center. When do we plan to update that?
We're looking for funds right now to renovate both of the marquees. There are two marquees at the Tucker Center, and we're looking for external partnerships right now and to identify fundings where we can get both of those renovated. The multimedia and the technology package that we put in, or that we are finalizing and installing, is state-of-the-art, and it's going to be really special for our fans and constituents to go out and enjoy. And we want to do the same thing with the marquees as well.
Any more questions for Kyle? Thank you, Kyle. Next, we'll have Tom Jennings. Tom, are you here? Is Tom?
He's right there.
Okay. Tom, welcome and good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman Benson, board members. We initially had put as a placeholder the opportunity to bring a naming request to you for the College of Business building. We're still in negotiations with the donors over that gift. Everything is on track, but due to some complications this weekend and yesterday, we were not able to move forward with that at this time. I'd like to, as that gift agreement is signed, come back to the board with a request to have a special meeting by phone. Our hope and intention, both donors and the universities, is that pending approval, we might be able to celebrate that gift at the campaign gala on October 17th. And I'd like to come back to the board with a special request once we have the gift agreement signed.
Okay.
I have a question. Without revealing anything about the gift, what would that gift enable us to do with the building? Would it be able to start the building?
The College of Business fundraising progress on the philanthropic portion of that building is between $6 and $7 million, I believe, right now. This gift would add $15 million, which is the published price for naming the building to house the College of Business. The overall fundraising goal for that initially was set at $30 million, which was at that time estimated to be 1/2 of the cost of the building. The other money was projected to come from state appropriations through the PICO fund or whatever the replacement funding source of that is. The university is going to have to, and with an agreement that President Barron made to some of the original donors to the College of Business building, the university will have to advance the College of Business building on its list of funding priorities and achieve state funding in order to match the donors that we have going forward. Our hope and expectation is that with this level of funding, it'll bolster our case for the state to follow through on that. Also, my understanding is that this level of funding will allow us to move forward and to make some more plans with the help of an architect and other experts so that we can begin the planning for the building.
Okay.
Tom, regarding the site, being in the parking lot adjacent to the Civic Center or on the O'Connell property, I understand that's been delayed until November. So we don't know exactly where the College of Business building will be situated right now.
That's true. The issue of the O'Connell property land swap was initially thought it was going to be coming up today before the governor and cabinet, and that has been postponed until November. I think they wanted to do more investigating and make sure that everything was copacetic with that land swap. But we do know that the College of Business building will be located within the Arena District. And of course, even if there something unforeseen would prevent us from having the O'Connell property, there is sufficient space in the parking area of the existing Civic Center to accommodate the new College of Business building. So we're proceeding with the plans and with our conversations with donors with that plan in mind.
What else, Tom?
I was told we were not giving full reports today, so I only came prepared for this one item. We did cross the $600 million mark in the campaign, so
great.
Things are moving forward on that.
Yeah. 6 down, 4 to go.
Thank you all.
That's right.
I think that pretty much concludes the agenda, except for the voting on a new president. And again, we promised the students we would not begin till 2:15, so why don't we take a break till 2:15?
Before that, Mr. Chairman, I would like the board to thank Garnet for the great job she has done as interim president in the last couple of months. So I think that no good deed goes unpunished. So thank you very much for the great job over the last couple of months, and probably stay on for a while more. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a break and come back at 2:15.
I thought it was very strange to see you there, that's why.
Well, I really thought for the interviewing of the candidates that Alberta should stay.
He did a good job.
We start at 2:15, so I have time for it.
So Ed's going to open it up. It does. No, I assume they're going to allow the students in.
They are going to allow the students in. They're quiet.
Okay.
They got to the point last week where they involved silent,
Right.
faces, wagging hands, shaking, this because
We'll recognize you to talk about what the search committee is done.
After public comment.
No?
Yeah, when we start.
So we just want to do public comments and get it over with? Yeah, okay.
and we want this to segue into a discussion. They don't want to break into what he says about the process and everything.
I told June she should go in public comment.
She might.
Contain herself. She'll get some. I told June she'll take
My father-in-law's judge, and every time he's up for re-election, against him.
Gets, judge races are pretty quiet.
This is South Central Louisiana.
Oh, yeah.
All kinds of things go. And she's at the risk of offending you, I want to show you what some people are wanting to say.
Chief over there.
Even though it isn't. Yes. Well,
What's his last
actually,
name?
I'm going to read the whole thing. You know, I don't have to be, but I think there's a value to it.
But that would work against them because the three of them split the votes.
Oh, just, that's the kind of thing I got.
Many people say things about me, and then no one said quite.
All I heard was this is one of the things I was asked to do is to write a letter and support for students that want to really deal with the ability to have anonymous postings because the obvious nature. No, actually, I had kind of because I've never been to Columbus. I really want to find out to see what this is what people are doing. And I mean, didn't have years of maturity for people who know well who I am.
You know, we teach, when we go to teachers, child safety matters, and then we teach anti-bullying and abuse. One of the issues, kids have issues, because it's so much, it's so much to do. And you have to get back to
Yeah, let's do it now. That's a good idea. I was going to suggest that.
Just like, you know.
Got it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
In my personal.
And the date, you'll put that on, or should I go ahead and write it down? All right, there you go. Mission accomplished.
Say hello. How you been? How's your health? Better?
Better. Actually got removed from me today for some strange reason. But it's good. You still semi-retired?
Yeah. Reuters. Out of Miami. Reuters wanted me to cover this today. Still fun.
Well, you and Lucy Ward just keep turning loose again. What's your life?
Doing something you enjoy, right? Quick.
Yeah.
How's your grandbaby?
Wonderful. Wonderful. I had another grandson who had some surgery. So,
You mentioned that. So,
yeah. So, sister
June, behave.
biopsy.
I am.
Sally, how
You
are
know what? I'm wondering why any of them aren't in class.
You got to be good to see you, buddy.
yes, sir.
This be over soon.
Huh?
Just pay attention and
Right.
let it have their 15 seconds.
Uh-huh. Why are they saying, hey, listen, did you read that one? Why all the students matter?
You look good.
Yeah.
I look a lot better.
I just want to get into the house.
Coming from you, that's a real compliment. You're a good logical thinker. I don't like this.
Somehow it'll be the last one.
No.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. No, it's not bad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm not.
Who's going to cut it?
We can be dark.
Oh my God. It's only those good one thing.
Okay, members, if you take your seats. I think we got Peggy. Okay, everybody's here. We're going to continue the meeting. We've already conducted some business. And now we'll go to the presidential search, that portion of the meeting. And we'll open that up by having public testimony. And those of you who have had the opportunity, we have cards here. If you can, try to keep your comments to at the most 3 minutes. Shorter if you like. Brevity's good. And I don't, when someone finishes speaking, let's don't clap and whatnot. This is a trustee meeting. And so if you would, when the next person speaks, or the first person speaks, if the second person can go and so on, we'll do it that way. Any questions, trustees? Well, this will take, there's quite a few cards, so let's all be good listeners. Michael Backin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Let me first say how appreciative I am of your tenacious and unwavering commitment to this search process, and also for your ongoing and invaluable service to this great university. My name is Michael Backin, and I am a musicologist. I'm currently in my 21st year as a member of the FSU faculty, and I might also mention that I've been in attendance at the interviews and or public forums of each of our 4 finalists, as well as most of the meetings of the PSAC dating back to the early sessions of this past summer. Like each of you, I care a great deal about the reputation and future of this university. As is well known to all of us, in times of struggle, in times of strife, in times of crisis, it is to musicologists that great leaders, societies, and cultures have typically turned when seeking sage wisdom and wise counsel. Just kidding. Seriously, though, there is much that we can all learn from the unique insights and perspectives that music and the words which music inspires in the form of lyrics and song texts provides. With that in mind, I think we should all be attentive to the cautionary message of an old popular song with which I'm sure many of you are familiar. You always hurt the one you love. As is the case with classic songs generally, You Always Hurt the One You Love carries within it, even just in its title, a profound element of enduring, raw, and also unsettling truth. But it exposes that truth in a way that opens up opportunities. We do not have to hurt the ones we love. We always have choices about how to act and what decisions to make. We can choose to let intellect and reason, rather than emotion and loyalties, guide us in our actions and decisions. Indeed, if there is a single defining contribution of the university as an institution that is committed to the betterment of humanity and the human condition, it is the prioritizing of precisely that kind of choosing. Intellect and reason tell us that at this critical moment, we need a strong, passionate, and experienced and well-connected advocate for Florida State University in the state legislature. We need John Thrasher to be that advocate. Intellect and reason also tell us that we need a university president of impeccable academic credentials, extraordinary insight and vision, and inspiring and exemplary leadership and character. We need Michelle Wheatley or Michael Martin to be that president. If you love this university, and I know you all do, please choose not to hurt the one you love. Make the rational choice. Because with Dr. Martin or Dr. Wheatley in the president's office and Senator Thrasher in the legislature, the sky will be the limit of FSU's potential for greatness. I thank you for your attention and for listening.
Thank you. Next is Ray Bellamy, and following him is Kyle Eastwood. And if you would state your name and your affiliation with the university.
Ray Bellamy, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm part-time with the College of Medicine and an alum of FSU. My grandfather taught here for 38 years. Most of my family members, maybe 15 or so, have gotten degrees here. And I share my practice time in orthopedics with my son here in Tallahassee. This whole thing of leadership and direction of Florida State University is personal to me and emotional. And I hope you make the right decision today. I hope you will follow the criteria that you set out for who to select. I hope you will listen to your faculty and what they have told you. I hope you will listen to the ratings of those you have interviewed. And I hope you'll listen to the students as well and the public and to the Tallahassee Democrat who has considered all of the situation. I'll be glad to answer any questions if there are any. I hope you will not be intimidated in your vote and will vote your conscience on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy. Kyle Eastwood, followed by Joe Vance. Kyle, welcome, and state your name and your affiliation.
Hi, my name is Kyle Eastwood. I'm a student here at Florida State University. I just want to thank the Board of Trustees for all the hard work they've done this far with the process. We really appreciate it. I am very excited for the next president of this university, and I think that John Thrasher will do a great job at that, and I hope that you guys see that as well. Thank you.
Okay, next is Joe Vance, followed by Alessandra Reed. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Joe Vance. I'm the president of Pi Kappa Alpha here at Florida State University. Pike is a 260-man chapter, and I can state that our entire chapter supports John Thrasher, and I truly do believe that the timeliness of his selection is correct, and I do believe he will do a wonderful job for this university. Resources are what we need at this university. John Thrasher can provide that, and thank you all for your time, and I know it's been a long process, and I know you guys are about ready to wrap it up, so thank you, and I hope you guys make the right choice. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Alessandra Reed, followed by Catherine Williams. Did I pronounce your name right, Alessandra?
Alessandra.
Close,
Reed.
close. Welcome.
Thank you. I am a student here at FSU. I'm in the College of Music. I'm a music theory major. And I would like to thank you all for coming here. I mean, this turnout is amazing. It's really great to see all these university representatives actually taking part in this process. So thank you all for being here. And with that, I would just like to remind you all that the Presidential Search Advisory Committee that forwarded these candidates to you is the same Presidential Search Advisory Committee that voted on May 21st to fast-track John Thrasher as the sole candidate. And luckily, they didn't do that, but this is the same committee. So excuse me. So just, I think it's important for us to realize that this process has been very sketchy. And I think we all, us university students and faculty, feel that our voices have not been listened to. And I feel with near certainty that I could assure you that if the Presidential Search Advisory Committee had been constituted of students and faculty and staff, you would not have the opportunity today to forward a politician as our president. And I really hope that you all consider that if this was the decision of the actual university constituents, this would not be an option. You would only be able to forward an academic today. The Faculty Senate has passed a resolution stating that they only support an academic as president, and I think the students largely feel the same way. This is our university, and I hope you will sincerely consider our voices and our stake in this process as you make your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Williams, followed by Scott Miller.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Williams, and I'm a third-year PhD student in the College of Music, another musicologist. I'm also the speaker of the Congress of Graduate Students, or COGS. And so I'm here to you today on behalf of COGS. I'd like to speak to some of our concerns regarding this process. Since June, COGS has passed several resolutions imploring both the Presidential Search Advisory Committee and the Board of Trustees to carefully consider the requirements of this position and the candidates who have applied. We have asked that the Presidential Search Advisory Committee adhere to an open interview process. We have asked for more representation for graduate students on the committee. We have asked repeatedly that the importance of understanding academics not be put on the back burner. We echo Faculty Senate's call for hiring an academic who is familiar with the ins and outs of the university president position, who has the ability to not only fundraise successfully for our institution, but to have detailed knowledge about where this funding goes and what it is used for. Academia needs support, tangible support, for teaching, research, and administration. In order to make Top 25, we need our students, faculty, and staff to be taken care of. We need to know that our new president is capable of managing troublesome issues, such as sexual harassment on campus, graduate students making less than a living wage, and faculty who are getting paid far under the national average. We all love this institution, or we would not be here. Loving FSU is not enough. Remember that FSU students, faculty, and staff are the heart and soul of this university. Without an academic program that is well respected across the country, we will not make our goal of reaching Top 25. In the last week's surveys, in Faculty Senate resolutions, and in COGS resolutions, we have been clear. Please bring an academic to run this institution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Catherine. Next is Scott Miller, followed by Joshua Mills.
Hi, I'm Scott Miller. I am a graduate student and research assistant for experimental nuclear physics here at FSU. First, let me thank you for having this opportunity to talk to you about my thoughts and opinions on this search process. Let me start by saying that for those of you that know some physicists, it takes a big ordeal, a big event to pierce the veil that we surround ourselves, that separates us from the rest of the world at times. And today, you have not one but two nuclear physicists here to show our support for FSU, to voice our opinion. So this is very important. On top of that, I had surgery earlier this year on my ankle, and I walked here on a bum ankle. So just to show how important this is. As we go forward into the future, it's not this committee that's going to be the face of FSU decades from now. It's this committee that is going to be the face of FSU decades from now. And so you have to give that committee a voice. You have to respect that committee's opinion because they're going to be sitting in your shoes 2 decades from now. We're the academics. We're the intelligence. We're the one thing right now keeping the United States high in the academic standings. It's the graduate schools in the United States. The undergraduate schools, the delta between the undergraduate programs and the graduate programs is huge. So the one thing that is keeping the United States and FSU as a top-ranking school is its graduate programs, it's its academics. And when you stop listening to those academics, you develop a problem. When you bring in a president that's not an academic, you develop a problem. As we go forward, we don't need a business president. We need an academic president. We need someone who is going to push research, who is going to help the graduate students develop more programs. It's so important to push education and to push research projects, to push graduate students forward, that without us, FSU would crumble. As it was stated before, we fund at least $80 million a semester out of our tuition in our fees. We need a voice, and we need our choice of candidate to go forward. That's
Good. Thank you, Scott. Next is Joshua Mills, followed by Nancy Rogers. And if the person that's on deck could maybe walk over there close by so that you can get to the microphone quicker. Joshua, welcome.
Thank you. Joshua Mills, doctoral candidate, College of Music. So, as I'm sure you all know, as respected community leaders, authority and power are not the same thing. Authority is a question of hierarchical position, of the ability to mete out punishment for insubordination, of the responsibility to give orders. Power is a very different thing. Power is the ability to influence others to get them to do what you need them to do. In the political and business world of Florida, John Thrasher is an extremely powerful individual. But on this campus, among faculty administrators and students, among the people who actually run this university, he does not have any power. It doesn't matter whether it's right or not to consider faculty as employees of the university or the state, because they don't see it that way. They see themselves as partners in this enterprise. And if you have learned nothing else from the circus that has been this search, it should be that they will have zero respect for a Thrasher presidency. Even the most unscientific of polls are not off by 70%. Whatever the senator's competency may actually be will be rendered moot by the simple fact that he cannot command any respect among the faculty and students here on campus. It doesn't matter whether this lack of respect is justified or not. It doesn't matter whether the faculty are acting inappropriately or not. What does matter is that these dynamics, as an issue of pragmatic reality, exist. And rightly or wrongly, they make a Thrasher presidency not viable. Dr. Michelle Wheatley, however, has earned the respect of this community. Even if her competence, her academic training, her leadership experience, and her vision did not place her on a different level than Thrasher, the fact that this community would accept her has. Yesterday afternoon, at the final meeting of the PSAC, I implored the members of the committee to set aside their own personal and political interests stemming from their various relationships with Senator Thrasher or Governor Scott. I, in desperation, pleaded with them that if they could not find it within themselves, for the sake of the university in its own rights, then at least for the sake of their own political interests, to not act so foolishly and to give such bad publicity to the Republican Party of Florida, to Governor Scott, and to Senator Thrasher, and to the university itself. All this was in vain. I wish I could say I were surprised, though. Everyone knows the power that the governor has over this board. And make no mistake about it, it is far too late for you to hide the political nature of appointing Thrasher to the presidency. And if you do so, it will look very bad. Not only for Thrasher, not only for your own personal integrity, for the governor, for the Republican Party of Florida, but for this university. Chairman Burr of the PSAC was quoted yesterday as saying, quote, "I think the Board of Trustees will discharge their duty with the same quality that this committee discharged their duties," end quote. I'm not an optimist, but for the sake of university, I do hope that he is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Nancy Rogers, followed by Lauren Loria. Welcome, Nancy.
Hi, I'm Nancy Rogers at the College of Music. I'm also a faculty senator. I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts before you make a decision that will significantly impact my life and the lives of my colleagues. I have followed this search very closely. I perused the candidates' applications. I attended all of their interviews with the PSAC. I saw all of them at the open forums with the FSU community last week, and I came back again today to see them all interview with you. I've invested a lot of time in the search process because I know how important the president is to the entire university, because I saw a dramatic improvement both in our morale and in our national ranking under the leadership of President Barron. My colleagues and I were encouraged to participate in the process, and we were particularly urged to attend the open forums and complete a survey for each candidate so that the PSAC would receive feedback from the entire FSU community. The message, as you well know, was loud and clear. Overwhelming campus-wide support for Drs. Wheatley and Martin, and strong support for Dr. Marquez. Some people have portrayed FSU's faculty as malcontents, but this is patently untrue. We are genuinely enthusiastic about multiple strong candidates. In stark contrast, the overwhelming majority of the FSU community found Senator Thrasher unqualified to be president. Unfortunately, the PSAC chose to ignore the survey results, but I'm hoping you will not. The unqualified rating is not a political judgment. I don't know whether the 3 academic candidates have a political affiliation, nor do I care, and I don't think my colleagues care either. What we care about is their sophisticated understanding of the university and their inspiring vision of what it can become. It takes many, many years of experience in teaching, research, and academic administration to achieve the standard worthy of FSU's leadership. The differences between Senator Thrasher and the eminently qualified candidates you have interviewed could not be more glaring. FSU wants to become one of the leading public universities in this country, and it isn't going to happen under a president with no experience in academia. We have 2 candidates, Drs. Wheatley and Martin, who I believe may be even better than Eric Barron. Please show the world that you take FSU's top 25 aspirations seriously and appoint one of these excellent candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. You have faithfully attended every meeting, I know. Lauren Loria, followed by Mark Nikas. Nikas?
Hi, my name is Lauren. I'm a current undergraduate student of Florida State University. Thank you all for being here today. I think it's very important that FSU's next president is one with high academic credentials. We know that John Thrasher does not have these, and it's also very concerning of his ties to the Koch brothers, who have already heavily influenced this university, especially in the economics department. Influencing teaching on climate change denial is very concerning. So we hope that you will consider candidates that have high academic credentials so that we can lead our university in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Next is Mark Nikas, followed by Richard Lee.
Hello, everyone. Sorry my speech might not be as eloquent as some of those before me, but I totally agree with what my fellow students and the teachers have said. John Thrasher has repeatedly shown that he is against the interests of the students and teachers here. He has publicly expressed that he is anti-union, and let's see. Anti-union, and he has supported bills such as SB 200 and HB 501 that have cut higher education funding by about a total of $440 million. He has 2 ethics violations on top of that. He has no strong academic credentials, and I feel that since I care deeply about this university, I want to see it go into the top 25. Of the top 25 universities, 24 have academics as their presidents. I want to see this university go forward, and that won't happen with John Thrasher. He is unqualified, and he goes against the interests of the teachers and students here. So I hope that the facts will outweigh any loyalties that some of you may have towards him, and I hope that you pick somebody who will serve the best interests of this university and the students and faculty here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next we have Richard Lee, followed by Abigail Cazell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure.
Hello. My name is Richard Lee. I'm a graduate assistant here, and I'm not a recruit by a faculty member. Okay, so we all know the facts about John Thrasher. We've seen all the publicity. Basically, John Thrasher, earlier he said he thinks he can unify this university. And I'm not sure if he thinks he can unify it in the way that he's intending. This university seems to have a direct opposition in play here. You can think about it any way you want, but many people are opposed to this whole entire process. My voice, I feel like, has not been represented. I'm holding here Resolution 14 from the Congress of Graduate Students, which represents over 8,000 graduate students across the campus. And this is not the first sort of thing we've tried to pass. And we feel unrepresented throughout this whole process, and I'm really glad that I got to get a taste of Florida politics firsthand, especially yesterday. That really made me feel good about being an FSU student. In all honesty, maybe picking up on the sarcasm, I feel a little embarrassed by how this process has unfolded. And basically what I want to say is that the faculty, that survey, been totally disregarded. Graduate students, our voices have been disregarded, and I'm not sure why or what the intent is, and I want to just know that my voice here today might actually be heard, but I fear that it's probably falling on deaf ears. So please, make the right decision. You have the opportunity to do things right and make this university as great as it should be. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Next is Abigail Cazell. Welcome, Abigail.
Thank you. My name is Abby Kazel, and I represent Florida State University as an undergraduate student, second year here at Florida State. I would like to first bring respect to every member of the Board of Trustees, and I thank you all for making a decision for our university. I understand that it's a very serious decision, and I wouldn't be following this whole process, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't understand the seriousness of this decision. That being said, I want to ask you to really consider the goal as a university that we have. Is our goal to bring money to the university, which our tuition already does that, so obviously that's not our goal as a university. I believe that our goal as a university is to educate and to be educated. And that being said, I encourage you to choose a president who desires to educate and to be educated and encourage education. Please choose an academic president. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Next is Rachel Walsh, followed by Michael Buckler. Rachel Walsh. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you. And thank you for hearing all of our comments. I am a master's student in the Media and Communication Studies department. I also completed my undergraduate degrees here. I got 2 bachelor's degrees in biology and environmental science. And during my time as an undergrad, I was also a member of the Marching Chiefs and directed 2 SGA bureaus. I deeply care about this university, and I think you already know what I'm going to ask you, to do. Please do not choose John Thrasher as our next university president. The students and faculty have been abundantly clear how we feel about this. The Faculty Senate voted explicitly to pass a resolution saying that they don't want John Thrasher as the next president. His ratings in polls after his town halls were horrible. The FSU community has clearly stated that we do not want him. It would not be in our interest. He doesn't even meet the basic qualifications for this position. And if he's chosen as our next president, I think it would be a national embarrassment that would devalue all of the work done by faculty, by graduate students and undergrads alike. It will make us all look terrible. I'm asking you, as somebody who really cares about this university and the value of my degrees, please do not choose Senator John Thrasher. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel. Next is Michael Buckler, followed by Chad Stamper.
Hi, Michael Buckler, College of Music faculty. I've been here, it's my 13th year here. I have to say, before I start, this just makes me so proud of being at FSU, just this whole thing. I really am glad. All of us here love and want what's best for Florida State University, but I think different constituencies see FSU differently. While some of us regard us as the best the Sunshine State has to offer, or even as the BCS national champions, others look more expansively. I'm honored to teach in the 3rd largest accredited college of music in the country, and we're easily one of the most prestigious programs in the world. Incidentally, my department has a remarkable 100% job placement record for our PhD students, for our PhD graduates. This semester, we're searching for a new assistant professor. And rest assured, we won't be looking at candidates who have merely distinguished themselves as musicians within the state of Florida. We're playing on a national stage. We won't be looking at people who can only teach a few of the courses that we have to offer. We won't be looking at people who haven't presented their research at the most prestigious conferences. Having a program of our caliber means hiring the best available person anywhere. We deserve a president who plays on the national stage, one with experience, one who has walked the walk, one who won't be learning the basics of higher education administration on the job, one who can empathize with the struggles and triumphs of our faculty, one who has competed for and written recommendation letters for national grants, one who can bridge the partisan divide in our legislature, and who won't put off potential donors of the other party. In Michelle Wheatley and Michael Martin, we have two candidates who meet every one of those qualifications and more. Every one of the qualifications, certainly that Trustee Pantine outlined this morning. In John Thrasher, we have someone who clearly loves FSU, but who fully meets none of the stated qualifications listed on the PSAC's survey. No wonder only 11% of us said that he was above average as a candidate. FSU has never hired a president who didn't have experience in the classroom, who has never conducted research, and who didn't have experience in educational administration. This is why the Faculty Senate, which includes representatives from all 16 of our colleges, all of the colleges that all of you graduated from, voted unanimously last Friday to support only the 3 qualified candidates. Let me talk briefly about 2 of Senator Thrasher's less discussed answers to questions last week and this morning. In both cases, to use an apt metaphor, he was thrown easy softballs and struck out looking. I attended all of the open forums with faculty and most of the staff and student forums. I was also here this morning. Unlike the other 3 candidates, Senator Thrasher, who has such distinguished military service, declined to answer a question of how we can make this the most veteran-friendly campus, simply saying, as he did repeatedly, that he'd be glad to meet with the student veteran who asked the question. He also declined to answer the question during the staff forum, and again this morning, of what his vision was and what legacy he wanted to leave. He simply said that he doesn't think about those things. I'm sorry, but if you don't think about vision and legacy, you're not ready to be president of our university. By contrast, Michelle Wheatley, Michael Martin, and Richard Marquez all articulated clear and creative visions for our campus. Dr. Wheatley also pointed out that she leaves a legacy everywhere she goes, and then proceeded to give us examples. If you hire Michelle Wheatley or Michael Martin, you will be applauded on every corner of our campus, and I'll be the one leading the ovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Buckler. Chad Stamper is next, followed by Catherine Horn. Chad, welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Chad Stamper. Thank you for having me, and very much respect to the Board of Trustees. I've completed a finance degree here at FSU. I'm in the College of Business. I'm currently pursuing an undergraduate accounting degree, and I plan on becoming a CPA. I'm a capitalist, and I'm a businessman, and I have very much respect for the business world, and I understand that that's what this country was built on. But listen to the graduate students. Please listen to your heart, and please look at other universities in this great country. All of the great universities would never even consider John Thrasher as a presidential candidate. Be honest with yourselves, please. I mean, I understand the politics and the cronyism. He's your friend, and I understand that. But you're not going to be around in 30 years, and this university still will be. Think about the great students this university has had. Think about what Paul Dirac, one of the greatest physicists who's ever lived, who contributed so much to this university. Think about what he would want from you in selecting a new president. That's really, that's all I have to say. I really appreciate your time, and I hope you make the best decision.
Thank you, Chad. Next is Catherine Horn, followed by Lakey.
I I just want to start by thanking you all for being here today. And I'm also a student here at Florida State University. And I've had the opportunity to have a relationship with Senator Thrasher just about my entire life. I truly do believe that he is the perfect representative and the perfect president for Florida State University. He has resources in Washington that could bring Florida State to becoming a top 25 university. I just want to be here to represent that there is students here that are for Thrasher. And I currently am enrolled at FSU. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lakey, followed by Jerry Funt.
Hi, I'm Lakey. I'm a PhD in English Literature here. I'm not coming to the microphone today with any thanks for FSU's Board of Trustees. The BOT did not grant me an ability to speak here. Public comment here and the ability for public attendance is protected by Florida transparency laws started in 1909 with Chapter 119 and continued in 1967 under Chapter 289. Therefore, I will thank those before me that have battled to protect a people's democracy, one that recognizes the importance of the public and public university transparency. Against university transparency, the Board of Trustees quietly postponed its August 26th meeting, a meeting it never replaced. Only several months after Senator John Thrasher voted in favor of 2014's latest Sunshine Law exemption, namely SB 318 HB 115. This Thrasher-supported statute closes off public access to private donor-public university agreements, like the corrupt 2008 and 2013 contracts signed between Florida State University and the Charles Koch Foundation. These contracts give Koch power over faculty hire, graduate assistant hire, and curriculum control. These FSU Koch agreements are unprecedented in private donor-public university history, and they violate FSU's own legacy of academic freedom and shared governance. I find it important to point out that 1, Senator John Thrasher is the only presidential candidate who has accepted funding from Koch. 2, the chair of the Board of Trustees is also the chair of the Board of Directors of the Koch-funded James Madison Institute. And 3, Chair Bentz appointed the Presidential Search Advisory Committee, which had more Koch-connected members than faculty or staff. I am not the only person in the room or in the country that finds that odd. And together, we declare it ethically unviable. Furthermore, in his open forums, John Thrasher lied about being Koch funded. 3 times he accepted money from Koch, mind you, and refused to state that he would not sign further Koch contracts. Having watched the corporate and particularly Koch funded interests of FSU's Board of Trustees and Alan Bentz appointed Presidential Search Advisory Committee openly act in favor of furthering corrupt corporate interests in backing a Koch-funded John Thrasher at FSU, I arrive at this microphone today with a battle cry. The students at this university have collected petitions, passed resolutions in legislative bodies, held town halls, publicly addressed this body and the Presidential Search Advisory Committee without so much as a single direct response from Chair Alan Bentz, or Ed Burr, for that matter. We have gathered the support of the following national campaigns: Forecast the Facts, Greenpeace, American Association of University Professors, National Education Association, and United States Student Association. I have personally visited Washington, D.C. to glean support from American Federation of Teachers, and collected student concerns about the corruption of FSU's presidential search have been published in USA Today, AAUP Academe Blog, Tampa Bay Times, Daily Kos, Tallahassee Democrat, Tampa Tribune, and The Nation magazine. Concerns over the Koch issue at FSU has picked up press with the Center of Public for Integrity. Inside Higher Ed, Bill Moyer's The Guardian in UK, National Public Radio, and The Washington Post. Up until today, we have been polite, as FSU's Board of Trustees and its handmaiden in the Presidential Search Advisory Committee have consistently brushed us off. We have been treated like children or annoying pests, and it is time that you realize that the students at FSU are adults and that we have power and voice.
Like if you
I'm sorry, but on August 26th, you canceled my 3 minutes, so I'm taking them today. I want to remind you that the colonists who fought the American Revolution were infantilized by England and its monarchy. Adult black slaves who took actions like Nat Turner's rebellion were consistently belittled and called boys and girls. Like others before us, we have been dehumanized, infantilized, and silenced. Also, the Board of Trustees could forward its own agenda. So consider yourself warned. If this body puts forward John Thrasher as president of Florida State University against faculty, student, and community concerns, it will be received as an act of aggression. It will be interpreted as a declaration of war working to kill our voice, our power, and our education. Only an overlord, willing to further his own tyranny, will hold a position after having received an 80% fail rate by close to 700 individuals. A unanimous faculty senate vote against him, a Congress of Graduate Student resolution against him, and student senate resolutions boldly opposing the presidential process that tried to fast-track him as president on May 21st. Even our own local paper has written against Thrasher as FSU's president. We, the students, will not accept Thrasher as our overlord. Up until today, we have tried to attract more PSAC and BOT flies with honey than with vinegar. But the hive mind will make honey no longer. When you threaten our nest, we will sting and we will swarm. The hive mind will not be divided. We will not accept a John Thrasher presidency. Don't be fooled by the dress and the handshakes. If you don't look forward an academic with an academic background today, the war has been waged, and we will sting and sting and sting again, today and in future days to come.
Thank you. Next is Jerry Funt.
Hey there.
Welcome.
Thanks everyone for being here. I know I'm generally pretty wordy, so I'll try and keep it brief. So we're here to select the president. Everyone knows that. We have one candidate who knows a lot of people in the university community, in the legislature. We have someone, I don't think anyone's denying that Senator Thrasher has support. I mean, after all, he's got 11% of it. But there's 87% opposition. No matter what anyone thinks he can do, that needs to be taken into account. Students and faculty shouldn't, and the university community at large, shouldn't be ignored. Last week at a student forum, Senator Thrasher was asked about sexual assault. Inarguably the biggest issue at university campuses across the nation. He said in his answer that part of it is alcohol consumption, shifting the blame from the perpetrators of rape to the victim. We cannot have a president lead our university when those are his views on sexual assault. We are undergoing a Title IX investigation. Sexual assault is an issue at every university throughout the nation. We need to have someone who can lead us forward on that instead of backwards. If a candidate doesn't have support, if a candidate is this divisive, how can it possibly be the best choice for this university? I feel very confident that this board will make the right choice, and I really hope that I'm right.
Thank you, Jerry. Next is Zachary Schultz, followed by Maddie Parada.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to affirm what was said earlier about not having any, thanks or really any respect for the Board of Trustees, considering their action or lack of action really over the last several months. I think that it's completely apparent to all the students and faculty who are watching this just how corrupt and undemocratic this whole process has been and continues to be. We see, time after time, petitions, resolutions passed, hundreds of speakers by this point coming to all of the forums, Presidential Search Advisory Committee meetings, Board of Trustees meetings to this point, clearly showing our opposition to this terrible undemocratic process that is being pushed, as well as Senator John Thrasher, the representative who clearly the Board of Trustees is trying to push in this way. And Students are here today. We're here to say we're done with the Board of Trustees and John Thrasher, their agendas for education to corporatize and privatize it. We're done with the Koch brothers, manipulating our education, pushing, climate change denialism. I'm done with actions such as John Thrasher trying to split the FSU FAMU engineering school, completely racist attack with absolutely no, communication with the students and faculty when he proposed it. I'm extremely worried by, what John Thrasher has, said, especially on sexual assault, as well as his views, clearly racist and xenophobic ones against immigrants in this country. I'm definitely worried about John Thrasher's ties to private prison corporations, which have committed, multiple human rights violations. Yet he continued to push for more incarceration and more imprisonment and more privatization in this country, in this state. And so today, as I see, Board of Trustees here in front of me, at this point, the fact that John Thrasher is even on the table today just shows how corrupt and undemocratic this process is, and how, at this point, I have absolutely no faith in the Board of Trustees. I think that this process would go along a lot better if there weren't any of you at this table, to be honest. And so I just want to say that, to reaffirm, students, faculty, graduates are putting forward a clear demand. We demand that you deny Thrasher today. You do not vote for him. And, otherwise students will, march on you. Students will make noise. You will not have peace at this university while you continue to work against our interests.
Thank you, Zachary.
This conference has been running for an extended period.
I agree with you on that.
Otherwise, your conference will be disconnected in...
Can we disconnect that? I guess. Maddie Parada, followed by Matt Gates.
Hi, thank you for being here today, and I'll try to keep it brief after that. My name is Maddie Parada. I'm a senior at Florida State. I'm a media communications major, and I'm a member of Kappa Delta sorority. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Senator Thrasher personally and get to further understand the vast things he has accomplished for the state of Florida, FSU, and our country as a whole. Through this past experiences and leadership, I have full confidence that John Thrasher should be our next university president. As you all know, resources are key to any university, and this is the right time for someone with the credentials, someone like Senator Thrasher, to lead us into the top 25 universities and further our preeminent status in the state of Florida. His connections across the state of Florida will also help us close the fundraising gap with schools like the University of Florida. Senator Thrasher is extremely in tune with the issues facing our campus. He is a dynamic leader and a quick learner and knows who to ask when he does not have all the answers. He has FSU's best interests in heart, and he will greatly increase the value of my degree. I am hopeful that you will choose him to be the next university leader. It's an exciting time to be a Seminole, and I think no one is better to lead us than Senator John Thrasher. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Maddie. Next is Matt Gates, followed by Michael Porter.
Thank you, Chairman Benson. I appreciate the chance to be here. I was a student at Florida State University, and I had the great privilege of serving as the Student Government Association Chief of Staff. I also had the privilege to be the president of the Student Insight Political Party, which at one point was the longest-running student-run political party in the nation. And so I understand the great value that comes with the diversity of thought that we see on our campus. I've also had the privilege to know John Thrasher for 10 years. I worked with Senator Thrasher during this very type of selection process when Dr. Weatherall was selected to be the president of our university. And I can say, I guess with some bias, I thought that it was an excellent selection, and I think history will judge our university well for having selected Dr. Weatherall. I will say this about John Thrasher. I've had the privilege of agreeing with him, and I've also had the privilege of disagreeing with him during my time knowing him and serving with him in the Florida legislature. And when John Thrasher is your champion, there is no one better to carry your cause. And to all the faculty members here who have so much to offer, not only to our university, but to the state and the country and the world, I can assure you that John Thrasher will be your advocate to encourage you to be as innovative and successful as you can be, and he will ensure that you have the tools to be able to really enhance the brand that is our university. Now, when John Thrasher is on the other side of the table, and I can promise during my time with him, we've disagreed on a thing or two, He is one of the most inclusive people I've had the privilege to work with. Even when you disagree, he's someone that wants to find common ground. And when there is dispute over a tactic, Senator Thrasher has a remarkable ability to focus on a common goal and a common objective. In leading our university, I am confident that that common goal and objective will be to ensure that Florida State continues to be a great university and that we excel even beyond, I think, a great present and a great past. So please consider these wonderful things about Senator Thrasher. He will be as respected in the halls of Congress and in Tallahassee just as he will be respected in the living rooms of our most substantial donors and in his advocacy for our wonderful academicians. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next is Michael Porter, followed by Aaron Ellis.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to address you all sitting here more than the Board of Trustees because most of what I have in my hands is certain ethical codes of the Board of Trustees, some excerpts that are relevant, I believe, to this current presidential search. A trustee has a conflict of interest whenever the trustee, a trustee's family member, or a business associated with a trustee, or a trustee's family member has an existing or potential financial personal interest in a matter pending before the Board of Trustees or the university. And any business associated with a trustee means an organization, corporation, partnership, joint venture, proprietorship, or other entity or associates with respect to which either the trustee or a member of the trustee's family serves as an officer, director, partner, or employee. And I have to cite Chairman Bentz as chairman of the Board of Trustees and as chairman of the James Madison Institute, which, as Lakey explained, is a Koch-funded think tank. We have as well, except for the hiring of the president, no trustee shall attempt to influence the hiring decision of other university employees, which seems to be a conflict given the Koch agreement of 2008, in which the faculty and the curriculum were actually partly influenced by the Koch Foundation. And granted, this is only from Wikipedia, but the James Madison Institute's proposal on education is whether the issue is curriculum the school attended, the quality of the faculty, or academic standards and accountability. The Institute believes that parents should have the freedom to make decisions in the best interest of their children. Well, what about post-secondary education? Who actually decides what we are taught? You know, is it the Board of Trustees? Is it the Koch Foundation? The students assembled here petitioned the Board of Trustees to reconsider an academic for the next president of the university. Please choose ethics over pragmatism. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next is Aaron Ellis, followed by Dr. Jennifer Prophet. Is Aaron Ellis here? Okay. Next is Dr. Jennifer Prophet, followed by Gladys Nobriger.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jennifer Prophet. I'm an associate professor in communication. I'm also president of the United Faculty of Florida, Florida State University chapter, which represents more than 1,600 faculty here at FSU. Our organization once again affirmed our enthusiastic support for the 3 qualified academic candidates interviewed today. No one doubts Senator Thrasher's love for FSU or his ability to navigate Florida politics. We hope he continues to be a strong supporter of our institution, and I'm happy to work with him to advance the interests of this great university. However, as I said in a different forum, you would never choose a fire chief who has never been a firefighter. Senator Thrasher has not been part of the academy. That is, he hasn't taught in a university classroom, conducted academic research, or has been a chair, a dean, a VP of research, a provost, or a chancellor. That is not a fault. That was just his career path. But it was the career path of the 3 distinguished academic candidates who interviewed today, Wheatley, Martin, and Marchese. The search committee heard loudly and clearly from the faculty, students, community, and even the local newspaper that Senator Thrasher, while a great public servant, is not the right person to be our president. As demonstrated this morning, and as has been reported, some of you have personal relationships or have worked with Senator Thrasher or both, but I ask that you look past these affinities and look at the pleadings of the key constituents, including students and faculty, and choose one of the three academic candidates who meet or even exceed all of the criteria that you set forth. Please do the right thing, not the political thing. Prove everyone who has said that the fix is in, that there's still a place for fairness and due process, and that the voices of faculty, students, staff, and alumni are really being heard. 91% of the respondents of the forum surveys ranked Dr. Wheatley in the top two categories, 88% for Dr. Martin, and 74% for Dr. Marchese. Just 11% ranked for Senator Thrasher in the top two categories. This alone is overwhelming evidence of what we need right now and at this time in history. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you, and thank you for your service to FSU.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next is Gladys. I'll let you pronounce your last name, Gladys.
My name is Gladys Nobriga, and I've got a social sciences BS in geography. I'm sad, I'm really nervous, and I'm really disgusted with this process because it has been illegitimate from the very beginning. You are running this like the legislature, and this is not the legislature. This is a university, and if you forward John Thrasher, there are plenty of other viable candidates. If you forward John Thrasher, it will be seen as an attack, not only on the students, on the faculty, but on higher education as a whole, with students all around the country fighting the corporatization of higher education. And I want to challenge any John Thrasher supporter, where are your facts? Okay, things are good, something can look good, but what bill do you support? Yeah, he's great in conversation. I want to see the facts because the facts speak for themselves. And I have not heard anything.
Thank you.
We need 5 minutes to reset the internet feed. It got overloaded and shut down.
Our internet feed got overloaded and shut down, so they need about 5 minutes to fix it up. So we'll take a little break here for 5 minutes. I'd say 20. It doesn't bother me, them being there. It doesn't bother me at all. I mean, it's like water off a duck's back.